councillors had, and understanding that there's a lot of new councillors up here and they have a lot of questions, and it's their first time on council, so I certainly appreciate it, and so do they, that this was put forward to them, and the answers were great, and I appreciate all that staff has done over the last week to 2 weeks of answering those questions for staff. I've directed also that council be have courtesy towards staff, and also to address all their questions through me to the person they want to talk to. So again, I thank staff and council. I know there's going to be some tough decisions here, but let's try and move it ahead as quick as possible. I would please ask everyone, if they have cell phones, to please turn those off now or put them on silence, and we will open the meeting. And first of all, approval of the agenda by Councillor Bill Lougheed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Richard Simpson that Section 61 of the procedural bylaw number 077-11 be suspended to amend the prescribed order of business for the special council meeting, and that the contents of the special budget agenda for January 21st, 22nd, 2015 be approved as printed.
Council, you've heard the resolution. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor? That motion is carried. Disclosure of interest. Are there any disclosure of interests? Seeing here, if there are any, as the meeting goes on, please let me know.
Sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Orsetti.
Yes, I believe it was, what was that number P?
Your Worship, if I could assist, Planning 11 and Planning 25 are two capital projects that I think Councillor Orsatti's looking for.
Yes, and just in regards to that my employment with Sandy Cove Acres and their parent company, Parkbridge Lifestyles, which is a developer that could have an impact on development in the Sandy Cove settlement.
Thank you very much. Councillor Payne.
I too also work for Parkbridge, and I live in Sandy Cove Acres. I would like to have disclose of interest.
That's duly noted. Okay, a motion to resolve into committee of the whole, the recommendation by Councillor Ossetti.
Making the recommendation to resolve into the committee of the whole, moved by myself and seconded by Richard Simpson, that council resolve into committee of the whole.
Council, you've heard the resolution. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor? And I might let council know, and also staff and the audience, that Deputy Mayor Dolan is tied up in another meeting. She will be here as quick as possible. So, okay, thank you. Okay, item 4.1, presentation by senior staff of the capital project overview. The recommendation by, I'm sorry. Mr. Scorbahatch, do you want to start the meeting off then, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just make a few brief opening remarks. First of all, I want to personally express my appreciation to all of our staff. This exercise in terms of putting the budget together started still back almost, I'm going to say about 10 months ago when we were before the previous council seeking instructions and directions on the 2015 budget process. They provided us with those directions, and the budgets that have been compiled and prepared for you are based on those instructions. Certainly I can attest to the fact that our staff have been very diligent in terms of their efforts and the energy that they've expended in putting these estimates before you. We understand that obviously decisions have to be made, and at times these are difficult decisions, but we're here to, as I said right at the inaugural, we're here to execute council's direction, and we certainly will make our best efforts to do that. This morning, we have a slight change in plans. Our Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer will certainly make opening remarks and a presentation and an overview of the capital program, but we're going to default to actually asking our Fire Chief to come forward shortly thereafter because he has a commitment in Toronto that he will be attending to, and certainly will want to make sure that he has every opportunity to participate in that process. So without further ado, Your Worship and members of Council, I'll turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer to start this capital budget program.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, John. So good morning, Mayor, Council, members of the media, public, and staff. Today, Council will be discussing the 10-year capital budget and forecast for the years 2015 through to 2024. Staff are seeking approval for the 2015 budget component only. The remaining 9 years have been provided as a forecast and a planning tool for those years. As this is the first 10-year capital plan in town history, work is still underway to fine-tune the program and ensure that all needs are being reflected in future budgets and forecasts. Development of the document you have before you, as John alluded to, commenced in April of 2014, and it's had many iterations and changes during that process. You are aware that since the publication of the budget document that we have provided Council with one update to a project that the Fire Chief will speak to during his presentation. The following slides, I have amended them to reflect this additional request, and it's slightly different than the documents you've already seen that were posted on our website and that we spoke to last week at the Council meeting of as the preliminary budget kickoff. There's also a change being recommended that the Manager of Engineering and Asset Management will speak to. This is in regard to funding that the province announced late in December, about $480,000. So he'll talk to that as in part of his presentation. The requirement from the province is that money gets spent before the end of 2015 or we lose it. So it's important that we address that to Council today and as part of the budget process. This high-level overview you're about to see will hopefully provide you with some information that you then can use in deliberations of the budget and the motions presented for your consideration. Does that work? Oh. Right. Oh, okay. Are we doing John first? Technical difficulties. There's no musical interlude.
Your Worship and members of Council, I wonder if I could take this opportunity to play interlude. I was listening to the radio on the way to work this morning, and I couldn't help but note the Oxfam report that was released this week. And the quote, the statistic that caught my eye was that 80 individuals in the world have the amount of wealth equal to half of the population of the world. And the State of the Union address by President Obama, noted the continuing divide that's occurring between the rich and the poor, and how the rich continue to get richer and the poor get poorer. And I thought that was really interesting because during our budget deliberations as staff, many of us, if not most of us on staff, are taxpayers here in the municipality. And we have a vested interest not only professionally but personally in making sure that we try to achieve those cost efficiencies and get to a tax rate that's reasonable for our residents and for ourselves, frankly. So I thought it was an interesting kind of introduction to the budgeting exercise on the way in this morning, that there's really this issue going on globally, not just here in Innisfil. And with that, it looks like our clerk is ready.
Thank you for filling in.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. So this slide before you, you've seen it. It's in the budget staff report, and I believe we presented it last week. But just thought it was appropriate to give you this high-level overview. It's the 2015 draft capital budget. You can see by the pie chart we split the program into 4 categories: strategic, operational, growth, and then discretionary. So strategic really are projects that serve to advance Inspiring Innisfil 2020 initiatives or other strategic initiatives that have come about from the organization. Operational program and projects deal with existing assets and the replacements or the major life cycle repair of those assets. Growth, obviously, are the infrastructure requirements we need to service the growing community that we've got, the new developments that are coming on stream. And lastly, discretionary, we put those in there where they're important, we're bringing them forward, but certainly if there's a line to be drawn in terms of funding, we felt that discretionary could be moved to other years at council's discretion. You can see again growth pressures for the community as a growing community. It's about 70% of the total that we're asking for, or almost $43 million. So it's a significant budget. Again, lots of effort has gone into this. Master servicing plans, transportation master plans, variety of documents have gone into preparing this budget for your discussion today. So this slide illustrates the 2015 capital budget again by service area. And so the first 3 bars you can see represent about 88% of the total. And those are water, wastewater, and road projects. Again, primarily growth related. As I indicated last week during the council meeting, approximately $21 million.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mayor Walkup and members of council. It is my pleasure to present an overview of the capital projects for 2015 relating to the Fire and Rescue Service for your consideration. We are recommending, let's change that slide. We are recommending approximately $438,000 for 2015, with 99% falling under the operational category and 1% under the discretionary category. Although I will not review each project in detail, I will answer any questions you have following my presentation. I would, however, like to bring your attention to a few projects, the first one being Fire 5, which is the self-contained breathing apparatus. You should have received an amended project sheet for Fire 5. I apologize for having to amend this sheet prior to budget, but after doing an extensive review of recent changes made to standards that govern breathing apparatus, we have determined that upgrading SCBA by station will no longer work effectively, as newer units are not compatible with our current SCBA. Standards on firefighting equipment are reviewed annually, and normally updates are minor in nature. The last update has made a number of changes to ensure firefighter safety is achieved. Without going into the scientific or technical details, the pressures and percentages of air left in the cylinder has changed, causing a significant difference between older SCBA and newer models. As firefighters work in teams, it is imperative that all members have the same amount of air and enter and exit structures together. Should we continue to upgrade one station per year, we will create a significant health and safety concern. By replacing all SCBA at one time in 2015, we will achieve 3 main benefits. Number 1, our health and safety concern is removed and all firefighters will have the same equipment and air. Number 2, we will be eligible for bulk purchase incentives from the manufacturers. And finally, number 3, we can stop the ongoing or year after year capital requests for SCBA. Only repairs and minor replacements will be needed, and the new equipment should last up to 10 years. Of the $432,000 requested of the operational requests, $411,000 or 95% of the operational amount is for health and safety requirements or concerns. It is my belief that in order to protect our firefighters, 3 key pieces of equipment must be provided. SCBA, which I just talked about, bunker gear, which is the coat and pants the firefighters wear to protect them from heat, and finally, the project I'll talk about now is the communications. I will bring your attention to Project Fire 40, which is a digital radio project. This project is a joint project covering both operations and fire and covers all two-way radios in the town vehicles and throughout stations. Total value of this project is approximately $132,000, and it is a second phase of a two-phase process that was begun last year in 2014. Analog radios have created a long-standing health and safety issue, as communications were often lost with firefighters operating inside a structure or snowplow operators operating on our roads. This project completes our full upgrade to digital radios across the town while allowing us to communicate clearly with neighboring municipalities across the county. That actually concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Council, any questions of Chief Pegg? Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Chief Pegg. Thank you for being here this morning. Just a couple questions. The old bunker gear and the breathing apparatuses that you were talking about. When you do get the new bunker gear and breathing apparatuses, what happens to the old equipment?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Simpson, I'll split that into two categories. Bunker gear expires at 10 years by standard, and it must be destroyed. So it is destroyed and disposed of. SCBA, because we've run the process and we have replaced some recently in recent years, we would be eligible to sell those to other municipalities, which would be what I would try to do. Some of our SCBA is obsolete and would have to be disposed of, but we do have a number of SCBA that could be potentially sold to smaller departments.
Okay, thank you. Another question, if I may? Thank you. And just looking at a replacement of a compressor to fill the breathing apparatuses, the old unit, what is planned for the old compressor unit?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Simpson, the old unit is extremely tired. It isn't capable of producing the amount of air that we need. We're looking at possibly refurbishing it to fill our smaller cylinders. Not sure how much usage we'll get out of it, so we're going to have a manufacturer come in and give us an idea on what we can do with that compressor. The new compressor that was in the 2014 budget will be strong enough to service all of Innisfil Fire, so I don't think we need to rely on the old one. It will likely be disposed of.
And the location of the new compressor, will it be in the Leafroy?
Yes, it will.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment and just a couple of interest questions. Relating to Fire 40, which was the radio service, the radio request. It's more of a comment, and although I was never had the been in a fire gear and bunker suit. I was in a police suit in various areas where we had similar analog communication systems, and Chief Pegg is quite correct that in various areas of the town, inside apartment buildings and those type of things, it certainly was a problematic issue for police, and I'm sure it's the same thing with fire. So I fully support that part of it. It's a health and safety issue, and I think that that's what we need to be concerned with. Just a quick question. It's more on familiarity, and I wasn't sure. It's a relatively small item. Was Fire 39, which is some ventilation fans, and I think you used gas powered fans before, and you're going to an electric fans. Most times on fire scenes, electricity is shut down by the power company. How do these fans function? Is there a separate generator that you use on site to utilize them, and cords and that kind of stuff? Is that how they work?
Sure. Through Your Worship to Councillor Lougheed, you'll notice in that Fire 39 there's two different lines. One is for the electric PP fan itself, and the next line is for the generator. So you're exactly right. The power is usually shut off, but our generators can power the fans.
I wasn't sure whether that was a generator that was back in the state. You're lugging two pieces of equipment around, and I wasn't sure that's what you were actually looking for.
No, it would be a portable generator that comes on the truck.
That's it.
Council, any other questions? Thank you, Chief. The Office of the CAO. Microphone, we'll have to turn it on.
Now, just a quick note of the opportunity that we have for you. Obviously, new council, new term. We have set aside $50,000 for you for the update of the strategic plan. This will be, it's been set aside to help support the process of stakeholder engagement, possibly a facilitator implementation and the communication of the new strategy. So just wanted to note that for you. Staff will be coming back to council, hopefully in March, to present a recommendation for council on how that process will actually flow and what it will look like. So any questions? Very good, thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Your Worship. Good morning, Council. My name is Ali Mustafa. I'm the Manager of Capital and Asset Engineering. So I'm excited to present to you the capital side of the budget, and hopefully we'll have a great presentation for you today. I'll start with the first slide, which is capital engineering. I will talk about our department and what we do at the department. We are responsible for several services that we are providing for the town and for the resident of the town, such as asset management and updating our inventory of assets. We do long-term and short-term planning for the town when it comes to the infrastructure. We provide project management for the capital projects, and we provide several other services such as water and wastewater tracking, traffic design, engineering studies, and general engineering issues for the town. With that, I'm going to start the presentation by mentioning which kind of tool we use usually when we try to plan our projects and plan our capital planning. So based on the tools we have right now, over the past couple of years, we finished several master studies, such as Transportation Master Plan, Roads Need Study, Townwide Water and Wastewater Servicing, Stormwater Management Plan, and the Development Charges Background Study, which is a tremendous amount of information that became available for us over the past couple of years and improved our process of the long-term planning for the town. For that, I would like to just quickly touch on the asset management plan that we have right now and give you an overview of our infrastructure inventory for the town. We basically have finished the asset management plan last year and got adopted early in 2014. It focuses on 4 major areas, which is water services, wastewater services, stormwater, and road services. The total replacement amount for all the infrastructure the town owns right now, it's $753 million. I will simply just go through the categories one by one to give you an overview of what we got. I'll start with the water servicing. So the water servicing, we have, as of today, 188 kilometers of water mains. We have 1,008 hydrants. We have 1,277 valves. We have 1 water surface water treatment plant, and we have 10 groundwater wells after we decommissioned 4 in 2014. We have 10 water storage reservoirs after we decommissioned 2 in 2014, and we have 12 pumping stations. Wastewater servicing infrastructure inventory, we have, as of today, 113.4 kilometers of sanitary sewer. We have 9,926 meters of force main. We have 1,490 manholes, in addition to 2 water pollution control plants and 8 pumping stations. When it comes to the stormwater infrastructure, we have 60.4 kilometers as of today of stormwater stormwater pipes, and we have 847 manholes, 1,829 catch basins, and 42 ponds throughout the town. And finally, when it comes to road, which is our major infrastructure assets at the town, we have, as of today, 757.6 lane kilometers of road. We have 14 bridges, we have 15 large diameter culverts, and we have 3,151 street lights in addition to 18 traffic signals throughout the town. The total amount, as I mentioned, for these assets, it's $753 million. Out of that, 136 million is for water, $103 million for wastewater, and $48 million for stormwater, and $466 million for roads. And the next slide shows us all our assets right now based on the pie chart. As we can see, our road services are the majority of our asset at the town, and therefore probably one of the important things we have to focus on in our capital planning. With that, I will venture to the our capital budget for this year, which was divided, as Mr. Davis mentioned, into 4 categories, which is strategic, operational, growth, and discretionary. So we thought that because the budget is too big, so we will select just those major projects for each category, or one example of those major projects on each category to talk about, and we open then the floor for discussions and questions. The first category is the strategic category, which is Inspiring Municipal 2020. We start with the GO Transit, which is the biggest project we have on this category. The project we are requesting this year, or the budget we are requesting this year is $2.13 million. This is for purchasing the land. The total budget for the entire project should be around $15 million, and this is based on similar GO stations in the area. So we got this number from Metrolink, so it is basically a reliable number. We've been in touch with Metrolinks over the past year, and we were advised that Metrolinks wants to do the business case first for the GO station in town before they do modify their environmental assessment, which was done a few years back. So we are still in touch. We don't anticipate any major issues with the GO station at this year, since they have a lot of work to do, but we will continue pursuing them, and we wanted to prove that with this money, we put our money on the table as well as, and to show Metrolinks and the province how important this is for us. We anticipate that there might be some help from the province and from the federal government in this GO station. So if that comes through, probably our cost will be in the range of $4.4 million for our share of that station when the time comes. With that, I'm going to jump to the next category, which is operational. And in operationals, we usually maintain and replace some of our assets, which I mentioned at the beginning. I'll start with the third line culvert replacement, because we know that these kind of projects impact the resident in the area. The project is located west of Highway 400. The budget allocated for this, or requested for this, it's $783,000. We anticipate 5 months of road closure, simply because it's a rigid frame concrete culvert that we need to replace, that was built circa 1930s, and it served its time for the town, and it's about time to be replaced. We know how frustrating this is for the residents, so we already planned the detour for them to go to the fourth line, which is closer to the third line. As it happened, the culvert on the fourth line, which is just north of the third line, also showing a lot of signs of deterioration and need to be replaced. We know the proximity for these two culverts together, so we will be definitely coordinating the work and working in sequences. So we wouldn't close both roads at the same time. If we were able to fit both of them in the same year, we will do that after we tender this. If we are not able to do that, we definitely have to postpone the fourth line culvert, simply to allow the traffic in the area. And none of the projects that we will mention right now would affect the Pan Am and our share of hosting the Pan Am in the summer this year. So we know that we would not cause any conflict with the Pan Am. The Fourth Line culvert, it's on the Fourth Line, approximately 100 meters east of the Fifth Side Road, as you can see on the map. It's also close to the Reeve Boulevard culvert, which we will be coordinating with the Minister of Transportation over the next couple of years when they are doing their work on the 400. The budget we are requesting for this is $576 million. Again, we would need a full road closure for 5 months, but we will detour all the traffic to the Third Line and to Highway 89.
Excuse me,
Construction
excuse me, don't need to scare council, but I don't believe it's 576 million, I think it's 576,000.
$576,000, so $500,000. So we'll definitely coordinate this project again with the Third Line and with Reeve Boulevard, so we would minimize the impact on the resident to the minimum amount. The third project I would like to talk about in the operational category is the Innisfil Height water main replacement. This project came into light because in the early 70s, the developer of that area used a thin plastic line for the main water, and that created several problems over the years for us. So there was a decision made last year to replace those pipes and that network. So we started the first phase of the project, which is Commerce Park right now, and it's well underway, and we're hoping that we will finish that project before the opening of the on-route on the Highway 400. The issue is that in addition to the thin pipeline, that the existing network does not have enough capacity to provide water for fire suppression. So we are bound to provide that water for the on-route and for the resident in the area, and to serve that employment land we have right now. The phase two, which we anticipate to start in 2015, will replace and upsize the water main in the industrial area on Industrial Park Road and Bowman Street. And phase three will upgrade the pipe in the residential area of Innisfil Height. The total budget we are requesting for this project is $7.99 million, which also I think it's in line with the Innisfil 2020 that we are providing our services for the employment land. I will discuss next some of the operations road, but I chose to have a special slide for this. As I will be discussing the road rehab program, which is operational for a budget of $1.758 million, and the road rehab program growth related that is paid by DC, and in the growth category for a budget of $1.663 million. In addition, in December, and after we finished and completed the budget, we received notice from the government that the town got the formula-based grant or funding from the government of the Ontario Community Infrastructure Funding for approximately $480,000, which we thought that would be a good for major infrastructure projects such as roads and water and wastewater, which we thought it would be more appropriate if we present it to council to be used on our road rehab program. Over the next few slides, I will simply indicate how we determine those roads that's being selected to be replaced and serviced this year. As I know, this is a very important issue for the resident in town and a very important issue for all council members. We have several studies, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, that we use as our tools to determine how we plan our long-term and short-term replacement. One of those, it's road needs study, which simply we have our consultant look at our roads and rate them from 1 to 10 based on the Ministry of Transportation rating system. So 10 being a perfect road that's been reconstructed right away and completely clean and good to go, and 1 being completely deteriorated and needs replacement because it's even unsafe to drive on. So based on that rank, we have a list of inventory for all our town's road and their condition at the time of the inspection, which we usually update on a biannual basis almost, and we decide which road needs the most attention at that year. To give you some example of what those ratings mean, I just put 4 slides of road condition. Top right would be a road condition number 10, which is a perfect, newly done road, and on the right, top right would be road condition number 6, which is deteriorated a little bit, but still very usable and it's in good condition. On the bottom right, which is road condition number 4, that means it has reached its own life and need to be replaced as soon as possible. and road condition number 2, which is completely degraded and need to be replaced immediately as it may pose some hazard on the public use. For that, we kind of decided which kind of roads is eligible to be selected for the road rehab program. From the asset management that was completed in 2013, we looked at all our roads, and they provided us with this chart. Generally, our roads are in good shape in the acceptable area, which is in the middle as a bell curve. However, we have many roads on the 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 that we are right now addressing. Council very wisely provided to us last year a good amount of money to rehabilitate our roads, and that gave us a good boost and increased our capacity to do those roads. And we are well on our way to we dealt with all the number 1s, and we are well on our way to deal with number 2s. Right now, for the next 3 years, we are dealing with condition number 3 and 4, and hopefully by the end of the 3-year plan I'm presenting to you, we will have done all those roads that are 4 and below, and we are going back into a good condition again. Mind you that the road condition deteriorate in a theoretical number of 0.5. That means the road which is 6 in 2014 will become 5.5 in 2015, just based on the cycle of one full cycle ran off on that road. With that, I printed them out, some maps for the wards as based on ward by ward, and our plan to deal with them on the next 3 years. So as you can see, this is ward number 1, and we simply put the ward map and all those roads to be done in 2015 in blue. And the map also, in the next map, you'll see also that those roads we have done in 2014, it's in green, and those roads will be done in 2016 will be in red, and those roads to be done in 2017 will be in orange. So this is just a simple map work, and as you can see that we are doing a couple of roads in Stroud this year, and if we blow out this map, that we see that Richardson Street and Loris Avenue will be done in 2015, Gordon Street and Southview will be done in 2016, and the rest of Southview will be done in 2017. Within the same concept, I will jump to ward number 2, which is simply, this is just ward number 2, and those are the roads that we are dealing with in 2015, 16, 17. As you can see, there is solid line and dotted line in these roads. The dotted line represent the road that is gravel presently, and we will be resurfacing them as part of the road rehab program or some of the other programs. So as we can see that also there is part of St. John, and there is Maple Road, and there is Bel Air Beach Road. Those are all will be done in 2015, and some other roads in 2016 and 17. If we blow up that little box, we will discover that that is the box in Ward 2. The same thing goes to Ward number 3, that we have several roads to be done, especially St. John in 2015, and several residentials in 2015 and 15, 16, and 17. If we blow up that area, we will see that this is what we are planning to do. Same with Ward number 4, same concept, several roads. Again, the blow up, that would be the dotted line, as I mentioned, it's a gravel road, and the solid line, it's a paved road. Again, this is Ward number 4 again. Same concept with now Ward number 5. As we last week we did several roads in Ward number 5. So Ward number 5 condition for the roads in Ward number 5, it's generally very good. So it didn't get a lot of attention in 2015. However, we have several roads to be done in 2016 and 17 in Ward number 5. Ward number 6, again, the majority of our roads we selected this year, it's in the Big Bay Point area. Many of them are gravel roads that to be surfaced into paved roads. This is a blow up of the area again. And Ward number 7, and we know that it's important to be cognitive that Pan Am will be happening this summer, so we have control over the schedule. If we see that there's any conflict with the Pan Am, we will simply delay some of these roads up until the Pan Am is complete. But most of these roads are residential roads, so shouldn't be on the route for that event. So basically, if we look at the Cookstown, we see that we proposed several roads on 2015 and in 2017. Again, a blow up in some of the other areas in Ward 7. based on this will be basically our plan for the next 3 years for all wards, and we have a list of those roads if any councillor would like to take a detailed look on those roads. With that, I will move to my final slide, which is basically the growth. I'm addressing the growth component of the budget itself, which is the majority, as Mr. Lockie Davis mentioned, that it's the majority of our budget for this year, and it's more than 70% of our budget. We cannot discuss all the projects. Basically, they're all big and they're all complex. However, we can just highlight a couple of the major big projects, which is providing services to the employment area at Innisfil Heights, and the big new development at Sleeping Lion, which amount for several $1 million. So if we take out if we looked at the numbers, we have a major servicing goes on the 6th line in the next few years, based on priorities. Absolutely, that will be an important thing for us. So we'll be servicing the Sleeping Lion, and we will extend the wastewater services to the Innisfil Heights area. So if we look at the number, we will see that we have $769,000 assigned for water, more than $22 million for wastewater to design and construct all those pipes to the Innisfil Heights area, and we have more than $12 million in roads between Sleeping Lion and fixing the 6th line to accommodate all these projects. We also have one more project I would like to talk about, which is the Lafroy's water main extension, which is an existing project from 2014, and it's an aggregation of several projects that we are working on right now. It's in the design stage. We are asking for additional $2 million to complete this project because we are dealing with water, wastewater, and roads at the same time. This will provide like potable water for the Lafroy area, and will also assist with supplying the town of Bradford, West Gwillimbury with water. This will be one of our lines, and in addition, this will loop into the Lafroy water reservoir, will give us like a loop in our system. With that, I am done with my presentation, and if there's any questions, I will take one.
Council, questions? Councillor Dario.
Yes. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff. We're putting pipes all the way from the Lakeshore treatment plant right out to the Innisfil Heights area. Are they being oversized enough to provide services to the west side of 400 Highway later?
We are still asking for the budget. We haven't started the design process. Obviously, we have certain procedures that we are going through the design, and we will size them appropriately to the entire Innisfil Heights area, and we'll project to the future how much water we may need and how much wastewater we may need, and we will size them accordingly. So right now, we are dealing only with the Sleeping Lion development. So that will be the first phase of the design, and once that's done, we will continue with the rest of the pipe and continue to the west side of Highway 400. But definitely, this will be an important issue for us. In engineering, we usually do those designs, and we project the future demand, and we will design based on that concept. So definitely, we will size them appropriately.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Worship. Just a clarification. Just you started off your presentation, Ali, and it was a good high-level overview for now, and appreciate that.
Thank you.
When you're talking lane kilometers, I'm assuming you're talking about 1 lane of road is 2 kilometers worth of lane kilometers. Just
exactly.
A clarification. So, when in terms of the roads rehab project, and many of those roads are going to be local roads in non-urbanized sections, and when you do the roads rehab, more than just a surface treatment, many of the problems that relate to that I get a complaint about, and I'm sure other councillors get a complaint about, are the ditches on those roads. So that's the roads. When you do the work, the ditches are going to be concentrated on also as part of a collective amount of the work. Is that would I be correct in that?
Councillor, we know that there is sometimes problem with the ditches. We usually try to fix them as much as possible. However, I think this is an important issue for us as well. We've been in talk with Mr. Inwood from operations, and we are trying this year to kind of coordinate our effort. We are doing the road rehab program with the operations so we can fix any ditches problem that we may encounter throughout the program. If they were able to get to that first, that's fine. If not, we'll probably deal with it from our end, at least temporary, until the operations come to fix it. And in the future years, we will probably work in tandem with them, basically have them go fix the ditches first, and then we'll go after them and fix the road itself. So there is some kind of synergy between capital and operations right now, and we are just trying to implement this strategy.
Thank you, and that's what I'm looking for, because on many of these local roads, people take pride in the ditch is part of what they maintain, and they take pride in it, and that's some of the issues when work is done, that it's not quite the same as when the work started, and that causes some difficulty, and it will cause difficulty for councillors, there's no doubt. And the last thing we're going to talk about is Metrolinx, the GO station. And I understand certainly what you've talked about, but in future, right now the EA has been done for a potential of a fifth line location. I know there's talk and pressures of potentially a different location, either on the sixth line or potentially in my opinion, the better one, splitting the difference between the two on a fifth and sixth, so that you satisfy both of the growth, Alcona and Lefroy growth areas. What's the timing of that moving forward? Because that's obviously going to be a critical issue of the business plan that you put forward to Metrolinx and that kind of stuff. So if you can give me an overview on that.
I'll defer that question to Mr.
Campbell.
Excuse me, through your worship to Councillor Lahi. The business plan is a study that Metrolinx will undertake. We'll have hopefully some input into it. Hopefully there's some public consultation around that also. They do their business plan independent of the location. So just somewhere along this length of track, because that business case is from what's the ridership going to be? How does that fit into their operational budget? What are their operational needs? So they want to make a decision, is it financially feasible? And then we have some issues to deal with around what's the location. They have mentioned that they want to expand the siting potentially all the way up to IBR in the 20th. That was never investigated in their first EA. They're saying they might want to put that into the mix. So this issue with Metrolinx, there's still a lot of work to be done with it. And in 2015, our challenge is how do we keep Metrolinx on top of this project, because it isn't a priority for them. To be honest, it's not their priority. They have getting their service improvements along Lakeshore and to Guelph and to Newmarket. That's their focus right now, and they've said that, and we're going to just be pounding them all year long to see if they get this project done.
Thank you. Councillor Rossetti.
Through you, Your Worship, to Mr. Mustaf. Clarification on the roads rehab program, especially in the residential area of Ward 3, St. John's being talked about for many years. When you're looking at this road rehabilitation, sidewalks, I mean, we're not only looking at vehicle traffic, but a way of connecting our community. So is there consideration in that plan for paved shoulders to allow residents to connect the community that's included in this, or is that separate?
Through your worship to the councillor, yes, there is. Simply, we will not only pave the road itself, we will extend the shoulders. We will pave the shoulders as well for people as a bike lane and for people to walk on it. So we are definitely will not do only the resurfacing itself, but we will provide a paved shoulder for right now, up until such time that we may urbanize that street, or no, who knows. But for the time being, we'll just pave those shoulders and we'll connect the community through that way.
Yeah. How how wide is that paved shoulder approximately?
I can't remember I can't recall the number right now because we haven't done into a design detail right now, but usually it's around 10 feet, like 3 meters on each side. So it's enough for people to pass by, and it's enough for people to travel. It's not like 1.5 meter, which is too small, but it's enough for basically 2 wheelchair to bypass each other, basically. So it's around 10 feet each side.
And sorry, another question, just clarification on that as well. Is that painted so that there is a clear view for a driver to know that this is the road and that's paved?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Mustafa. Thank you for your presentations, very concise. I have a question regarding slide 21 and 22. That's the third line culvert replacement and the fourth line culvert replacement. You did state that timing will be, these constructions will be split in timing, so you're not closing off both roads. A couple things that obviously that I know staff that have already considered, but I just want to just make sure, is the fourth line is an overpass from the 400. So that will definitely deter a lot of people from taking that because it's being closed and they'll have to put them onto different roads. The other thing is too, there is really no good time to close down these roads. But another consideration is the construction and timing of the planting and the harvest for the farming communities. I'm citing again that that is the overpass for the 400. The next closest one would be 89 or the I believe the 6th line. So that's quite a distance for farm vehicles to have to go around. So maybe staff can even consult some of the landowners in the area to find out what timing wise to get the work done. Thank you.
Through your worship, absolutely, and thank you very much for that note. Obviously, it takes two to tango. We do the technical part, and we need your expertise in this area because this was a good insight for us. Yeah, we thought about the traffic, but we didn't think about the harvesting because that's a very important thing for us. We definitely will consult with the local residents before we close that culvert. And because the culvert itself, yes, it's in need a replacement, but it's still relatively safe. We will make sure that we will not impact, or we will minimize the impact as much as possible in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson, for bringing that up. Councillor Payne.
Sorry, thank you, Your Worship, and through staff. Just a question on the roads in Big Bay Point in Ward 6. You've got one paved road that's going to be paved gravel, some that aren't going to be done. Where do you decide, or who decides, or how do you decide what roads get done that way? Whether one gets paved, one gets gravel, or some get nothing? How does that work?
Through your worship to the councillor, as I mentioned at the beginning, we have the roads needs study, which we have a consultant who's expert in this area. They go and inspect all these roads on by an annual basis and simply give us the rating. If the rating is, as I mentioned, it's 10, it's good. If the rating is 1, it's very, very bad. So, and most of the roads are in between. So when we give those roads these rating, we deal with those most need for resurfacing first. That would be the 1 and the 2 and the 3. The 4 still safe and drivable. So and that goes even with the gravel road. Even the gravel road, if it's unsafe, we'll try to make it safe. And if it's safe enough, we will probably postpone up until such time that we have enough volume on it, or we have enough money that we can deal with that road. But it depends. Like the priority is the road safe or no? And the second thing is like how much there's travel on the road, what's the volume of the traffic on that road? And based on that, we historically been prioritizing our roads based on those two factors. So to be fair with everyone, those roads that which been traveled a lot will take priority based on those some of the local roads that is not traveled as much. But at the same time, we know that if there's something related to safety, we will deal with that road right away.
Okay, we have some roads that aren't allocated for anything. If they are bad roads, and I know they are bad roads because I've traveled on those little roads, they may be short and they may be, not used off, but the people that live on those streets don't appreciate the big potholes that are in the road. And I have experienced them personally, and they really are bad. So that's why I ask, how do you decide who gets what?
We would appreciate if you give us a list of that roads, because based on our studies and based on our consultants, we trying to prioritize those roads. Obviously, there are some odd cases that we cannot deal with the road. Like one of the examples that we have a road right now. We had to take it off the list because simply it's not a road. It's a trail. And there's big boulders there, and there's a lot of issues there. We cannot deal with it right now because it's a lot bigger than just resurfacing. So we have simply to cut the road right now. So this is one of those things that we had to take it off the list, and there's only one road in town in such condition. However, for the rest of the roads, if it can be fixed within with the operation and being repaired as temporary, we will deal with it through the operation. If it doesn't, well, absolutely. If it's unsafe, we will go and take a look at it, and we will prioritize it based on the condition that we receive. If it's a 1, we definitely have to deal with it. If it's a 2, we'll deal with it, and so on and so forth.
Okay. The roads
Mr.
are...
Campbell, did you want to respond to that too?
Thank you, Your Worship. Karen, maybe if you can move to the next slide first, and I'll try and add some explanation. First of all, I passed around one map for each ward with what's in these slides so that you can see what's in your ward. And Councillor Payne, maybe for clarification, the roads that are dotted in here are gravel today and is what we're proposing to pave and hard surface in the years shown. So within your area, there's a lot of gravel roads, but you can see just about every road will be paved as a result of this program over the coming years. So the confusion where it says 2015 gravel, well, it's gravel today, but we're making it a hard surface, we're paving it, okay? So every colored line on this map you're looking at will be hard surfaced by 2017. So just for clarification, first of all, if you need clarification on that, I can. And then I just want to expand a little bit on what's in your base book versus what's in these maps that you've just seen, because we've added a number of roads because of the additional grant funding we've got. So I finish your question, and then I would like to spend just 30 seconds on clarifying some of the stuff Ali talked about.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Karen, can you hand this sheet out to the council? In your budget book, in the road section and pages 145, 146, are a list of the roads that were in the original plan. As Ali mentioned, we've got additional $480,000 worth of funding. He's drawn on the maps what roads those are, but it's very difficult for you maybe to put in your head that funding request in the road. So this is a list in a similar format to what's in the in your existing budget book. So you can actually see the roads and where they're gravel now and improved. So what we've done, we've taken that $480,000 that because the province has already said we're going to be getting that money for the next 3 years. And to date, our game plan has always been we have $1 million in gas tax money that we put to roads. So people always say, why don't you spend more money on roads? The town has only ever used $1 million of gas tax money every year. Last council, I went to council, said because of the number of bad roads we have, we really have to spend more than $1 million a year. So last year, council approved an additional $2 million out of capital reserves. So instead of $3 million over $3 million over 3 years, council actually, gave staff direction for $5 million over 3 years. Now the province came up with this grant money, which technically gives us another $1.5 million in rough numbers. So what we've programmed now out to 2017, it's that $1 million a year gas tax, the extra $500,000 of grant money, and then finishing up spending that additional $2 million that council approved last year. And when you look at these maps that Ali has put up in the different wards, that's a tremendous amount of work that's been done fixing the roads. We all know the roads have been neglected over time. And the problem, back to your question, Councillor Payne, around the gravel roads and when do they get paved. In the past, a gravel road could always be regraded with a road grader and put some gravel on, and it would be brought back up to a satisfactory road. But it would decay over time quickly because it's a gravel road. And others would say, well, why is it never paved? Well, if we only had so much money and we had a broken asphalt road, you can't easily fix a broken asphalt road where you can't easily fix a gravel road. But over time, we'd neglected those gravel roads. So with council's approval last year and what's in this plan before you today is putting a significant amount of money into those gravel roads to address some of the concerns of those taxpayers. The good news, as Ali was trying to show with that graph of our road condition, by 2017, it looks like we'll be pretty caught up in this town for the first time in years. It doesn't mean we can not spend money in the future, because our challenge is those roads in the middle, those 4s, 5s, and 6s, you have to do maintenance on those. And typically in Jason's area, his budget has slurry seal. Some people think they've repaved the road, where basically they go out and do a micro sealing on the road. It looks really nice, but that's a 5-year improvement. So the roads in the 4 to 6 range of condition, if the operations guys don't do those micro surfacings over time, they degrade very quickly into where you have to get the asphalt replaced. And Karen, if you put those pictures back up for the road condition, just for the councilors, that you all know what it feels like when you drive them and what it looks like, but I'll explain something real technical here in a simple way. Is, yeah, that one. When you see the road condition 2, when a road gets like that, you not only have to replace the asphalt on top, but typically you have to replace all the gravel underneath, because you've totally destroyed that whole road bed. The road condition 6, if we can maintain and surface treat those asphalt roads, you extend the life and you don't degrade that gravel base. So our problem was we've let so many roads get to that condition 2 and 3. It's a very expensive road to rebuild. What we have to do is get out of that state of the 2s and the 3s, get to the conditions 4 to 6s where we do minor maintenance, preventive maintenance, and get that road to last 25 to 30 years instead of 15 to 20 years is what we have to do. But it costs money, and I'm really pleased that the province has put to the town here $1.5 million. And our request to council is, here's a list of roads to spend that $1.5 million on, and we'll be looking for a revised recommendation through the process today, whether you agree with spending that grant money on the road list that's presented in front of you today.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Any other questions? Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Worship. Just a comment, and I think it wasn't mentioned in the presentation, but one of the things that within the roads needs study and what the previous council did is there was a system in place where the worst roads got fixed first, and there was no classification of the roads. And when you see the classification of the roads there now, it's important to note that that there is a policy that I can't remember the allocation of the numbers, but for example, 60% of the roads are the major traffic roads, your collector roads, and or 20% are your local roads, and 20%, because what was typically happening is the major roads were getting fixed and the local roads weren't. So I think that's a policy in place. And just a comment on, it's interesting to Councillor Payne's ward. We come a long way from a time 30 years ago when I remember answering a call on one of the roads that's paved now, where a lady moved up from Toronto, it was going to be paved. She had her playpen, she had everything in the middle of the road, and she was stopping the paving of the road because I moved up from Toronto to live on a gravel road. So,
Mr. Campbell.
One of the things that I'm trying to do in bringing this roads project forward, in the past, the town and staff had presented the roads need study in its entirety, a 10 or 20-year look at what roads might be out there. And a lot of residents and promises were made to residents and from staff, from elected officials, that 7 years from now, your road's going to be fixed. 10 years from now, your road's going to be fixed. Life changes, things happen, and many of those promises were never kept. What I'm trying to do with staff here today, and certainly with my discussions with the previous council, is let's pick the 3-year plan, let's commit to it, let's stick to it, let's get it done. So unless something really weird comes out of, we have a really hard winter and one of the roads we didn't expect to break up did, let's make a commitment to get these roads fixed so that if a resident says, well, what's going to happen 5 years from now? I really don't want to make that commitment 5 years out on which road section is going to be done, but I want to make a commitment to what's being done in the next 3 years. And I'd like the support of council in that approach. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Councillor Setti.
Maybe just a little 101 clarification on comments from residents on resurfacing or repaving of a line, say, I'm going to say the 9th, 10th, and it looked fine. And residents will comment, why did they resurface it? It looks great. And I don't even have an answer.
Mr. Campbell.
Yeah, and that's our challenge when we get into a road that's in the middle of its life. And I mentioned we microsurface it or slurry seal it, because if we don't address that road right now and get that extra 5 years out of it, it looks fine, but we're trying to get another 5 or 7 years out of it, versus if we left it, now we get into something like the condition 4, condition 2, where when we do have to fix it, it's going to be way more expensive. So I could spend some time outside of this meeting on how you deal with the life cycle of a road, because if you expect a road to last 30 years, you have to touch it about 3 times in that 30 years, if not 4 times, to make it last. So outside of this, we can help you understand, how to maintain a road to get the most life. Our challenge, as I said earlier, the town let a lot of roads get to the condition 2s and 1s, and that is unacceptable in staff's opinion.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ali. Mr. Inwood.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of council. I'm going to briefly present to you the operations capital projects, more specifically the parks and facilities and the fleet department, fleet areas. The 2015 draft budget for parks and facilities totals about $1.8 million. A couple of the major drivers for this are asset repair and replacement and growth-related projects. You got any stories, Jason?
Song and a dance now.
You love electronics. Yes, Councillor Setti.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just take this opportunity as a new recruit. Town staff must just cringe when there's new council because of all the questions, and especially coming into a budget. And I want to thank you for your patience, and I saw that even the responses going back at 11:30 last night. So thank you for your patience and getting back to us with questions that you must have heard 100 times over.
Your Worship, I do believe that printouts were provided to council of the slide, so I wonder if we could just speak to it and proceed while the clerk works on the technical side, and council could make reference to the hard copy?
I agree. Mr. Inwood?
Okay, so carrying on to the next slide, which looks really wonderful up there, page 24. You'll note that 58% of the parks and facility capital projects relate to asset repair or replacement, totaling just over $1 million. That represents 14 of the 24 projects identified for 2015. 7 projects, or $630,000, represents growth-related projects, and 3 projects, strategic or other, representing $131,000. Jumping to slide 20. I don't have the same copy, sorry. 47, 48. No, sorry. Slide 49. The draft capital budget related to the town's fleet, which is inclusive of fires, fleet, as well as operations and any others, representing $1.3 million. Again, the major drivers here are asset replacement and growth. The slide 50 in your handouts indicate, again, 9 of the projects and $1,091,000 represent asset replacement. 15% of the budget, or just shy of $200,000, are related to growth, and 3% of the budget, or $40,000, are related to other. I know there's been a significant amount of questions around the fleet over the last few days, so hopefully we've addressed a bunch of that, but at this time, if there's any questions.
Council, questions for Mr. Inwood? Seeing or hearing none, okay. Mr. Cowan? Councilor Ossetti?
Is this where Your Worship, just clarification, would ask a question about the parks and facilities, or is that later?
No, you can ask it now.
Just clarification in on PKS 111, which was tennis court resurfacing at $100,000. That's hard surfacing with paving, and that would be at Innisfil Beach Park?
That's correct.
Have you looked, okay, how long would that last before you'd have to redo that?
Through your worship to Councillor, my experience has been tennis court surfaces last between 15 and 20 years.
Okay. And have you, has anyone looked at soft court surface versus hard, because the lifespan in that is 30 years. So I'm not sure on the cost. It might be a little bit more, but it's self-draining, weather-resistant, and I just wondered for, longer operating costs.
Mr. Inwood?
Through your worship, for this particular project, to the best of my knowledge, that was not considered.
Okay.
And again, my experience is costs can escalate quite quickly to something that becomes very challenging to finance. But certainly for future projects, we can explore that.
Okay.
But for this one, it was not considered.
Yeah, okay. And just clarification on PKS 112, Elkona Capital Parkette. Where is that? It doesn't mention geographically in the town where that is.
Thank you.
Good morning, through your worship. Okay, so Elkona Capital is a development within Elkona. On the agenda for February 4th will be staff bringing forward the draft plan conditions and the draft plan of subdivision for approval. Within that draft plan is a proposed park area. So that's kind of that's the location is within the Elkona Capital Development, which was on 20th Side Road and Innisfil Beach Road. So it would be on the northeast corner.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Simpson?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Inwood, thank you for your update. Just a question regarding FLT 69. We're looking at replacing a lot of different vehicles or some vehicles, and this is just one that I'm just looking at plans for the old, it says trade-in. Then on the other side of our page, the FLT 81, you're looking at selling. Just wondering why do you decide to trade in rather than selling? And like I said, some vehicles is a sell, one's a trade in.
Mr. Inwood?
I think for clarity, most of the vehicles are auctioned, sent to auction. So I think perhaps just some clarification in the future projects to identify that they'll be disposed of through auction.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dario?
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask a question about process? Some of us have flagged items for discussion, individual items for discussion. Should we have been asking those questions or making those observations?
I would think this is the proper time to be doing that, yes.
Thank you.
If I could, please.
Go ahead.
Your Worship and members of council, the intent is this is the opportunity to seek clarification with regards to any of the capital projects that are listed in the capital sheets. The intent of the motions that I addressed in my email to all council members, if you want to amend the budget, then you would be encouraged to fill out the motion sheet indicating the item number that you're looking to reduce, increase, whatever the amendment might be, and then to provide that to the clerk at the end of the process. All of those motions then would be gathered and provided to the mayor, sorted by the different areas so that the discussion with regards to any changes to the actual capital program would take place in terms of a constructive process relative to all the amendments that council's seeking, and then the final changes would then be incorporated as part of an overall motion within the context of the actual dollar amount that's being proposed. Hopefully that clarifies it.
Councillor Dario?
The Fleet 126, I see that the the score for this this asset is 29, which is just over the 28 number, and I understand there are some new some revisions to the policy coming out, but I don't know whether it would affect this. But it seems to me that, and I'd like to hear a comment, that this would be more likely moved to 2016. A question?
Councillor Inwood?
Councillor.
Or sorry, Mr. Inwood.
Through your worship to Councillor Dario, the trailer in question is 18 years of age and has certainly seen its useful life come and go. We have invested some fairly significant dollars and are handcuffed by downtime because of the age of the unit and the challenges associated with keeping it functional. So we do recommend that proceed forward.
Okay, thank you. FLT 144. Oh, this was just a comment. It becomes very much easier to sell an idea that you need equipment if we had something like hectares of parkland maintained 1 year versus another, where we can actually see that there's a growth that needs to be addressed. That was just an observation. FLT 243. And I mentioned this in one of my emails. I have no problem with a budget of $40,000 to address traffic calming. I have serious concerns about even showing speed humps in a document, and they're humps. They're not bumps, by the way. There are many other tools available before you ever consider these. This is one of those things where a resident jumps to a conclusion rather than pointing out the problem. But I've said that fire would be against this because they have to slow down for each axle to go over a hump. Transit bus can't go over it. Low floor transit bus can't use them at all. Roads has a big problem because of water buildup. You have to salt the edge of the road where you have to allow water to run. And it's a huge problem in the spring. A grader that goes over this hump, the blade is sharpened a little bit more each time until suddenly it goes right through the hump and causes a lot of damage to the suspension, the blade suspension. There are a lot of reasons. We held at least several months of hearings that I chaired in Markham, and we heard from all these departments that we hadn't heard from before, of all the problems that we have with humps. But I don't mind including money for striping, including money for education programs, and all the other things that are effective, because once you start, it's a huge problem to get out of this program, and it is much more expensive than we ever imagined before you get into it. But once you do one, everybody wants them until they use them, and then the seniors who have problems with their necks, back problems. EMS has a problem because they got to slow down and step over each of these humps. School buses that carry kids in wheelchairs, they have big problems as well. So I'm just sorry that it appears here, but I would prefer that the money that you're allocating for speed humps be used for some of these other tools.
Mr. Campbell, please.
Through your worship to Councillor Dario, when we did the transportation master plan, there was a policy on speed reduction that none of the warrants ever seem to be met, and we haven't been able to address some of the councillors and citizen concerns on traffic calming measures. As a result of that, what we're doing at the next, on the 28th, you'll see a council report that has a lot of four-way stop issues and other signage issues for likely about 30 sections of roads. There's a subsequent report that's going to come forward where we've had a lot of requests from citizens and from council on traffic calming measures. And when we've reviewed it, we just can't take that policy and plug it against some of those requests because I don't think we'll get the suitable outcome. So what staff are looking at is how do we come back to council with a discussion on some different measures outside of what was in the master plan policy. What might be some of the things we want to do? The discussion on speed humps, there's a lot of controversy over that. Some say it works, some say it doesn't. Striping roads, do we put mobile speed signs in, radar speed signs in, things like that. So what we need to do is bring back a comprehensive report to council with what intersections people are looking for right now, or street sections that people think we need to do something. What might we do in a pilot basis over the summer? And then this budget, although it has some items itemized in it, that report that's coming forward will have a budget that either is in that $40,000 range, but it might not be the equipment that's listed here. So we're not asking council, with council approving this today, if they do, the spending of the money will be subject to further discussion at council and policy changes, because we have to figure out, are we going to do speed calming? What does it look like? We need a more fulsome discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
That's all I have on fleet. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Worship, and I just to follow up, and I know we had to talk about the in the master transportation plan. The speed bumps are non-permanent speed bumps. They are portable speed bumps, and as I understand, what was presented was that the portable speed bumps can be put in for a period of time, removed shortly thereafter, and are such that they allow for industrial type vehicles such as fire trucks and emergency vehicles in terms of their width to go over them. And I know they're used in Barrie now, so just a comment on that.
Mr. Campbell, do you want to comment on that? I know that are they the same ones that are basically in Innisfil Beach Park at the present time that they put down in the summertime?
Through your worship, there are the temporary speed humps that are a narrower width so that a car has to at least put one axle over it, but buses and the fire trucks are wide enough they go without going over it. But all of those considerations and really the locations, because if we are going to put speed humps in or not, that's what this report coming forward would talk about.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Setti.
Just a little input in the movable speed bumps. They have been used in Sandy Cove Acres for a couple of years now. I think Emergency Services have a good test drive in Sandy Cove. In fact, its residents are requesting more of them.
Thank you. I have one, and that's PKS 25, and that's the splash pad in Innisfil Beach Park. And I know I have talked to Mr. Inwood about this, and also our CEO, Mr. Scorbach. To me, this is the wrong place to put a splash pad, and I would certainly recommend that we take it out of Innisfil Beach Park and put it somewhere where our residents can use it 7 days a week, because if it's placed in Innisfil Beach Park, it's not going to be used on weekends by our residents. It's going to be overtaken by out-of-towners. Plus, my big concern is the damage that will be done to it in the park during nighttime, and I would love to see that taken out. Okay, thank you. Mr. Inwood, if you have any comments.
To you, Your Worship, the item in the budget is a placeholder, and there are further discussions forthcoming to council.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you. Just an overview. I know that there was some emails that went around about fleet projects, and some of them have been talked about, some of them not, and I think we have our own maybe our own personal opinions on it. But would it be helpful that when we if we talk about fleet, because my own personal standpoint is that I don't use the product. I don't know the product well, but staff does. That if we have these concerns, such as the trailer, such as those, that we could ask maybe instead of having a whole whack of motions about this being reduced and that being reduced in relation to the fleet, because there's several number of items that if there's a concern about fleet, if we maybe identify the item, send in totality back to staff and say, look at, there's some concerns expressed about this. Can you relook at it? Are you able to rejig it and then bring us back a report? Because my concern is we might be having a whole whack of discussion on fleet 95 or fleet 42 that has different components to it, and really I'm unfamiliar with each of those levels of equipment. I think staff are in a better position to talk about it. Would that be fair moving forward, or I don't know whether there's any comment from staff on it.
Mr. Scorbahatch.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. It's my understanding that we do have a staff team that is working on the revised fleet policy, and I believe in the first quarter of this year, you're going to receive a draft of an update to that policy, and certainly engaging in terms of the policy discussion, in terms of what should be included, what shouldn't be included, the approaches that staff have taken with regards to evaluating the various fleet, I think would be a very constructive discussion. So in response to your concerns, Councillor, I think we don't need a motion at this stage of the game because that policy is being reworked and it should be coming back, I believe. I'm being told that March the 4th council meeting is when it's slated to come back. So you'll have the fullness of that opportunity to debate and discuss it then.
Thank you, Mr. Scorbahatch. Councillor Lougheed, and then Councillor Dario.
Yeah, so just as a follow up to that, so we're into our budget discussions now, and ultimately, if the timing goes forth, we're looking at approvals potentially by the end of February. If that goes forth, and we've got an item that conflicts with the new, if we've approved an item or we have a concern, even though we might approve it, but we have a concern about it, you've got a new fleet policy come about, then that's going to be addressed in the March 4th thing. So, okay, you approve this item that's in there, but we can now tweak it. So then the capital budget would then be revised after that. Is that how it would work?
Your Worship, two members of council, so the intent of the fleet policy, once it comes forward, it'll be evaluated against the criteria that have been presented to you in this capital budget. If there are items that fall outside of what you've already approved, we'll flag those for you so that, and again, if there's a need for further revisions to the capital program, that's something that we can do. I can give you assurances that between now and the time that the fleet policy is coming forward, we're not going to expend any of the 2015 capital dollars on the fleet side of the equation where, there's a concern or a potential problem. So I can give you those assurances.
Thank you, Mr. Scorbahatch. Councillor Dario.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I too really appreciate all of the answers that we've got, the responses we've got, the additional information that we've got, as Councillor Osati mentioned earlier. And many of the questions I had or concerns I had have been resolved by the responses. And in some cases, at least one I can remember clearly, it was volunteered that in fact the new policy meant that one of the vehicles wasn't needed to be replaced in 2015. So we have dealt with a lot of these issues, and I know a lot of my flags have been taken out because I'm satisfied with the explanations I've got. So they won't be coming up in any kind of detailed discussion. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor Dario.
Just one. So anything that I have for roads should be done now or should have been done earlier? Or?
I guess, you know, it would have been nice to, when the roads were brought up and all that, can we bring, how many
Are we
questions do you have?
Actually, okay, one of these was for the treasurer roads, the accounting of it. Okay, one was relating to roads other to, and just a question about why wouldn't part of this, because there's something being, a pathway is being reconstructed due to new development within the adjacent lands. Wouldn't some of that be, treasure? Wouldn't that be, some of that be DCs rather than, so it's RDS other two, OT2. And
Councillor Darrow, can you repeat that number, please?
Oh, RDS OT2. And I didn't know, Mr. Mayor, whether it should be addressed.
Mr. Treasurer, can you
the
find
treasurer
that?
or it just seemed logical that if it was being done to serve or partly to serve the area next door that's being developed, then some of that should be DCs. Maybe I could just leave that because.
No, I think we have a response here.
Oh, through your worship. Okay, so the walkway in question is adjacent to the new Bell Park subdivision, and so it is actually outside of the boundary of the new subdivision, so it would have been nice if we could have, encouraged the developer to, to address that walkway, but it is not within the boundary of their new subdivision, so it's outside. So, the new developer will not be doing it, and I guess it was probably installed when that development was done, significant amount of years ago. It's now a town asset, so therefore it wouldn't be included in the DC background study as a new growth required project. It's more of a maintenance to an existing asset.
Okay, my question relates to the fact that it works for roads. DCs are charged for roads that aren't anywhere near this development just because there's traffic on an adjacent main road, for example, I guess town-wide DCs. And it's a minor point, so I'll thank you. There wasn't anything more? No, thank you. RDS other 4. We show costs for LED streetlights throughout the town, but I thought there was a hydro savings offset for this, and maybe I don't understand what this project really is.
Mr. Campbell.
Through your worship to Councillor Dario. The LED replacement for streetlights going on right now is a different project. Okay. What this project is we still have many streets that have, existing streets that have no lighting on them and intersections that don't have lighting. Previous budgets, we've allowed $100,000 a year just to install equipment where it's never been before, and we come back to council, say, here's the 3 intersections we wish to do, or this residential street, now we want to light. So this budget, it's nothing to do with the streetlight replacement program. This is strictly, if council wants us to start lighting areas in town that have no lights today, and a couple councilors have already said, what about this intersection, or what about that intersection? That's what this budget is for. And we'd be bringing a report back to council after we get some feedback from you as to, which street or intersections we should spend this $100,000 on. And it's typically, as we've been a growing municipality, if you go back through previous budgets, it was $100,000 every year just to deal with this growth need. It's not a growth need, but it's a change in our community need from a rural subdivision that has no lighting or a rural intersection that has no lighting to now we have more urban people or people from Toronto that wish to have everything lit up like a Christmas tree all the time.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification. Just a follow-up question to that one. We still do have streets with HPS lamps. Were they all supposed to, I thought we heard at the announcement that the program was going to be completed earlier.
I don't have an up-to-date number to know how many they've replaced or if they're done. The objective of that streetlight replacement program with Innisfil Hydro is the only lights that aren't being changed are the decorative lights that are on Innisfil Beach Road, because those are different. They're not the Cobra head type. So every HPS Cobra head style light will be replaced. And if we've missed one, just in our analysis, the intent would be we'd add it to the list.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Was there other questions? Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just referring to, through you to staff on PKS 115. That's regarding work to be done at the town hall here and the IRC. These buildings, I believe, were constructed in 2008. Just a question, are there any warranties that are possible for the close to, I guess it's a $300,000 proposed budget?
We have a Mr. Campbell or Mr. Inwood?
You've highlighted the one area where facilities management is always our challenge. Where as we reorganize, who's got that monkey? I think we'd have to come back. I don't think any one of us who are in this room today were around when that building was built, or this building. So as far as warranties, I don't believe there's any warranties available on them to date. But again, none of us were here when that project was done, so we'd have to do some research.
Thank you. I can appreciate that, and my concern is the age of the buildings and the amount of work that's currently proposed. One would assume that commercial buildings like this one at the IRC should be free from any work or possible defects for a period of time. So that was my own concern. And I know it has nothing to do with staff that's here currently, but I'm just wondering if we can look into it to see if there is anything that we can do with the individuals that originally did the work.
Yeah, and one of the issues, and I'll turn to a capital engineering project. Let me just flip to it.
It's page 127.
We've got engineering 37, ENG 37 for $200,000. When we completed the asset management plan in 2014, we were only looking at the roads, storm sewer, water, wastewater assets. That was the minimum what we had to do to keep the province happy on our asset management plan. What we haven't done and what we need to do is what is our asset management plan around all our buildings, which gets to the point maybe that you're trying to address today around what is our requirements on all our buildings around roofing replacements, window replacements, HVAC system upgrades. And that's a study that we have to undertake to get all those assets into our database, make sure we have the correct preventive maintenance. So that is, as I mentioned, engineering project 37 for $200,000 to initiate that study. And when as part of that study, we would be looking at identifying, if we think the roof is ready to be replacement, part of that asset, well, it should have been under warranty or there should have been something else going on. But after we're completed that project, I would have a fulsome answer to your question.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we can move to Mr. Cowan then. And remember, if you have questions regarding this part, try and bring them up at the time the person is presenting them. Thank you. And staff, I certainly appreciate your patience with us up here, so thank you again.
Good morning, Mayor Walkup and members of council. Just going to go through some of our high level, or some of our projects. However, if you have questions on any of them, I can be happy to answer those. Just a summary, the IT capital request is just under the $350,000 mark. One project to talk about here is updating some of our corporate business systems. This was tasked in here, recommended out of our IT master plan that was completed and presented to council in 2013. And basically their review was to fully utilize all the capabilities of these systems. Some of the recommendations in here that we're looking at is currently working on timesheet entry, but there's also other things dealing with reporting and some of the other new technologies that the system does now that either didn't when we originally implemented or we didn't have the need to do it at that time. Another project here that is somewhat related, as it's still trying to do more with the system that we've got, is our works management software. And there's kind of two parts to this, is a work order management to help track the work that's done, as well as some software to help with the asset management, of which you've already heard a lot about, of the assets. This will help with the asset side. Some of the components will help project the useful life and deterioration on those assets, as well as the work order side will help record and any of the preventative maintenance and ongoing maintenance tasks that have been done on those assets to maintain them over their life. We're also looking at this as rolling some of these projects as the cellular technology is available out to mobile workers, so it makes them more efficient that way. The other one I wanted to mention here is some of our hardware upgrades. This is kind of a combination of a few projects. Our replacement cycles vary. They're typically around 4 years, more, sometimes less, depending on what the asset is, what we're talking about, and how it's utilized. So for some future years, we plan the replacements, but when it comes time to do those budgets, we review, is it needed, or can the life be extended by purchasing additional warranty in the case of a server, so we know we have availability for spare parts if it's required. When we do replace some of the equipment that's not necessarily disposed of, we can reuse some of those for less critical applications. This is a practice we've been doing for a number of years, and it was reviewed when we completed our IT master plan. That's a high level. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Council questions. Councillor Dario.
Again, thank you very much for all the feedback through you, Mr. Mayor, that you gave us. It certainly helped me a lot. I only have an observation on IT 74 and IT 97. These are exciting projects. Anytime that you can deliver technology that helps people, in this case, when you're out in the field right there, you can update a database in town. I think these are wonderful projects. And it contributes to the productivity improvements for the whole town. One of the questions that I did ask, and I wasn't completely happy with, was the fact that normally when a project like this is identified and proposed, and IT then evaluates, first of all, the user is supposed to say, this is what it's going to save me, and IT evaluates what it's going to cost to deliver this service. And I guess I'm accustomed to seeing, here are the proposed savings, and then IT saying, well, here's what it's going to cost, so we can put this project on the front burner, and we can do it in this year or that year, and so on. And there are no savings shown, and it sounds like we don't really do that when it's a user identified project, and then IT needs to respond to that sort of request. So just a comment that I think it would be useful. I can see there are savings in hours, and but generally, I can remember one VP saying, "Don't give me any arms and legs. I want whole heads and savings." But in this case, the response I got was that the savings are allow us to do more with growth without requiring more staff. And that's fine, but it seems to me we should try to for certain kinds of projects, try to put a cost on it, a saving on it, and a cost that makes it something that can be reported. Thank you.
Councillor Lougheed. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Grant, for the presentation, and certainly, I think IT is a valuable and important part of it, because if it breaks down, then there's a lot of people sitting around that can't do their work. So I think that's the one thing. The one thing, and it's quite minor, to be honest with you. It's IT Project 98, and it deals with the meeting rooms across the road in terms of introduction of audiovisual equipment. Just a question and observation, because I know there's many groups that use those rooms, and part of the room you have the ability. I think it's divided into 3 areas, and I presume in your project justification there, you're talking about the 3 rooms. One of the 3 rooms or 2 of the 3 rooms can't do an audio-visual thing. And I'm wondering if there can be some coordination with the parks, if there's a possibility it could be phased in maybe over a couple of years, but coordination with parks booking, because many organizations don't require audiovisual equipment. Some do. So if there's an audiovisual requirement, they get allocated to this room, and if there's not, then they get allocated to that room. And might be make it a little bit more complicated, but it's maybe a potential way of massaging those dollars a little bit. And again, I realize they're very small dollars in terms of the total picture here.
Thank you, through Your Worship. That project's looking at not only those rooms, but the other meeting rooms within the town as well. They don't have any built-in AV equipment. We need something, so we bring in a laptop, bring in a projector to set them up. Regarding the rooms across the hall, one room can work on its own with the presentation. The other 2 rooms together go the other way, and that is something we can work with Parks and Rec staff to have it notated on there as to which rooms have which capabilities, and maybe it's a question that can be asked when people are booking the rooms to take that into account.
Mr. Scorbahatch, you had a comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. To members of council, I think it's also important for you to have an appreciation that as a result of the reorganization that we undertook, we took a hard look at the whole IT area in terms of the kind of support and direction that we were hoping to achieve as a result of some of the changes we were making. And last year was the first year that we actually, for the first time as a corporation, have an IT strategic plan. In other words, looking at how we're going to invest our money and what are we looking at in terms of long term, both from a productivity perspective as well as emerging technology. Obviously, there's a huge cost about being on the bleeding edge of technology, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And as part of our challenges in this particular community, as being a growth community, is the whole connectivity issue in terms of wireless communications. And so as a corporation, one of the things that we've started to undertake, and I wanted to share this with you because it feeds into some of the commentary that we're hearing with regards to enhancing productivity and communications, is we actually have gotten into the business of cell phone technology in terms of building cell towers. It's a critical infrastructure piece for a growing community like ours. And unfortunately, the private sector hasn't stepped up to fill that void because of the nature of the competition within that particular industry. And it's a little bit of a challenge working with that industry at times, but at the same time, as we get more and more residents moving into our community, and fewer and fewer of those residents relying on landlines, but relying more on cell technology, it's incumbent upon us to be as creative as we can be in terms of addressing not just our own internal requirements, but the requirements of our community. So as part of the focus on our IT, is trying to ensure that our employees out in the field have the best ability to communicate back and ensure that that connectivity is a critical component to addressing the requirements that we have for our employees. So I just wanted to mention that in terms of a backdrop, because again, we're relatively new in terms of evolving to this strategic planning process for IT, but we see it as such a vital future component in terms of our business that it's an important part. And I think you're going to see more and more as you deal with capital budgets, the IT component as being a very integral part of the decision-making process. And I do appreciate Councillor Dario's comments with regards to the better justification in future in terms of saying, well, what's the savings on the end of the line? For us, to this point in time, it's been about trying to do more with the existing resources we have by investing in the technology, but I think those comments are valid, and I think our staff have heard them.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cowan.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to presentations of senior staff, the capital project overview. The resolution by Councillor Payne.
Excuse me, I resolve that the presentation by senior staff for capital
A
projects.
seconder, please, Councillor Payne.
Sorry?
A seconder. You need a seconder for your...
Sorry, Mr. Stan Dario.
Councillor Dario.
Councillor Dario.
Okay, please proceed. Can you read the recommendation then, please?
Sorry, that the presentation by senior staff regarding the capital budget overview be received as information.
Council, any questions or comments? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay. The recommendation for the strategic capital budget projects, Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Bill Lahid that the proposed 2015 capital budget projects contained within the schedule classified as strategic with total cost of $2,665,588 be referred for final consideration by Council at its meeting on February the 18th, 2015.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Rayner.
Your Worship, just a suggestion to you and members of Council, perhaps there could be a short bio break to allow Council to write out any recommended amendments that they might have in mind for this particular motion. I know we've moved right through the capital now, and this might be a good opportunity for them to take that time, and I need to go to the washroom.
Thank you. We'll take a short minute, about a 5-minute break then. Thank you. And Councillor Bill Lahid. Go ahead, Councillor Lahid.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just a clarification, because I haven't heard it yet. So when I turn to page 9 of 188 on the capital operational side of the budget, so the items that we're going to be voting on the strategic side are ADM 9, ADM 10, Engineering 18, Engineering 37, PKS 113, PKS 116, Planning 32, Planning 34, and Wastewater 40 for $2,665,588. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
So what you're looking for is you're looking for any amendments. If there's any amendments on any of those projects that I mentioned, that they should be put forth now.
Correct. Councillor Nickel.
Through you, I'd like to amend Parks 113, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Doug Lahid, to revise the draft, to direct staff to take into account the need to accommodate vehicles with trailers, and that we install meters for parking for non-residents.
Council, you've heard the recommendation. Any comments or questions? Councillor Lougheed?
And that's for the Enfields development at the end of Guilford. So just as an overview to assist Councillor Nicol, is that's a problem area for ice fishing in the winter time, and that land's been offered up for about a 10-year period of time. I think I read in the report, and I think I think it's a reasonable recommendation to ensure that there's some income generating out of that for non-residents, and that they accommodate, because most of the ice fishing is trailers involved. So.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question there. I was listening to what Councillor Nicol had to say, but were we looking at putting metered parking there for non-residents? And what, if staff could help me out, how many parking spaces would there be there? And also, too, an approximation of what the cost would be to put in a metering device there, either per space or similar to what we do down at the Innisfil Beach Park with sort of a pay-as-you-go thing.
I guess I'm going to refer that to either Mr. Campbell or Mr. Inwood. The question again was how many parking spots?
Through your worship, the Guilford site could accommodate approximately 20 parking spaces. And installation of a parking meter similar to the ones at Innisfil Beach Park, our estimated cost is about $10,000.
Councillor Lougheed.
The only thing I was discussing with Councillor Nicol is, and I think I certainly agree with the councillor's intent for staff to look at that, but rather being directive that, because the last part of the motion is that we install parking meters for parking by non-residents, but certainly subject to the comments by Mr. Inwood, the cost and the benefit may not be there, although that's an ideal project. I think maybe if the wording was that staff consider the installation of meters for parking by non-residents, which would then not be directive that they had to do so as part of the motion. Is that?
You agree with that, Mr. Councillor Nicol?
Yeah, I think that takes into account much better. Thanks.
Councillor Bill Lougheed.
Just questioning, you said it would cost $10,000 to install 20 of the parking meters. How long would they last?
I don't think we're installing 20. I think we're just looking at one, correct?
Through you, Your Worship, we would install one parking meter for approximately 20 parking spaces. The lifespan of those parking meters, I don't know off the top of my head. I mean, I could estimate that they would have a 15-year life cycle, but I don't know that to be accurate.
How long has it been at Innisfil Beach Park right now?
They've been 3 years, I believe, down at Innisfil Beach Park.
Yeah, that's what I would suggest.
Okay, so the payback on them would be within 1 year, I would assume, if you're looking at it. So if they last 4 years, it's actually making you revenue.
That would be a fair assumption, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. This revised recommendation is something I can support. Just a clarification, would staff actually come back to council with a costing for putting the meter in and all the other information that we might have questions on before it was actually installed in the new parking lot?
Mr. Inwood.
Through you, Your Worship, that's certainly something we can do, yes.
Okay, everybody's, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, Your Worship, just for clarification, then this is an approved item in the budget. It's being considered for revision by staff with a report on costing, but it is an approved item in the budget. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Your Worship, if I could just refer to the director, the chief financial officer on wording to make sure that that's a clear message for finance to take back.
Mr. Treasurer.
Your Worship and Members Council, I think the wording, I mean, the dollar amount stays intact. So clearly, from my perspective, the project comes forward. It agrees in terms of what's been presented to council, and the additional information is just direction to staff before they actually undertake those works.
Thank you. Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Mayor. Just is this the parking meter? Is just one park, or is it for all the parks where the ice fishermen go and park their trucks and whatever?
This is just for the one in Guildford.
Just one? Is there any chance we can extend them to the other parks? Or they're not necessarily parks, but there's a lot of parking areas that are being used by the ice fishermen that would create a lot more income.
Mr. Underwood, do you want to make a comment on that, please?
Through you, Your Worship, part of the Parks, Recreation, Culture Master Plan is a review of the road ends and water access points, and we anticipate this question being addressed through that master plan process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Council, you have the motion on the floor now. Any further questions or comments? Sorry, Mr. Scorbahaj.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for purposes of clarity, is the intent of this motion to require staff to come back with a report before any installation or purchases?
I would have to agree that yes.
If that's the case, then I would suggest to you that you're not going to see any material benefit out of it in terms of the installation and revenue stream until obviously next year. So as long as that's the understanding of council, then I don't have an issue with it.
You're correct, because I believe there's only about 6 weeks of ice fishing left. So, yeah, I agree. Everybody's agreeable to that? Okay. All those in favor of that motion? That motion is carried. I will be stepping away, and Councillor Lougheed will take over now.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor, is there any, first of all, Councillor Bill Lougheed, if you can read the revised motion, and then we'll consider any amendments to the motion after.
Thanks, Doug. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Richard Simpson, that the proposed 2015 capital budget projects contained within the schedule classification as operational, excluding fire projects, and as amended to include $479,545 for additional road rehabilitation financed by Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, OCIF, be referred for final consideration by Council at its meeting on February 18, 2015, and that staff consider paving Cook Street in Ward 5 funded from the OCIF funding.
Thank you, Councillor. First of all, just a question to the clerk. I noticed the motion says excluding fire projects. So that would effectively allow the mayor, I believe, to chair that part of the meeting and only because otherwise he wouldn't be voting on the major part of the capital. So if okay. Thank you. So is there any other amendments to the operational side of the capital budget? And again, that operational side is on page 9, continuing to page 10 in the spreadsheet on your in your capital budget section. Councillor Nicol.
I just have one item, just to moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Doug Lougheed. Fleet 87, that council directs staff to remove this item from the 2015 budget to be revisited in 2016.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to ask the clerk, I know from a procedural standpoint, I signed the second of the motion before I knew I was going to be chairing this section of it. Is that permissible under the procedural bylaw to do so? Councillor Bill Lougheed will to take if it causes a problem.
So technically, no, the chair shouldn't be voting. If the chair were returned to the mayor, that would be ideal. I'm not quite sure procedurally we're dealing with an amendment to a revised recommendation. Is that part of Councillor Lougheed's revision that's been put forward in recommendation number 1? If procedurally we should be dealing at a motion at a time, and it seems like we may be dealing with a couple.
So I'll take over then. No problem. So we're dealing with this item first, and then we'll move into the one by Councillor Nicol and seconded by Councillor Doug Lougheed. Okay. Any questions or comments in regards to the item that's been put forward by Councillor Bill Lougheed and seconded by R. Simpson? Mr. Scorbahaj.
Your Worship, just for the benefit of clarity, so that at the end of the day, both council and administration are on the same page, the amendment to suggest that staff consider paving, I don't think is the appropriate wording. It should be that staff pave Cook Street in Ward 5, and I'm not sure if you're adding additional dollars or if it's to be contained within the exact amount of the OCF funding. If it's to be incorporated as part of the OCF, then that's fine. But if there's additional funding that's to be allocated, at the end of the day, I think you want some accountability back in terms of what was the actual cost of paving Cook Street. So I would ask perhaps that the Deputy CIO and Town Engineer clarify what the dollar value is and whether in fact it's in addition to the amount or it's included in the total amount that's allocated for 2015.
Very good point. Mr. Campbell.
Your Worship and members of council, Cook Street, in a rough estimate, looks to be about a $10,000 cost to pave that street. It's very short gravel road right now. When we looked at the road sections that have been included in the paperwork provided today for that $480,000, there is some room left between the road sections we've already recommended and $480,000 because we left some room there, 1 for staff time, 2 for depending what the asphalt prices come in, our contractors, there's a little bit of headroom. So I personally believe that a $10,000 addition to that program will not require additional funding, that we can get it. Unless the asphalt prices come in really stupid, we should be able to handle that.
Should be cheaper this year with the oil down. Councillor Lougheed.
Yeah, just through you to Mr. Campbell. In terms of what we heard about in terms of the roads need study, does Cook Street fall at the lower end of the scale? Because I think obviously that's one of the critical issues that we need to consider.
This is a debate around gravel roads. A gravel road can have a low rating as a gravel road. We put the grader on it, a load of gravel, it's brought back up to condition 6 or 7. So this goes to just our policy of trying to pave some of the gravel roads, because from an engineering perspective, a gravel road is never a bad road. It's always a good road because you can maintain it. But our our process here within town, and what we've been trying to do is how do we allocate money to get some of these old roads paved is what we're trying to do. But it's a discretionary amount, but the last 2 years we've been trying to pave these gravel roads, and I'm adding Cook's Street does not cause a problem from my perspective.
Councillor Lougheed.
Just a little clarification on this. This was to be done when Rod Boynton was councillor, so we're going back probably 6-7 years ago. They came to me and asked why it wasn't done over the last 4 years on many occasions. The road does get full of potholes. It doesn't seem to be graded as frequently maybe as we could. And there's a lot of dust issues, et cetera, for everybody around there. With the new addition to Sandy Cove, which this is adjacent to, and everything that's going to be happening there, this is probably something that's a good head start on that.
Councillor Doug Lougheed.
Sorry, Your Worship. I was just wondering, just in terms of the way it's worded, and to Councillor Lougheed and Councillor Simpson, it appears to me that this is there was the original motion that would have stopped at February 8, 2015, and this is an amendment to the original motion. So I'm wondering if we should vote on the amendment first, from a clarity point of view, and then it would get attached to the original part of the motion, and that's the way we would do it all the way along. Because right now, that what's there would mean if somebody was against it or a majority was against it, the whole motion would go down. So I don't know whether that makes some sense, Madam Clerk.
I get a response, yes. Okay. So we'll deal with the first part, and then we'll move into the second part. Okay, so let's deal with the first part of the motion that was done by Councillor Bill Lougheed and Councillor Richard Simpson. Any other further questions on that? Go ahead.
Your Worship, procedurally, that creates a problem for you.
Oh, yeah, it's
There
because
may be
yeah.
additional amendments that are coming, and which will alter the bottom line.
Okay.
So I think you need to deal with all of the
first one,
amendments
yes.
first, and
Okay.
then deal with the amended resolution at the end.
Okay, so the amendment moved by Councillor Bill Simpson. Please proceed to that then. Or Bill Lougheed. The amendment part.
Okay. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Richard Simpson. That staff include Cook Street for paving with the upgrade to be funded within the allocation of the OCIF funding.
Are there any questions or comments on that resolution? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, moving. Councillor Nickel.
I would also like to add an amendment to the original, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Doug Lougheed, for Fleet 87. That council directs staff to remove this item from the 2015 budget to be revisited in 2016.
We'll wait till the clerk gets that up there.
And possibly if staff had any comments on that.
Mr. Inwood, any comments while we're having this prepared?
I support the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Simpson?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. England. Just regarding these zero-turn units, are these the units that are typically trailered, or are they the ones that I've seen actually going from one park to another that has and also a cab?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Simpson, these are typically trailered units. They are small in diameter, 5 to 6 foot wide mowers.
Okay, and just a follow-up. Just reading through this here, it's talking about service and scheduled work and everything like that. Are you confident that you can get them through another year without costing more than what it would be to replace it or a portion of that?
Through Your Worship, yes, I am confident.
Okay, Council, any comments or questions on the motion that was put forward by Councillor Nicol and Councillor Doug Lougheed? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor? That is carried. Now going back to the original. Which was moved by Councillor Bill Lougheed, I believe, and Councillor Simpson. Which is the one the proposed 2015 capital budget projects.
Would you like me to read again?
Please.
Okay. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Richard Simpson, that the proposed 2015 capital budget projects contained within the scheduled classification as operational excluding fire projects and as amended to include $479,545 for additional road rehabilitation financed by the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, OCIF, be referred for final consideration by Council at its meeting on February 18, 2015, and that staff include Cook Street, approximately $10,000 for paving within the upgrade to be funded within the allocation of OCIF funding, and that Council direct staff to remove item FLT 87, $58,000 from the 2015 budget for revised, to be revisited in 2016.
Council, you've any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried. The next one, I'm declaring conflict and I will move away, so.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Walkup. And for the record, Mayor Walkup has declared a conflict of interest. Call for the recommendation, Councillor Bill Lougheed.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Richard Simpson, that the proposed 2015 capital budget projects contained within the scheduled classified as operational with total costs of, as amended by the increased Fire-5 project request, $15,078,169 be referred to final consideration by Council at its meeting on February 18, 2015.
Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. Are there any questions, comments, or amendments to the motion? Director Davis?
Thank you, Acting Chair. So Council just voted on amending the budget by adding the OCFI projects and removing one. So I'm not sure that the dollar amount that is being recommended, referred for Council consideration is appropriate. We need to revise that number based on the previous motions.
Is there a a recommendation that we can include that.
Mr. Chairman, if I could assist, I think it's the total of the fire projects for operational plus the amount that we're talking about is what we're looking for, and I think Finance is calculating that right now, and we'll have it for you momentarily. I think Finance is working on it.
So it's only the fire stuff, so it's 432,000. So that number is 432,600. Instead of 15 million. It's only the fire component.
Okay, so the revised number is 432,600, correct?
That's great.
Okay, mover and seconder.
Do
Any?
you want me to reread it, Doug?
Nope. Well, I don't, unless council wants you to reread it, I think the understanding is there. So is there any questions, comments, or any further amendments to this section? Call a vote. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Okay, recommendation by Councillor R. Nickel.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Doug Lougheed that the proposed 2015 capital budget projects contained within the schedule classified as growth with total cost of $42,855,019 be referred for final consideration by council at its meeting on February 18th, 2015, excluding capital projects PLN 11, 50,000 and PLN 25, 75,000.
Council, any questions or comments? Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think there may need to be an adjustment to the amount here as well.
Yes. Yeah. Next one. Yeah, you're the next one. Yeah, yeah. No, you can vote on this part. It's the next one we're doing.
Oh, can you give that number? We need to remove the 125. Sorry, the revised motion would be 42,760,019.
The mover and seconder, are they okay with that amount that's put in there? Okay. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Oh,
I apologize, I do have a question. Okay, sorry. Is this, have we taken that?
No.
No, we haven't, sorry. I'm a little confused on the procedure here, my apologies.
Mr. David.
Your Worship and members of council, so the library board met earlier this week, and I have direction from the CEO of the library that the board is recommending changing one of their budget requests project. I'm not sure what project number it is. LIB 34, reducing it from the current $50,000 down to $10,000 for 2015. So I'm proposing that change based on that direction for council's consideration today.
Okay. So we're taking another 40,000 off this amount?
That's correct.
So it'd be Councillor Setti.
Just a comment that 40,000 is being taken off the 2015 budget, and they are moving it to the 2016 budget.
Mr. Rayner.
Your worship, members of council, it might be helpful to have this noted right in the motion.
Right.
I wonder if the mover and the seconder would include, accept that library project, sorry, I've forgotten the number, bracket $40,000, bracket be reduced to $10,000 or something to that effect. It's Library 34, I believe.
Oh. Karen, it's LIB 34.
Does that satisfy everyone? No? Oh, yeah.
Also, Mr. Mayor, I think it's important that the remainder is now scheduled for 2016.
Yeah. Yep, that'll be done next year.
Clarity, the 2016 is not material at this point in time. It's just a placeholder. So you'll be debating the 2016 budget next year in terms of the capital program, and that actually may change. You may find the library board comes back with something in addition to that. So at this point in time, I don't think you want to commit this council to actually allocating that amount of money for 2016. You might want to keep your opportunities open for that.
I'm just a little uncomfortable after thinking about the discussion that we had. But
I think the intent is there.
Okay, council, there is a resolution on the floor there that I believe the numbers are correct now. Councillor Doug Lougheed.
Thank you, Worship. I'm not going to make any amendments, and just for the clarity, because I know it's a different process, but what we're talking about is the growth section that's on page 10 of 188 of the 10 and 11 of 188 on your schedules, and it's every project that includes from engineering 34 at the bottom of page 10 to the bottom of page 11, WW 87, and excluding the two items that there's going to be a conflict declared on for the next, if that helps out. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay. All those in favor of the resolution that's on the floor at the present time? That motion is carried. Now the revised recommendation, Councillor Orsetti and Councillor Payne. It's moved by Councillor Nicol.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Doug Lougheed that the proposed 2015 capital budget projects contained within the schedule classified as growth identified as PLN 11, $50,000, and PLN 25, $75,000 be referred for final consideration by council at its meeting on February 18th, 2015, except that capital project. Yeah, 2015.
We're ending at February 18th, 2015, okay? Any questions or comments on this? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor? That's carried. And I will be declaring a conflict here too, so.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Richard Simpson, that the proposed 2015 capital budget projects contained within the schedule classified as discretionary with total costs of $464,235, excluding Fire 21 at $6,000, be referred for final consideration by council at its meeting on February 18th, 2015.
Council, you've heard the recommendation. Any questions or comments? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor? That motion is carried. And now, Doug, if you'd, sorry, Councillor Lougheed, Doug Lougheed, if you'd take over.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Mayor Walkup has declared a conflict for this item of as it relates to a fire. So, Councillor Orsatti.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Richard Simpson, that the proposed 2015 capital budget projects contained within the schedule classified as discretionary, Fire 21, $6,000, be referred for final consideration by council at its meeting on February 18th, 2015.
Thank you, Councillor Orsatti. Is there any questions, comments, or further amendments to this portion of the motion? Don't see any hands, so call a vote. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
I was wondering if at this time we could break for lunch. Okay. Thank you. So we'll be back here 1 o'clock. Okay, thanks.
Yep. 1 o'clock.
What is it that, I mean, you and I haven't really talked, so I have this spreadsheet, I guess, that this is the one.
So council, we'll move ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Worship, and members of council, welcome to, I guess, part 2 or 102 of budgeting. So we'll be doing presentations now dealing with the operating budget for 2015. As council is aware, we did present an overview to council last week at the regular council meeting. The staff report, the budgets have been distributed some time ago. The presentations you're about to receive today and the information and insights into the activities planned to take place by the various service areas. So each manager will come up and give a short presentation outlining their service commitment plans, their budget requirements, and those types of things. So I'm going to commence the process here just by giving you, again, a high-level overview. Some of the information you will have seen, some of it will be new. The chart here, we just wanted to give you a sense in terms of what the municipal component is for the average household. So you can see from this pie chart, and this comes from AMO, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, that for the average household in Ontario, about 9% of the tax burden is really municipal. Everything else is provincial and federal. And keeping in mind that of that 9%, we're actually collecting education taxes that are remitted to the province or to the school boards. That's really almost a provincial mandated function. So the control that council has over our households total tax bill is very small based on this slice of pie. Not to say that we shouldn't be doing what we can, but this is really a small portion. What's interesting to note about it is that of that 9%, it's really the taxpayer, the local taxpayer sees us, sees council members out in the public, and really they can feel and touch what we can control in terms of the roads that we provide, the water, wastewater, the amenities in terms of recreation centers and fire halls and those types of things. So it's really interesting that we really have such a small component, yet we're so visible and accessible to the public. This slide here, I just wanted to demonstrate it. So when I had originally provided information in the budget binder and in the staff report, it was my best estimates at the time. These are still estimates based on information, but it's been updated slightly and improved slightly based on recent information that we've received, both from the South Simcoe Police. They have, the board passed their budget earlier this week and have a small reduction from what was originally presented. The county has also met and deliberated and reduced theirs. Again, I'm not sure what the town's portion of the county budget will be, so it's my best estimates of that at this point in time. But currently, we're sitting at about a $68.11 increase from 2014, subject to, of course, council deliberations, but this is what's before you today. That would bring the average home tax bill to about $33.8375. What's included in here, obviously you can see the components of the tax bill, how much of it is town purposes, capital levy, county, police services. What's interesting is the pressures, and the pressures will be similar to other organizations, but for us, some of the key pressures for the 2015 budget is insurance premiums. We were experiencing about a 15% increase in our insurance premiums. That's really at the corporate level. You'll see some changes. Some of the managers will talk about some of the pressures in insurance in their respective areas, but generally it's the general liability insurance that's become a pressure for a lot of municipalities. We're not alone in that regard, and this is issues, and certainly the deputy CIO and the town solicitor will talk about the impacts to their budget as well. We also have the full year cost of last year's additions. We had quite a few staff that were added, so the annualized cost of those are a pressure point. Utility costs. So last winter was a very cold winter. The utility companies went forward, got approval to up their rates, so we are experiencing that in all of our facilities in terms of the heating costs to heat those buildings, as well as there are normal hydro cost pressures. And then lastly, there's growth pressure. So we're a growing municipality. We have more sidewalks, more roads, more streetlights to turn on, all of those things. So although some of those costs are offset by assessment growth, there are still those pressures that are causing the gross budget, before we apply taxation, to increase. You'll see throughout the slides that this morning, or this afternoon, sorry, these slides. And so what we want to do is we've highlighted, the service areas have highlighted some of their big ideas, big projects that they'll be bringing forward in 2015. The nomenclature here, the symbols that are here tie into the Inspiring Innisfil 2020 strategic plan. So the C means community. A, again, would be a tourism, arts, culture, and heritage related project, and E being economic or economy related projects. So you'll see those as the managers go through their presentations. And lastly, the service commitment plans. So in the past, we've called them business plans. This year, we're going down an approach where they're service commitment plans. We want the service areas to commit both externally and internally into their plans. And you'll see as we go through that we've put in the legislative and functional slides. So a lot of the work that we do, a lot of service areas are either legislative or functional, things that keep the organization running, things that we have to do because we're mandated to do it by the province or another governing body. So you'll see reference to this, and so this is just a precursor to let you know that those, when you see those, that's what they pertain to. And I'll turn the next slides over to Mr. Scorbunch.
Thanks very much, Lockie, and members of council. So it's my privilege to present to you the Chief Administrative Officer's budget, and as part of the exercise, I'm going to talk really about two specific areas of responsibility. Obviously, corporate administration is the primary one, and that's the oversight of all of the departments and the services and programs that are provided to the public as a result of the legislative requirements, as well as the discretionary direction that council provides. Over the past 12 to 18 months, we've been undergoing a significant amount of corporate reorganization. You're going to hear about cross-functional teams. You're going to hear about a matrix-style organization. In essence, what we've done is we've flattened the organization, and we're looking at a very different approach in terms of how we tackle problems. It's about a team approach, and again, when you hear some of the other areas talking about it, you're going to hear more of that. What's in it for the entire team as opposed to the silo and the hierarchy that traditional municipalities or most municipalities are following. In addition to that, you're going to hear some about of the strategic initiatives that we're working on. And I know as a council, you've already heard some of those exciting opportunities that are coming our way over the coming months in terms of our opportunities, and we're going to continue to explore those and certainly provide strategic guidance and direction to council with regards to how we can deliver and execute in terms of bringing employment opportunities to the community, in terms of looking at servicing strategies, in terms of the employment lands, and all of those things come to a head through the Chief Administrative Officer's portfolio. One of the things I want to just sort of give you a broad overview of is here are the real numbers that drive the organization. We've got a draft operating budget of just shy of $21 million. Draft capital budget that you've seen is just shy of $61 million. Full-time complement, we have 161 full-time staff members. Part-time complement is quite healthy. We have 110 employees in part-time categories, and a lot of these are seasonal employees who provide additional support to us through peak demand periods. And we also have a fairly robust volunteer fire service. And I think that's important as you consider some of the challenges that we face in terms of service delivery. Is we do have volunteer firefighters, but you're going to hear that at times that's a challenge, especially given the fact that you know, these are individuals that do have full-time employment, and their availability at times throughout the course of the day or the week or the month is constrained by those employment opportunities that they do have. You've already heard and debated certainly the capital program in terms of some of the strategic initiatives. This is just a high level to give you a sense that there's quite a variety and array of strategic initiatives that we have on the go. So, you know, when you think about the corporation, it's a multi-dimensional corporation. We've got a number of different initiatives on the go, and it's a matter of how do we juggle all of these balls and keep them in the air so that, you know, we are advancing the initiatives in an appropriate time frame for council and the public. A couple of the success stories that I want to highlight is over the past couple of years, we've had a couple of real significant changes in terms of direction. One of those is as we looked at the modernization to gaming that the provincial government was rolling out, we recognized that that was an Achilles heel to us. And what I mean by that is the province was looking at how they were going to administer future gaming opportunities across this the province. And so they identified a number of those locations where slot revenues were actually a predominant part of the business opportunities. And what they said is that they were going to start to migrate to a different structure, to a different system. And as part of that, from my perspective, basically what the provincial government is saying is we want to get out of the business. We want to privatize this business, and we want to just simply be the regulators of the business. And in order to do that, we have to become a little bit more competitive. And so as a result of that, they're saying to the folks that are running or potentially will be running gaming venues, is you're going to have to compete for the business. And so that means that Georgian Downs is one of those venues that's going to have to compete in the future. There likely will be an RFP that'll be issued. The anticipation is later this year. And the potential operators will bid for that opportunity to run gaming activities within this region, within this geographic area that's being defined by the provincial government. And at some point in time, decisions will be made as to whether, in fact, they will remain at that location or whether, in fact, they'll migrate to another community. Within the context of the geographic area that we have is Barrie, ourselves, and Oro-Medonte. There's also going to be an additional venue opened up within the Wasaga Beach and Collingwood area. And so we are part of a geographic area that encompasses 3 gaming facilities. So Georgian Downs currently, the Wasaga Beach Collingwood facility, which is to be built, and Rama, the gaming facility in Rama. So what will happen is the RFP itself will require one operator to operate all 3 venues. And that's how the RFP will be set up. And it's a way for the provincial government, again, to turn over the administration component to the private sector and allow it to continue to be involved as a gaming regulator. So one of the things that we did is we said we have to start looking differently at how funds can be generated within this community. And one of the things that the previous council subscribed to was the Spirit of the Community Fund. And so it's an approach that we take in terms of trying to do fundraising that supplements some of the funds that we receive from the slot revenues. And so over the past year, I can report to you that we were very successful in terms of the fundraising. In excess of $165,000 was raised through 2 specific venues. That was the Mayor's Gala and the Mayor's Golf Tournament. And certainly that's an initiative that has established a very high benchmark in terms of fundraising. And it's something that certainly from a community perspective, it's a huge benefit because those funds get turned back into the community through the Spirit of the Community Fund that folks can apply to. The other thing that a success story I want to touch on is the fact that we are moving forward with regards to key performance indicators, basically a balanced scorecard. That initiative was rolled out in the fall of last year to council. The expectations are that you're going to see an update to that, and that'll be coming through, I believe, in the first quarter of this calendar year. And the intent there is about accountability. It's about what are we doing, how well are we doing it, and how effective are we in terms of the responsibilities assigned to us. And one of the foundation pieces to Inspiring Innisfil is the issue of continuous improvement. And so the balanced scorecard gives us that ability to continue to look at how we do our business and continue to strive to make those improvements. The one thing that was mentioned as well is the fact that we do have a significant amount of growth pressures in this community, and certainly I believe that you saw from today's capital budget discussions that a lot of the pressures that we're seeing in terms of investing into this community is about the future. And that's really what we want to stress, is the fact that at the same time as a challenge, it's also a success story, because there are a lot of communities across the province of Ontario that would love to have the challenge of growth that we're seeing. So I think at the same time that we see this as a bit of a challenge, we should celebrate the fact that it's a huge opportunity. And certainly I know from a staff perspective, our employees are thrilled at the fact that we're here talking about the future in a very positive fashion, as opposed to in some parts of the province of Ontario where they're looking at shrinking communities and constricting budgets and dealing with things in a very different fashion. You heard earlier today from Amanda Dibbets. Amanda has moved out of the Chief Administrative Officer's portfolio into the Business Performance Specialist role. And Amanda will be driving a number of the initiatives from the key performance indicators. And she'll also be driving the Inspiring Innisfil. In terms of the update, she briefly mentioned to you that there will be a report forthcoming with regards to that, and our expectations are that Council will be fully engaged in terms of setting its priorities over the balance of this 4-year term. As far as other bold new ideas, again, Council's aware that we're working on some strategic opportunities with regards to how we might be able to deliver services, especially to Innisfil Heights. And we're optimistic that later this year, Council and the community will be fully engaged in terms of looking at that opportunity. And that sort of brings me to a conclusion and an opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Scorbach. Any questions, comments? Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question regarding the Accountability Act and Bill 8, which is passed, but I guess there's no regulation surrounding it. But I'm anticipating when that happens, it will be
before the end of 2015, and that there will be some requirement of us to have an official ombudsman, or, so have we got something in the budget built in for that?
Specifically identified as that particular function, no, we don't, but that's something that your staff is looking at, and we're optimistic that as we continue to look at restructuring the organization, that opportunity will avail itself.
Councillor Doug Lougheed.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to the CAO. Just in relation to the fundraising activities of the spirit of the community. As I recall, there was some indication of a future foundation that might be an initiative because, you know, obviously we've had some considerable success the last couple of years, and hopefully we have that success down the road. But if we don't, then there potentially might be a shortfall, and the foundation was a potential opportunity. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Thank you, Your Worship, to the council member. Definitely, it's on our radar screen, and certainly I believe it was in the spring of last year, or potentially the fall of 2013, when the administration brought forward the concept of looking at a community foundation. It is on our radar screen, and we're optimistic, subject to how certain initiatives may roll out in the coming months, that we'll be in a position to report back to you with a strategy as to how to set up some seed funding with regards to a community foundation, and also a process in terms of how council might empower a community foundation to take on the roles and responsibility for the fundraising initiatives, as opposed to have them sort of embedded into the political element of the organization.
Yeah, I think that's good, because I know in terms of the fundraising ventures that we've got now, I think there's certainly some opportunities out there, because certain members of the community may not be able to either attend or afford the particular two primary fundraising that we got now, but they still want to contribute, and I think that would be an avenue that is untapped at this point, that would lead us to a lot of success.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just as an update, I believe since 2013, we've started to allocate $100,000 from the fundraising initiatives into an account to actually establish the community foundation. So we're optimistic that, again, subject to what transpires over the coming months, that might be able to accelerate that initiative, is that we might be there sooner rather than later, and that certainly would address some of the concerns about, where does the community go in terms of, the initiative, and how does community embrace and take charge of its own foundation.
Councillor Dario?
Well, I was going to ask my question later in the clerks section, but it's on this subject. And I can't help noticing that the amount available for community grants, I forget what it's called. We're adding 100,000 to that. It already has a considerable amount carried over, which makes available something like $260,000. I think it would be more appropriate if the ultimate plan is to assist with the initialization of the foundation, that at least the 100,000 transferred from reserves be directed to a different line or account or holding place, rather than show it as something available for community grants.
Mr. Scorbadge?
Your Worship, to Councillor Dario, the 260,000 that you're speaking of, that's the sum of funds available for community groups to come forward and make application. There is a separate reserve fund that's established for the $100,000 on an annual basis to build up for the community foundation. So they're two separate issues, but they're related somewhat, from the context that ultimately, what we would like to do is eliminate the community grant program as a municipal function and have that strictly delivered through the foundation itself, so that in future years you would not see that within the context of the town's.
Well, I can put a motion, not now, but when we review the clerks. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or any comments? Okay, moving on to the next.
Your Worship, members of council, appreciate the opportunity to present the Economic and Community Development budget to you today. In terms of our service area, the Economic and Community Development team oversee economic development and recreation with the town. Newly formed in 2014 as part of the corporate reorganization, the Economic and Community Development team is responsible for developing, implementing, monitoring a comprehensive community economic development plan for the town. The division delivers a business attraction and retention program that integrates with strategic marketing programs, which promote the town and business locations as a tourism destination. Overall, our department, what we do in terms of our recreational capacity, we also run the summer camp program, recreation in terms of rentals for ice fields and community halls. We, in 2015, will assume the town grant program. We participate and run a variety of special events, support business, and support tourism. By the numbers, in terms of economic development, you'll see a slight increase of 7%. The driver for that is as a result of the corporate reorganization and the impact of reclassifications of positions within the departments. Looking at recreation, you will see a slight 10% increase. Over 2014, we did experience a reduction in provincial grants with the example of a grant that we formally received for inclusion at our summer camps to deal with children with disabilities. We no longer receive that. So in order to facilitate that portion of our program, the slight increase was added as an adjustment. Facility usage charges, and in terms of our programming, the increase is required due to the way we offer programming to the community. We offer a programming service through consultants or coaches and programmers through the community. Their service costs have gone up in 2015, which is a response for our slight increase. In terms of employment, as we look forward, we're talking about success stories. In 2014, we hosted 2 community job fairs. One was done in conjunction with Northern Lights and the Chamber of Commerce. The other one with Tanger for the outlet mall expansion, which I will talk to a little bit later. We successfully obtained an offer to purchase the old town hall property for the purpose of the development of a medical facility. We partnered with the Innisfil Chamber of Commerce on the 2014 Business Awards, and over the course of 2014, we supported over 90 businesses. When I talked about the Tanger outlet expansion, this is a great success story for the town. The town worked closely with Tanger staff to navigate municipal approval processes to ensure the development process proceeded smoothly. This resulted in the project being completed in just 18 months. The project and new retail stores showcase 35 new outlet stores for the town of Innisfil, feature approximately 150,000 square feet to an upscale outlet center, which showcases stores such as Calvin Klein, American Eagle, Gap, and Tommy Hilfiger. The growth to us as an economy in Innisfil is estimated at $60 million economic impact to our local economy, and has created over 400 full-time and part-time retail and management jobs within our sector. In 2014, I had alluded to the fact that we did a Tanger outlet mall expansion job fair. We did this in conjunction with the Innisfil Chamber of Commerce and Northern Lights. The success from the fair was evident. We Through the course of the day, starting at about 10 a.m. Through the evening, we put about 700 people through the door. People were hired on the spot, and we're going to continue that with our job fairs in 2015, inviting Tanger to come back and facilitating any opportunities we can have to facilitate and promote local employment in our area. Looking at community-based programs, 2014 saw our team lead 383 youth participants through our town summer camp programs, which is a great success for us. 220 community-based recreation programs were offered, and we added an addition to the sand zone volleyball courts at the IRC. In terms of the numbers of rentals, the rentals for ice pads were over 9,000 hours facilitated by our staff. Ball diamond rentals were over 2,000 hours, soccer pitch rentals over 2,000 hours, and community hall rentals within Innisfil were over 4,000 hours in 2014. In terms of where we're headed for 2015, in terms of big ideas, our staff will be launching in the next month or so a new cultural mapping web portal called Places of Innisfil. This is a web portal which will allow the community, businesses, cultural facilities, heritage facilities, and municipal buildings to be featured and profiled on the World Wide Web. Businesses will be able to update their information, link to their local businesses, add features such as places or pictures and virtual tours to promote and highlight what we have here in Innisfil. We will continue to establish meetings with investors, and we will proceed to host a community job fair with Northern Lights and the Innisfil Chamber of Commerce. In 2015, we will continue to proceed with our business retention and expansion study. In partnership with Nottawasaga Futures Economic Development Team will complete 120 business interviews from a sampling of Innisfil's business community. 100 businesses will be picked at random to ensure the business sector is looked at equally. Approximately 20 of these businesses will be hand-selected to link their focus on the tourism industry. The data collected during this study will help us identify red flags, develop recommendations for future planning, actions to support BRNE and Innisfil, and will provide a final report on information gathered, best practices, and make recommendations for the future. In terms of recreation, you're fully aware as a result of our last council meeting, we are proceeding with a Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan. The purpose of the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan is to establish a collective community vision for parks, trails, connections, recreation, and cultural facilities in the town of Innisfil, as well as establish a level for programs, services that are needed to meet the needs of our changing and vibrant community. The scope of the master plan includes trails, parks and open spaces, recreation, town facilities, and services throughout the geographical boundaries of Innisfil. As previously discussed, there will be focus on road ends, lake access, consultations with youth and seniors. Throughout the community consultation process, we will develop a comprehensive planning framework consisting of strategic directions, implementation of strategies, policy implications, financing, and identify financing strategies. The final master plan will be a critical community resource document that will clearly articulate what, where, when, and how future facilities and services will be constructed, implemented, financed, and maintained. The last master plan process that we went through was in 2002. Will greatly assist our team in terms of developing new subdivisions and service provision levels for Innisfil. Moving on in terms of recreation, we touched on this morning the fact that the 2015 Pan Am Parapan Games are coming to Toronto and surrounding municipalities in 2015. One of our staff initiatives will be in the summer of 2015. We will partner with Toronto and the host municipalities to host the shooting events in the town of Innisfil at the Toronto International Trap Shooting Club located in the village of Cookstown. The trap shooting sports for the games will be air pistol, trap, and skeet. In advance of the games, the town of Innisfil recreation team will be hosting the Pan Am Games torch relay. The event will tie in various groups from the community, including schools, businesses, community groups, and we're hoping that the establishment of those groups in terms of a large-scale community event will set the direction and the relationships we need to enhance community development in Innisfil going forward. With that, I'm going to move, and I apologize, the slides you have in front of her, they were changed yesterday and were not updated on the presentation that is in front of you. We have talked about the business expansion and retention study. I will move on to questions.
Okay, council, questions? Councillor Lougheed?
Just a question, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mark. Just a question on facilities and facility rentals. And I think this is a question I pretty well ask every year, but obviously there's prime time and there's not quite so prime time that that the facility might be sitting vacant and ice pads not used and all that kind of stuff. Can you tell us any initiatives or what initiatives might be planned and in order to maximize the usage of that time so we can get an income generating out of that period where it's a little bit slack?
Yes, through your worship to council. The year 2014 saw us address some of those things. You'll see in terms of our programming now, we do offer more mom and tot skating. We're offering parent and youth shinny programs throughout the day. The master planning process that we will go through will be actively identifying our allocation policies and looking at how we use facilities. At the end of that, we'll have more of a comprehensive idea of who's out there, what their needs are. We'll look to fill programming gaps that may be existing.
Any other questions? Deputy Mayor Dolan?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, the Churchill Community Center, now that it's a courtroom, have we seen, is it still getting used on the weekends is it still getting rented out? And is it working out? Is it a good news story or a bad news story?
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Dolan and council, by the numbers, I don't have that exact stat in front of you. If you're interested in actual usage report, I could bring that forward to council if that was of value. We will be looking comprehensively at that during the master planning stage, and once we actually collect the data and provide that to our consultants, we'll be looking at how we utilize our our community halls in each center.
So that hall would be included when we're doing the master plan?
Yes, we will be looking at all town-owned facilities and how they relate and how they're being used by the community, how we may better use them in the future.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Our Deputy CEO, Mr. Rayner.
Thank you, Worship, and members of council. It's my pleasure to present the operating budget for the Legal Services Department and Deputy Chief Administrative Officer. For the most part, the Deputy CAO role and duties and responsibilities were really captured under the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, so I won't repeat those here at this time. Generally, legal services could be lumped into these three different focus areas: risk management, insurance, and contracts. That's complicated, and I won't bore you with all the details that go into that component. What I would note is that it also includes labor relations and support for our boards as well. So I've recently been doing quite a bit of work actually for the police board in an effort to mitigate their external counsel budget. We are somewhat unique in terms of the municipal legal services departments because we are generalists. Most municipal departments in-house focus in on either the real estate and development side or the claims litigation side, Ontario Municipal Board hearings. But we really do try to mitigate our costs in all areas of our litigation, contracts, real estate, and then only externalize when it's absolutely necessary or appropriate, as you're familiar with. We have a number of ongoing litigation matters, both in front of the Ontario Municipal Board as well as the Superior Court of Justice, where we are suing people or people are suing us, and we are handling 99% of those matters in-house. There are really only two major external files which you're familiar with, and I won't get into all those details here, but you can expect before the end of the first quarter of 2015 a litigation report that will give you some details and background, particularly for the new council members, so you can become familiar with those. And of course, most of that is in camera, of course, and confidential. By the numbers, there's some interesting things happening with the legal services budget. The most significant driver is the transfer of insurance and risk for our facilities into the legal services and insurance and risk budget. So that was, when you look at the detailed sheets that are attached, you'll see that that's a 95% increase in that insurance budget, and that was just an internal transfer. Part of it is an internal transfer. The other component is that we are seeing our premiums increase significantly. It's about 15% year over year. And the bad news is that I don't see that getting any better until the joint and several liability component is addressed. And I know Deputy Mayor Dolan is working on that with AMO, and we continue to be lobbying the government to change the rule that essentially means that if we are 1% responsible for an accident, we are 100% responsible for the ultimate outcome in terms of damages that a court may award. And you see this it's most common in cases where there really isn't the insurance that's available, and so the municipality is looked at as this, insurer of last resort, and so there's a significant lobbying effort to try to reduce that liability for municipalities. But at the moment, we're still paying those insurance premiums with joint and several liability included. In terms of successes for the 2014 year, most of them I can't tell you about in public session, so that's too bad. The one I can tell you about is the risk management policy was adopted by council last year, and this is going a long way and has been a long time in the making in terms of laying that foundation for us to have a comprehensive risk management program at the town. At the moment, it is in the implementation phase, but risk management was really not anyone's single responsibility. We now have a law clerk who deals with claims as well as risk management, and so the portfolio sits primarily with her, under my direction, of course, as town solicitor, but there will be a corporate-wide risk management team put together this year that will begin then the prioritization of moving towards full implementation of a risk management program at the town, which I'm very excited about, and I know you are too. In terms of the big idea for 2015, it seems not that exciting, but financial responsibility and fiscal responsibility continues to be the mantra in legal services. That was my mandate when I got here, given to me by council, to reduce our external legal counsel budget. The year before I arrived in 2009, the corporation was spending in excess of $900,000 in external legal counsel costs. The 2015 budget, as you've seen, which excluding insurance premiums, is at $670,000. And we've significantly staffed up in the last 5 years. We have significantly more internal expertise, and are still under what we were spending externally. And of course, we've grown, so we're involved with more, and there's more legal advice being given at the corporation. So I'm not very popular with the external legal counsel anymore. I don't get hockey tickets anymore, but we're doing what's best for our taxpayers and for the community. Happy to take questions, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Rayner. Can you give us the amount of the insurance for a year for the town?
Certainly. So the premiums, Your Worship, for the 2015 year, if I've got this right, and I'll look to the treasurer to confirm for me, are $133,000.
No. The total amount for insurance for the whole town, yeah.
The total
sorry.
premium,
Yeah.
Sorry.
$500,000.
And that would include the,
Yeah, all aspects. So that's fleet, facilities, general liability insurance. So comprehensively, we're spending $500,000 in insurance.
Thank you.
and we have, Your Worship, a $25,000 deductible on major CGL liability. We did explore on the renewal most recently with our insurance. We actually switched brokers of increasing that, but unfortunately the premium savings was so minuscule that it didn't make sense for us financially. But we have looked at that, particularly as we try to take more and more in-house to handle from slip and fall cases and those kind of personal injury matters.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson, and then Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, Worship. Talking about insurance premiums, so just to backtrack, you were stating that increase year over year is approximately 15%. Is that on the $500,000 insurance for the whole town? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think that's correct, through you, Your Worship, to the councillor.
A question regarding that, the 15% increase year over year, is that something that's happening throughout municipalities in Southern Ontario, or is it, there's nothing different with our town, like liability issues and things that are happening?
No, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Simpson, my understanding is that's happening throughout the province, and as I said, it's really that joint and several liability that continues to cause the insurers heartburn, because the awards that are being given for what is essentially an unpredictable outcome. You know, the recent case that Deputy CAO Campbell and I had followed very closely was the case where a poor individual went through a stop sign, and the municipality was held responsible because the speed limit sign wasn't in the proper place, or so that was the argument. There was a huge award provided. Now, thankfully, it was addressed on appeal. But there's all of the Ontario municipalities are dealing with that, and some of them have tried to increase their deductibles to be able to manage the premium side. But unless you're a Hamilton, a Markham, a City of Toronto, where you can increase your deductible to $500,000, which means you're handling all of those, you're basically self-insuring up to that point. You don't really see a significant premium change. We had looked at $50,000 and $100,000, and still the premiums were not significantly different.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not to belabor it too much, but the joint and several is definitely a province-wide issue, and one that we've gotten a big fat no from the province. Actually, I was the one who asked the question at the last AMO meeting to the Attorney General, and we're not getting anywhere on that front. But so the tactic now is to get people upset about it, because when you say joint and several liability, people have no clue what you're talking about. They don't understand the impact on their tax dollar. But recently in the news, if you follow the local news, there was the issue of you couldn't go tobogganing in Orangeville. Oh, yeah. And those are the things that people, they're outraged about it, but they don't realize that's because of joint and several liability. That's, and how much of their, so AMO's new approach is to take a different communications and education and try to make it real for people, so people do get upset, and maybe then the province will change their mind and take a look at it. Because it's the way it is now, it's not sustainable. And the question at the county the other day, a lot of new county councillors there, including us, but a lot of new to the municipality, and they're going, well, there's hundreds of insurance companies out there. Surely, you can go out there and get a better competitive bid. But the trouble is, so few. I think there's 2 or 3 insurance companies that'll even touch municipalities because we're so vulnerable. And then, I guess, to end with a question, so one of the issues that we've run into in the past is when we are sued for something, and we do feel we have a really strong case, there's a real big push from the insurance company to settle. as opposed to actually fight it. And there was some times that, you know, I felt that we should have fought it and we didn't. And I just wondered if that's still a trend. Are the insurance companies still pushing towards settling because they're afraid of the risk of going to court?
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Dolan, that's an excellent point, and it's one of the reasons why I had originally wanted an increase in our deductible, because of course the higher your deductible is, the more control you have over the file, because the first 50 grand or 100 grand are yours, so you get to direct, even if the insurer insists on appointing a certain external counsel individual, we still get a say in how that outcome plays. But I've actually been able to develop a good relationship with our broker and with the external counsel. One of them, for example, is Chuck Loopstra, who has done work for us anyways. And they're very good, even though I may not technically have authority to direct them in the litigation. They've been listening, and we've taken a very active role in those files for those reasons, because in many cases we don't want the insurer simply settling for 25 grand because it costs them nothing and they get out of the file, and there's no risk that there's going to be a terrible judgment that's going to impact them later, but it's all our money. So we are working on that, and we continue to push in that area.
Any other questions? Councillor Bill Lougheed. Oh, sorry. Doug, and then Rob Nickel.
Thank you, Worship, through you to Jason, and thank you for the presentation. I think one thing you didn't touch upon was your income generation in terms of the legal department and the transition from prior to the time you got here and now that you're here, and where legal work was done outside, and it was we charged developers, builders, other people, and it would go to that firm, and we didn't get any net benefit out of it. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit on that success part of the legal department, and maybe just give us an overview of maybe what was generated in the past year or so, or what is the average generation of revenue?
Certainly, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Doug Lougheed, we continue to collect data on to the extent to which we are able to recover the costs, particularly related to the development files, so subdivisions, site plan agreements. In conjunction with Manager Carolyn Alley's department, we are looking to recover all of those costs that relate to development work. So the drafting of a subdivision agreement, site plan agreement, and so right now we have 2 law clerks who work on real estate and development, and the original, you'll recall, the original proposal that I gave when we got approval to put those staff in place was around 80%, 70 to 80% recoverable. And we're continuing to collect data on that. Last year, the recoveries was in the neighborhood of about $180,000, which included a portion of my time as well. So when I work on a subdivision file, I bill it back at a lawyer rate of $210 or $215, I can't remember exactly. So we continue to monitor that, Councillor, and to see what is the right mix, because one of the things we've realized, of course, is that when you have the capacity internally and you are frankly cheaper than law firms, the developers, and you know, Manager Alley can correct me if I'm wrong, the developers are quite attuned to the fact that we can do this work now significantly cheaper for them, you know, ultimately than us having to externalize it. So there's some heavy lifting going on there that they've started to realize. So we continue to monitor it and make sure that it's reasonably balanced, because there is work that's not recoverable. That's real estate work for our capital projects or other projects. But certainly the goal is to make sure that we're covering off as much of those expenses and benefits for those salaried employees internally, and then in exchange get them to be able to do some stuff on other files as well.
Councillor Nickel.
Thank you. Through you to Deputy CEO. Obviously, we're talking about the insurance policy and the huge increase there. I've gone through a few hundred pages of documents over the last week or so. I can't find anywhere in the document where that is a deduction in any other budget. I don't know if it's unfair to give it to you or to staff to show me where that reduction is in the facilities budget.
So through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Nicol, my understanding is that's in the facilities, it's related to the facilities transfer, so it would be in the operations budget. And I'm looking for the manager of operations, who might be able to direct you, if we give him a couple moments, to that specific line in the operating budget that sets that out, if it's specifically set out that way, but that's where it was coming from.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Keep up the good work. Mr. Eastwood?
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, members of council, my name's Don Eastwood. I'm not Tim Kaine. I'm really filling in for Tim while he's away. And I've had the privilege to really being the thorn between two roses as part of what we call the placemaking team. And I'm going to kick off a little bit of a discussion today to talk about our new approach to what we call placemaking, which is a slightly different approach than we've taken in the past, where we've had planning, we've had building, we've had subdivision approval and engineering. Now we're calling it placemaking. What's placemaking? Well, placemaking is defined in some of the literature as a process that enables residents to create and improve public places as the heart of every community. Placemaking strengthens the connection between people and the places they share. And that's essentially what we have taken that as a mandate for what we do in terms of planning, development engineering, and community development standards branch, which might in the past has been known as building and bylaw. We've really essentially refocused three activities or three silos of activity into one activity. And in doing so, found some operating efficiencies, found some inspiration, and found a way to support some of the strategic initiatives which you've seen in the capital budget this morning in terms of some of the policy initiatives, and also some of the capital works which will be undertaken in this coming year and years to come to be able to build a better community for our residents. So in essence, when we talk about placemaking, the focus we've taken is to walk the talk, is actually to begin a process of not just being disciples of process and setting out standards and waiting for applicants to meet the standards. We've actually started to engage people at an early stage. In the past, you wouldn't get the chief building official very interested in planning applications. Now you do, because essentially whatever ends up going through planning ends up going to development engineering, and then they pull permits. You get a better product at the end of the day if all of the people involved in that development chain know what's going on from the very get-go. And you get a chance to do some interaction through the development approvals process. And what that's led us to is much better product and a much better spirit of cooperation with our development community. And most of you probably have heard stories and know firsthand some of the things that have been said in the past about how bad or how much we could improve our process. And we like to think that we've come a long way in terms of being able to do that. So that's really the reason why we've come together as the three amigos, to really put a stamp of placemaking onto what was formerly three separate silos of approval in the municipal process. So this is an operating budget. Of course, there's some interest in looking at what are the numbers driving some of this lofty stuff that I'm talking about. Clearly in planning, we have a ways to go to reach the holy grail that the Deputy CAO and Town Solicitor has laid out in terms of full cost recovery. Frankly, we're looking at a modest increase in our budget for 2015 of some 35,000, which translates to about 7% on a year-over-year basis. Part of that is owing to some minor increase in staff-related expenditures. We do have a couple of minor cost drivers. We've got a larger committee of adjustment, but on the other hand, we're going to be seeing more application revenue from that. Some of the large application stuff we think will fall off this year, but on the other hand, some of the smaller applications will likely increase, and that's part of our forecast. We are, as a planning section, not quite at the stage where we can recover all of our time because of some of the policy initiatives that we undertake, like the official plan review, Our Place, which is what we're calling it, or the secondary plan process for Innisfil Heights, Our Jobs. Some of these policy-related initiatives are not yet at the stage where we can fully recover all of our time. So there still is a certain amount of overhead, I'm sorry to say, that you're going to have to incur to have us around, to kick us around as planners. But notwithstanding that, we have embraced the notion that we have to start looking more and more at recovering our time and be more disciplined in terms of recovering the time that normally we would just chalk it up to planning overhead. I'm now going to turn it over to Carolyn, who will talk a little bit more about how we're pursuing development pays for development.
So within development engineering, we're asking for a $4,000 increase, which is about 3%. Our budget is based on a 93% recovery from the development community. The other 7% is non-recoverable time to support Inspiring Innisfil 2020, the Triple Bottom Line. So under the environment, we're very actively engaged with the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority on their best practices and LID initiative. So we've they're just kicking it off, but there's a group of Bradford, Newmarket, and ourselves to kind of work together collaboratively on that and bring that forward over the next year. Included also is the economy. Dawn's going to discuss more of the developer liaison group, but that 7% kind of covers that non-recoverable time with our group's participation in the developer liaison group. Supporting strategic planning, Inspiring Innisfil 2020, the community growth group within the town. So just those kind of activities that brings forward the business but isn't recoverable to a specific developer.
Your Worship, members of council, my name is Danny and I'm your chief building official, and I'm happy to speak quickly to the by the numbers section for the Community Development Standards branch. Code-related activity within the branch is 100% supported by permit fees, so that part of our operation is fully recoverable. And the reduction that you see is as a result of a reduction in the number of staff that are dedicated solely to the enforcement and administration of town bylaws, and that's a result of the integration of the two services that traditionally were quite independent of each other.
So on to some a little bit of reflection and talk about what's worked. The placemaking team is really not only a response to a philosophy of how to do business, it's really a very tangible expression of how the corporate administrative restructuring in Innisfil needs to work. We've embraced the whole idea of a flattened hierarchy with more cross-functional collaboration. And in doing so, we have really established, I think, in the minds of our building and development industry, an awareness that we're doing business a different way. I've already mentioned that, alluded to that a little bit, but as a hard and fast example, we established the Development Liaison Group back in 2013. This was a group brought together really to bring the people who were having some issues with us a chance to bring them together and hash over things. One of the tangible results of that was the fact that when we brought in a new development charges background study, and believe me, nobody hates development charges more than the development industry, we had no appeals. Okay, you want to talk about staff recovery? No appeals means not a lot of time spent with our consultants and our lawyers fighting appeals for the development charges bylaw. So that collaboration did in fact result in some sort of recovery. because we didn't have to spend the money in the first place. And a dollar saved is better than a dollar earned. So that's an example of how this kind of process works. I'd love to talk about the septic inspection, but I shouldn't because it's yours. But
You can.
it's a program that we had to undertake because of a change to the building code. We had to inspect some 1,300 properties along the shoreline within several hundred meters of the shoreline of Lake Simcoe by the end of 2015. It's done. And it's done a year early because we established a different way of approaching citizens instead of a combative, my way or the highway kind of approach. It was a much more collaborative approach to doing things. So those are some examples of some success stories. Mark's already talked about the Tanger outlets. That was a project which was really, we were having difficulties with that, and to Danny's credit, he really managed to grease the skids on all of those complex approvals because that was a complex building. So there's been a few success stories along the way.
I'm happy to add to Don's comments talking about successes, and this is one that I'll share with Carolyn, but we were able to undertake last year some fairly strategic hiring initiatives that really changed the face of what was traditionally inspection services by reaching out to registered tradespeople to apply for vacant inspection positions. And we're able to recruit and hire some Red Seal tradespeople. I can tell you that the feedback from the development community and from our builders has been incredible with regards to that. They can talk the talk and walk the walk, and they do it in a way that people relate to. So certainly a successful thing for us within inspection services. And Carolyn?
So 2 years ago, council approved a engineer for subdivision approval reviews, and we were unsuccessful in filling that position until last year. And then last year, council approved another engineering position to provide all the engineering support for the planning application. So last year, we were able to recruit 2 new engineers, which is a huge success because the competition is very, very stiff for engineers. There's a lot of jobs, a lot of municipalities, a lot of private companies. So, and we're just not hiring somebody, we're hiring the right person that fits into this mentality in moving the developers forward. So I'm really excited to announce that we have 2 new hires on the team, which I'm sure most of you have worked with. Scott McKenzie and Derek Wontok is new. So they are big successes for our group.
Do you want to talk about Permit Palooza?
Yeah, I was going to.
Okay.
So in Tim's absence, of course, it would be remiss of us not to mention the completion and implementation of the townwide comprehensive zoning bylaw. I don't know, Don, if you want to address any of that, but if not, I'll carry on.
Yeah, well, we got it done, and we've made some tweaks to it, and it's now working pretty well. And I think, again, partly because we've had a lot of ability to collaborate between the areas of town staff that end up coming into contact with things like zoning, and we've been able to establish a working relationship with the development community. And instead of coming to loggerheads and having OMB decisions, we've managed to deal with fine-tuning the thing through omnibus reports to council and not filling the council chambers with people that are angry.
And you heard Don mention Permit Palooza, and when I arrived here last spring, we were very aware, of course, that our reputation in the community was that we were a little bit difficult to deal with. So we sat around late one evening trying to come up with ideas how we could maybe change our image a little bit, and we came up with this idea of Permit Palooza, and really inviting all of our stakeholders in the approval process to come sit with us and partner with United Way and see if we could, draw our residents in for simple types of permits, decks, small additions, garages, and I think it was very well received in the community. If I'm being honest, the numbers weren't quite what I thought they were, but I think the success really lies in that we changed our image, and I think we demonstrated to our residents that we're really open for business, and we're here as a resource. I always like to tell members of my team that we're here to administer the building code, not to enforce it.
So moving forward, there's some key things that, as a team, we want to accomplish in 2015. One of the first things is delegated authority from the county, which will enhance our subdivision approval process. And we will look at doing that without adding significantly to staff, because we've learned some ideas in terms of being able to evolve our placemaking team, how we can work collaboratively and not automatically assume, we're going to need more staff to do this.
So within development engineering, by hiring our 2 new engineers, we are able to take on the MOE's delegated authority for sanitary and storm sewers, quantity review on the storm ponds, and possible pump stations. So if some of you heard last year, several of our developers had handed in their applications for their ECAs back in January, and by July, August, they were sweating it because they hadn't received their approvals, and it was holding them up from getting in the ground, which means they would have missed the whole construction season. So by us taking on that delegated authority, MOE is telling us that once we send it into them, it's about a month turnaround. So that's a 5, 6, 7 month reduction in approval process by us taking that on. So that's a big success for us and our development community.
And I guess the very last thing that we'll speak to before questions is the development guide. So this really represents the natural evolution of how we now conduct our business. Don mentioned DLG, and that's really been a launching pad for a greater conversation about how we can evolve our processes. So the development guide is really reflective of that. It will be a tool that people are able to use, and it will really streamline and expedite the entire development process.
So final comment, when you see 3 managers hanging around together, it's not just that we're always going for coffee. It's because that's how we do our work now. Your worship, members of council, we're happy to answer any questions about our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Eastwood. And a question to Mr. Rogers. I hope you're planning on having some more of those permit paloozas for the upcoming year.
Absolutely, we're talking about it now, and we'd actually like to have 2 this year. We're just in the implementation stage.
Great. And another comment I'd like to make is when you're out and you're talking to different developers and even builders, small builders, they are certainly very happy with what is going on in the town, and I'm extremely happy to see a guide that is pushing these along because it was certainly something that was asked for years ago. I can remember that to have a guide for at least when you come in for a permit, there's some sort of paper trail to follow that you know what you're supposed to do, and because it's always pretty hurtful when you walk in here and say, well, you haven't done this yet. Well, why didn't you tell me I had to do that? So I'm really appreciative of what you've done, and I'm certain this town will certainly be very stronger for it. So thank you. Any questions or comments? Councillor Doug Lougheed. And then Deputy Mayor Dolan.
No questions, just comments. As far as the cross-functional services team, I commend you. I think that's the right way to go. And coincidentally, I mean, you've talked about the development and moving forward a little bit maybe in the short term to some extent. But I had the opportunity to attend, I think it was 2 or 3 seminars at various AMO and Good Roads meetings that I was to, and there was economic development officers, and specifically the ones I can remember are the Durham region and the city of Hamilton, where they've employed a one-stop shopping type of thing for new businesses, and what they're finding is that even if that location isn't the preferred location, it might be second or third on the list. If they can deliver the product sooner, they get the nod, and I think that holds us well as we develop our economic development area down the road. And just to comment on Permit Palooza, you know, I was here for one night of Permanent Palooza for most of the night, and I can tell you, literally everybody that walked out the door was happy, and I think that's the kind of thing you want, is to have a good news story, because, you know, what's the saying? The bad news story, I'll tell 20, 30, 40 people, but a good news story I might tell 4 or 5, but at least we're on the 4 or 5 part of the thing, so I commend you for that part of it.
Deputy Mayor Dolan, and then Councillor Lougheed. Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question surrounding bylaw. So I kind of half expected to see a body in that department being requested this year. And we've had 2 bylaw officers for, I don't know, the last 10 years or so, and maybe even more. And we have all this growth, but not that I want to add to the budget, but, you know, is it enough? Are we getting the coverage that we need? And cost recovery wise, I'd be interested in seeing the revenues, say back 5 or 6 years, the revenue from bylaw, to see if we're going in the right direction. Like, we're projecting that 2% increase this year, which is good, but I just want your comments as where you see that evolving over the next little while.
Through you, Your Worship, to Deputy Mayor Dolan, I have made a request for 2 bylaw staff, and yeah. Yes, yes. They're in the service level changes. Would you like me to speak further to it now, or so the idea there is one of the challenges that faces us in bylaw is it's a challenge of coverage. It's the length of time each day that we're expected to provide coverage, as well as the number of days of the week, and 2 bodies simply aren't enough. But in an effort to get the coverage we need with minimal impact on the levy, the thinking is that, and it really lends itself well to the integration of the 2 departments, that these 2 new positions would be recoverable. The model is built on using the current 2 bylaw positions, moving them towards being 50% recoverable by administering, you know, some of the duties that are building code related, and then these 2 new bodies coming in gives us the coverage we need in terms of the amount of time in a week, and as well being able to back up the bylaw or the building code enforcement and administration.
I'd just like to say thanks. When I first came in here 4 years ago, that's all I heard complaints about was the building department. And right now, everything has done a 100% turn, and all I'm hearing is good news. So I just wanted to let you guys know that you're doing a wonderful job now.
Thank you. Mr. Rayner first. Sorry, Richard.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to assist Deputy Mayor Dolan, the reason there may be some confusion in the service level change request, they're called community standards officers. Yeah. Well. It's the 5th item in that list, which is part of that merger. And the other thing I note, and kudos to our CBO for working on it and actively piloting 2 additional officers in a contract role. And so we have some data, and he has that data that really does speak to the strength of how we're able to find those efficiencies in that department. And you know, there is revenue even within the bylaw on the parking side, right? Not that people like getting parking tickets, but thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to the place-making cross-functional team. I like that. First of all, I think that's a great idea to put the 3 departments together, and it shows that the town is definitely doing new things, which I think is positive. The building department was a department that I know many years ago, as Councillor Lougheed said, was an issue, and a lot of negative words were coming my way. As many people know, that I'm a licensed plumber, and I'm active in the town, and that was one thing I was hearing a lot of. So I agree with Councillor Lougheed that things have turned around, And the attitude towards the town and the building department has definitely turned around, and that's a positive thing. Just one thing I wanted to add too is one of our new inspectors is actually a licensed plumber, which, as myself being a licensed plumber, I really appreciate being able to reach out to him and ask him questions regarding plumbing issues, and he's always there to help. So which is great. And the septic inspection for near Lake Simcoe to be completed ahead of schedule, that's amazing. And I think it shows that Innisfil is taking it seriously and getting the work done ahead of time, which is excellent. So keep up the good work.
Any other questions or comments from council? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Worship. Good afternoon, Member of Council. I don't need to introduce myself again, as I was here this morning. I will go through the capital engineering operating budget for 2015. I will start simply with our focus area for this year. Our focus area is for capital engineering, the regular job we are doing right now, which is project management and planning and all the other services that I was talking about this morning. And in addition to that, we are focusing this year on the asset management and how we can improve the tools that we are having right now to assist us with planning for future renovation and planning for future projects that will encourage the town. With that, I'm going to buy the number. The capital engineering and asset management, we had 77.5 increase from last year. That's $105,000, and that's attributed just because we added 2 new positions this year in 2014. One of them is fully recoverable, and the second position, which is the asset management engineer, is not recoverable. That is why the percentage of the portion that we are taking from the tax levy is this high. The 2 new positions will be utilized as much as possible to be recoverable. However, there is some component that may not be recoverable. Our total budget for 2015 is $823,000. Our total recovery is expected to be around $581,000. And we've already in 2014 moved one of our fully recoverable staff from capital engineering to wastewater. In 2014, the service area was busy with several studies and tools to improve our process. One of them was master planning. So we finished 2 of the master plannings in 2014. One of them was the asset management plan at the beginning of 2014, and the second one was the storm management master plan, which is right now it's in the final stage and should help us in our planning for the future. The asset management we are very proud of because this is the area it's legislated right now, and most of the funding is related to the asset management. It's required for future professional funding. It's help us input to the it helps with the input to the budget development charges, and it helps us update the GIS and WorkTech database in addition to several other benefits from the asset management. In 2014, we finished and we started and we continued several projects successfully. One of them is the salt management facility, which we started in 2014. The road rehab program, which was a complete success, and we had a good program for 2014. Innisfil Height Reservoir, that was completed summer 2014. King and Queen and Church Street paving, which was a success. Water treatment plant upgrade, we started and we hired the consultant, and it's on the way right now to increase the capacity of the water treatment plant. The operations center we started in 2014. In addition to, we started the design for Lafroy and Cookstown. In addition, we started the Lafroy and Cookstown fire station, which is on track right now and on budget. 2015 big ideas, it's around the staff mostly. So it's empowering staff and service delivery. By empowering staff, we mean we empower staff to take action and make decision on their projects within well-defined boundaries. That means we are giving them enough space to do what they were supposed to do and they were hired to do. That can be by increasing the clarity that we communicate with our staff, increasing the clarity that we giving them the scope of work, by reducing the time that they are responding to more questions and servicing our community, and by encouraging them to interact a lot more with different departments, as it happened with the cross-functional team. The other thing on our big ideas, it's improve the level of services we are getting at the town. We historically haven't implemented very well the performance management system for the vendors. So this year we are adamant to improve and fully implement that, and we basically get our worth of we basically get our money's worth out of our projects, especially when it comes to the capital project. In addition, the attitude for this year is encouraging staff to improve and reduce the number of conflicts and increase the harmony on our projects, which in the end will benefit the town by improved quality of the projects that we are getting, and reduce any legal issues we may have on our projects, and reduce the number of additionals and extras. We are planning also to modify our way of doing and executing capital projects by improving the communications with the majority of the stakeholders, get everybody involved and get them involved in our project, and let us know from the beginning what is the expectation, by initiating the majority of the capital projects that we are submitting to council in the same year, and finally by reducing some of the backlog we've been having over the past few years. Some of the other big ideas is the long-term planning and management. Our department focus this year would be on building an internal expertise and history for the town's capital project, and by finalizing the asset management tool, by including the facilities into the existing asset management study, and by aggregating projects as much as possible within the same area, so we have one contract that addresses everything, to reduce the inconvenience to the resident and for the town businesses. One last thing is to improve the budgeting process that we are submitting, simply by being a little bit more detailed and more thorough in our budget, so there is no in-year request for additional funding. So this is some of our commitment and focus for the department to move the department forward for 2015. With that, I'm concluding my presentation, and if there's any questions.
Ali, I just wondered if you wanted to comment on the anticipated amount of under budget that you put forward for 2014.
We had several projects. We had 34 active projects in 2014. 8 of them came under budget. Most of our projects, because we have a year in advance, maintenance holdback. So some of them it's completely done, some of them is substantially done, and some of them it will be done complete in 2014. Out of that, we have almost 8 projects under budget for a total amount of $2,182,000 that will be returned back to the reserve and used for other projects if necessary. So that was the department's success for this year.
I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. When we have a fairly significant capital project, it's not uncommon for us to have external project management. And at what level do we determine that we need to go outside for that? And is there any way of cost saving by internalizing that project management?
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor, right now that's one of our priorities right now, and we are trying not to hire any external project management at all. That's why we are building the internal expertise. We were successful of hiring 2 new project managers in 2014, and I was one of those project managers before I joined the town, so I have that expertise. So I'm encouraging my staff right now to take that initiative. We are doing a new way of project management right now, sticking to what is important to the town and tailor our project management style to what it is beneficial for the town. So we don't anticipate that we would need an external project manager at this point, and that would be the last point that we will go to an external project manager if there is a project that we may need one. But for right now, I don't see or anticipate any need to hire an external project manager.
Thank you. And I don't follow up to that, and I don't know if this would go to you or to Mr. Davis, but so if we've got, the cost would be captured in the capital budget for that external expertise.
Yes.
So is it making the capital budget smaller and the operational budget bigger by doing that, or is that internal project management still included in the capital budget part? Mr. Campbell?
Through your worship to Councillor Dolan. The part of the challenge is when we're building our resources internally for the project managers is so that we get some corporate memory and corporate history. Every time in the past when we contracted out that project management, you paid from scratch from day one to re-educate the consultant on what you were doing in the town. So Ali's group has he has some contract project managers because we know the workload level will change in the future. So we have some contract people. We also have a couple full-time people. The savings are hard to quantify because of what's that retraining aspect cost. There's no line item in the budget for what did you pay extra to that consultant. So it's a bit of a challenge, but the bringing people in-house, we now have people that are committed to the project outcome. A consultant, they're committed to the outcome, but they're not committed to when there's price overruns and other issues going on a project. They're just there as hired help, and a lot of times they may not be speaking on behalf of the town in the best way possible. They're also getting paid as a fee of service, so the more hours they spend, the more debate they have, the more money they make. So there's a bit of a challenge in that. So the focus that Ali's taken, it has been to get some internal staff. It has meant we've had to do some additional training of staff. The competency level has had to increase internally here for the town, and we're on that track. He has still a fair bit of work in training some of the people we've had here in the past, how they project manage. The new people coming in certainly bring a different level of expertise. So I'm really excited that we are seeing those savings. We haven't been increasing the capital budget as a result. When we look at our projects this year, this morning we talked about $60 million worth of new projects. We had around 60 million last year. Our largest project right now is $32 million for the water treatment plant upgrade. We have an internal project manager on that, but given the size of the project, Sage Tomb Hill is also the designer and doing construction and project management also. So sometimes we need different layers of management depending on the scope of the project.
Thank you very much for that. And I do appreciate that that's something that all of us heard, I think, during the election was, consultant. And I know that we can't live without expertise like that from time to time when we're, updating our official plan every 5 years. There's no sense having someone in-house ready to do that every 5 years, and that we do need to hire that expertise outside when necessary. But on the more day-to-day stuff, I'm very happy to see us moving in that direction. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, Madam Clerk.
So thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of Council, for allowing me to present the Clerks Services area budget. Clerks Services includes records management, council support, council committees, and of course the election. And almost all of the activities under our service area are legislated, and they provide interesting opportunities to be creative with our resources. In 2015, we will explore innovative approaches to how, when, and where we deliver our services, and we'll be looking for feedback from the public and for staff. We'll participate on a cross-functional team in support of an updated student mayor program, and we'll be working on growing those relationships that we have with our local youth. We're really excited to have worked with other service areas to lay the groundwork for the two key initiatives from 2014. That was the agenda management software known as CivicWeb and the record retention software called M-Files. Moving forward with those initiatives requires us to collaborate with the IT service area, and our goal is to continue with the training and support for these two applications for full implementation by the end of Q1 in 2015. Training events for council during their important first year of the term is, of course, a priority for us and for yourselves. The plan is for council to participate in at least one training opportunity per quarter. And by the numbers, the drivers are going to be, of course, the education and training for the new council. That will involve our time and resources and yours, and development and growth requiring the potential frequent meetings, additional meetings. So we're presenting a 21.16% increase in the budget, which equates to just under $170,000. There was a substantial savings in 2014 due to the corporate reorganization, which saw the deputy clerk take on the additional functions of the clerk. So that's a substantial portion of the increase. The limited opportunity for revenue generation in clerk services requires us to counter by finding savings in other ways, by materials, increased efficiencies. So we've committed to a greater paperless environment, which will be the paperless agenda that we're all very excited about. Clerk staff will be expanding the full use and providing training, of course, for Civic Web and M-Files. And with the expansion of Civic Web, you'll be looking at a tracking tool which will allow you to follow up. I don't know if any of you remember the pending list. It will replace that pending list and allow you to track and monitor as well as staff. The grant program, of course, was revised in 2012 and rebranded as the Innisfil Community Grant Program. Clerk Services has been administering that program, and it will transition into the Economic and Community Development area in 2015. We expect that to happen by the end of Q2 in its entirety. Records Management has been focusing on civil ceremonies and expanding the program, making it interesting and new. So it's really grown in popularity and increased the revenues in that area. And the election. So we introduced, with Council's blessing, the new e-voting method, and it was combined with a vote-by-mail method of voting. We had a 40% voter turnout for the election. It was a success story for us because it allowed us to measure voter usership of the one method and the other. So we had 5,846 electronic votes as compared with 4,633 manual votes. The combination of the e-voting and the vote-by-mail system did create unique challenges for us, but I think we rose to the challenge and created unique opportunities from that. My hope is to complete a comprehensive evaluation report by getting feedback from other clerks in area municipalities to see how they fared with cost, turnout, general best practices, and give you a full picture of how that looked for other municipalities and us. So consideration for the 2018 voting methods will be introduced late in 2015 or early 2016 based on the feedback from that. So a success story for us was, of course, the civil ceremonies expansion. It was a big idea in 2014 and a success story for us in terms of revenue generation. $5,250 were generated in revenue in 2014, and we're projecting over $6,000 in 2015. So a big idea for 2015 is, of course, Local Government Week, which we have never done. We hope to do that and focus on youth initiative and tie that into an even bigger youth focus for the corporation. Collaboration with council and other service area, which supports the innovative culture and cross-functional management model. Funding for this initiative will be shared between respective service areas with an estimated $800 coming from the council budget. And another big idea is the result of dollars saved and efficiencies realized through a paperless agenda. It's estimated that a paperless agenda will equate to an estimated 20% increase in staff capacity by the year end and potential for greater efficiency in 2016. So our plan is to reduce copy costs by 25% in 2015, or $2,000, over $2,047 to be exact. and I am happy to take any questions that you might have at this point.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll start with Councillor Doug Lougheed and then Councillor Nickel after that.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Karen. Thank you very much, and certainly for all your work and all your work in the past year and your staff. I know you've really done a lot in the past year, so hopefully I'll slow down a little bit. But the one area I'm looking at is the area of elections, because obviously I see in the approved budget in 2014 there was zero in there, and now we've got a 52,000. So is that anticipation for 2016, 17, and 18, is that the full amount of what you anticipate for the 2018 election to put it in reserve, or is it an incremental amount that we should expect to see more in 2016 and 17 and 18? The reason I'm asking that is because obviously once you see a 100% year-to-year change in dollar figures, that jumps out at everybody, no matter whether the figure is small, medium, or large. So if there was an opportunity for that figure to be, if that amount of money to be massaged over the 4-year period, I think that certainly looks better in terms of a year to year. But if you could comment on that and see where we go.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Doug Lougheed, and with possibly the assistance of the Chief Financial Officer, it is a set amount, and it is based on the anticipated need. So that is set aside every year between election years, so that it's a 4-year amount, and it will equate to what is anticipated to be needed for the election. Now, in terms of room for massaging that amount, I will refer that to the Chief Financial Officer.
Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. I'm sorry, I didn't, you turned that over to me, and what was the?
If the amount can be massaged, is it a set amount? Is it carved in stone if we've established it at $52,000? Can it be massaged?
So the intent is that, and I think based on discussions, is that we're anticipating the 2018 election to be around 200,000 or 208,000. So we just divide it by 4. But to Councillor Lougheed's question on the 2014 and why it's a 0, we were fortunate enough, I believe it was 2011, to have a surplus from the 2010 operations. And so what we did is we got council direction to set aside the entire amount required for the 2014 election into a reserve. And certainly that is something that we could potentially propose to council subject to the 2014 surplus. We were projecting a surplus, so there's an opportunity perhaps to take the $52,000 out of the budget if that's council wishes, knowing that if there isn't a surplus, then you have to catch that up over 3 years instead of 4 years. But certainly where our thoughts are that might be an opportunity, and then that $52,000 amount can go away for the whole next 4 years.
I guess that explains it, because it was the 0 on 2014 that was driving me nuts, so to speak.
Councillor Nickel.
Actually, Councillor Lougheed's question just answered everything I had.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. So my only comment or caution would be maybe to push back your, maybe by about a year, the 2018 going forward, because the province of Ontario is on their mandate letter, and they didn't do it last time, and they were supposed to, but they ran out of legislative runway, so there was no changes made in the act. So one of the first things on the mandate letter for the minister this year is to amend the Municipal Elections Act. So there's already a committee working from AMO that's putting forward recommendations, and just from what I'm hearing, there could be substantial changes, including going to back to a July 1st nomination date versus a January nomination date, and there's also some talk about ranked balloting, and so it could have significant impact on how we manage the election. So we're supposed to have something hopefully within a year. Just comment. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Dario.
I have a motion, but Should I do this now or do it later?
Later.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of Council. Happy to be here before you, telling you a bit about communications and customer service. Some of you may know that at the beginning of 2014, these two service areas that were acting separately became joined together as one, really in response to this cross-functional matrix approach. So certainly communications and customer service don't act alone. We act in a very much a cross-functional capacity corporately. Within our little groups in there, communications tends to focus on, again, in a cross-functional way, things like media relations, social media management, emergency and crisis communications and management, graphic design needs, public relations and engagement, website content management, and brand management. Customer service is really well aligned with it, but they do a lot of things acting as the first point of contact for the customers, and that's internal customers, external customers, all types. They also provide administrative support for a number of different departments in terms of some clerical services and admin work that they do. I've got things here like building permit coordination, committee of adjustment applications, just to give you a little bit of a sense of us helping out in that cross-functional role. Processing payments, helping with booking facilities and ice times where needed, and taking payment for programs. Customer service is sort of unique in that we try to take ownership of all the inquiries. So inquiries that come in from the public come in through a customer service central way, which I'll speak to a little bit about. There are a couple of different ways that we're contacted. We then interact with all of the different service areas involved in each inquiry and round up those answers that go back to the inquirer. So acting as that liaison between internal departments and the external customers and clients. So just a quick look at the budget. It is an increase of 12.44% over 2014. Looking at the drivers really just being annualized staffing costs and employee-related costs, making that up. Couple of success stories. This one I'm particularly proud of. Last year in May, Innisfil was the host, although done in conjunction with a number of other municipalities, so in that idea of working together. We worked with Simcoe, County of Simcoe, Oro-Medonte, Orillia, Blue Mountains, Bradford, West Gwillimbury, Collingwood, and actually the Simcoe District School Board as well, to put together a conference that was made of speakers from our local area, made of delegates from our local area, and really looking at the importance of communications in the world that we're in municipally and as government organizations. What was great about it was we had over 65 delegates attend here. They all wrote back on their surveys. We actually did a survey with Clerks at the time, and it was great to see that they really want to have it again. So there have been some talks about hosting it again. The fees covered off the cost of having, food there, so people paid fees that covered that. But what I think was really important is it really helps build the profile of Innisfil, which is something that we're always focusing on in all of our interactions and communications. So just to be able to be the one that held that for the first time is sort of a nice feather in our cap, but to be able to be part of that excitement of the importance of communication in our industry. Customer service-wise, in terms of success stories, and it's sort of a little bit of a slide that doesn't say much, but because we're very, very integrated with all of the other service areas, we felt that this was what we did well this year, was trying to look at things we're doing in collaboration, adding support to other service areas, and how could we do that better? Could we use our internal system that we call better and more efficiently? So working with the departments to kind of say, we know what customers are calling about. Could we work on streamlining some things to help us be more effective in answering that? Just in terms of that, like an example would be oversized load permits, road occupancy permits, entranceway permits. So along with the idea that you heard from placemaking is looking at how can we all work together to be more effective and be more efficient and help customers get what they need when they're interacting with us. The other thing that I think was a good efficiency, and it does relate in that cross-functional way as well, was we looked at the team that we have in terms of individuals and tried to align them a little bit better on subject matter areas that they had an interest in so that they could really focus in on delivering better admin support for a specific area. So for example, we have dog licenses that we need to do. We used to divide that work up between everybody and just on a rotation, but someone was interested in doing that specifically, and they've managed to be more efficient at that. So just a sort of a snapshot of how we're approaching things. The other success story was in 2014, we introduced the ability to be able to put an inquiry through the website or through an email called inquiry@innisfil.ca. We didn't know what was going to happen, but we got almost 700 inquiries through that. And interestingly, although there's no scientific data to correlate it, the phone calls went down by about that number. In 2014, we took 54,000 phone calls, which was just down about that same amount, just over 55,000 the year before. It doesn't mean that people aren't getting a very good level of customer service, but it just means that they're connecting with a new way of communicating that's sometimes quicker and easier for people. So going forward in terms of big ideas in the planning that we have is really to look at how do we develop an overarching corporate community engagement strategy. We have a lot of initiatives that are coming up that involve public consultation, public engagement. We really want to work on how do we knit those together, but not just knit those together in the context of those, because we know ongoing we want to have more opportunities to have two-way dialogue with all of the people that are interested in dialoguing with us. So one of the things, and I put it as a separate slide, although we're doing parts of it, is really looking at our communications through social media. I also say we're looking at customer service through social media. Right now, you may or may not know that we have a Twitter account. We just last week, I think, got over 2,000 followers. These are people that are in the community around us interested in finding out what's coming up, what's going on. Sometimes they're communicating to us through these channels. We also have, which you may or may not know, a couple of Facebook accounts that relate to the Innisfil Farmers Market. We help administer that. They have 503 followers. Pitch In, which is just in the beginning part of the year, has 85 followers. We've got a YouTube channel. We post videos on there. Interestingly, just took a look so you would have a sense. The council inauguration video has 193 views. I'm sure it's not all staff. So looking at those and recognizing that there's a real need for it, this is a push to really finesse that, and you'll see that later this month we'll be launching 2 new Facebook pages. One is going to be called the Office of the Mayor, and the other will be the Town of Innisfil. So we're just consolidating all of the interest that we've had, all of the results that we've had, and really making a focus in the communications and customer service team to be able to address comments that we get through it, customer service inquiries that we get through it. And I noticed we just logged in 2014, we only logged 13 Twitter customer service inquiries, but I think that that will go up as we start to have a bigger presence in this forum. And again, a slide that is bigger than this little slide is looking at how do we figure out how to satisfy customers. So one of the items that's coming up in the budget is doing a customer satisfaction survey. We're working with Georgian College and putting together a survey that we can find out how areas where customers interact with us a lot, what's happening on the satisfaction front. The other piece to it is we do get lots of calls and inquiries. We took 54,000 phone calls. We took all of these email inquiries. So our goal is really to try to work this year on managing customer expectations. So not just hearing them asking for things, but setting out at the front what they can expect when they put an inquiry in. What's the turnaround time? Is it just, yes, we've got your inquiry, or we'll have an answer for you in a few days? So really framing that in terms of that resolution focus and building on these cross-functional links that we've managed to really develop more in 2014 to be quicker on the responses so that we can resolve inquiries. And that is our focus for customer service. The other little add-on to that is that there is going to be a mobile app launching in the first quarter. We know that there's over 20% of our web users are on mobile devices, so we're really recognizing that if we can get over 700 people to go on a web inquiry, that's just an email. If there was an app, they could just go right on there, find out some things that they need, and report a problem quickly. So just looking at, can we help people get to us quicker, and can we resolve their concerns in a way that they expect to have a happy outcome, or an outcome that they felt was at least pleasurable and resolve some of their concerns. So that's big ideas. Any questions, I'm happy to take.
Thank you very much. Start off with Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Ms. Newton. Did I hear you say that customer service took 54,000 calls, or was it inquiries, and was that in like one calendar year?
Through your worship, yes, 54,000 calls in one calendar year.
So that doesn't include any other ways of communicating through social media or anything like that, or is that in total?
Through you, that's just the phones.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So just to answer your quick question, we had 13 through Twitter, which is not many, but we were not promoting it in any particular way because a lot of Twitter inquiries, you only have 144 characters, and sometimes what we ended up, the best answer for them was to call or email. So in a way, there's a limit. If it's a quick, what I call a frequently asked question or FAQ, you can answer that back in 140 characters or less. Sometimes once it's beyond that, you really just need to have that contact. We had 686 email inquiries that were logged through more. There may be some outliers that didn't get logged through more, and just as a reiteration, that's the value to us of being able to track it, is if it goes through customer service, we catch it. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Councillor Doug Lougheed and then Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to you, Michelle, and certainly 54,000 calls is a lot of calls. I can, and certainly the emails and everything else. So your staff certainly have a big job ahead of them to keep everybody satisfied, including councillors. The one thing I do notice on your operational for customer communications and customer service, you've kind of touched upon it. You didn't talk specifically about it, but
By the numbers?
It would be related to your staff complement. The staff complement for 2014 versus the staff complement in 2015 has increased by 1.33, not quite, by about 1.17 if I can add properly, from 9.17 in 2014 to 10.33. And that's made up of one full-time or one position of non-permanent and one co-op student. What's the work anticipated for those people?
Through your worship to members of council and Councillor Lougheed, what we have noticed is that there's some trending in terms of busy times. So we get a period of time between sort of April and end of September that the volume of the phones goes up. We also have a number of staff vacations during that period. So we bring a co-op student in to be able to handle some of those lunch times when we have people on vacation. We wouldn't have enough to cover the phones properly. Our concern is when you take people away from the phones and bring them up to the counter where it's not as efficient to have a headset on because you can't interrupt the customer at hand, that those calls end up having a longer wait time. Our wait times by no means are huge, but we're looking at keeping those efficiencies through that period. Last summer, although I understand it's changing for this summer, we were faced with a lot of calls through the Ontario One Call Locate, so our team pitched in to help with that, but it increased our work volume through that time frame. So we're just looking at balancing that workload, but one of them is put in as a contract and the other is a co-op. So again, if that workload were not to be evident, those would be positions that we wouldn't fill just for the sake of filling it. It's really volume driven and historically so.
Go ahead.
So thank you, Worship. So that's just related to clerk services, not the communication side of the mix. Okay, thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Lougheed, it is in terms of bodies. However, there's a lot of overlap right now where we have customer service have been trained in the responses for the FAQs and questions through Twitter and social media because they are adding an administrative support piece that overlaps between the two, which is really explaining that synergy of bringing customer service and communications together. But in terms of actual communications positions, it's the same as 2014 complement, which is 2.
Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The app intrigues me. I like the idea. I know Barry launched one a year or two ago, and I guess my question is, how do we deal with, are we partnering with the county on that, or is there a, like if somebody, sends a message that there's a pothole and it's a county road as opposed to a town road, how would that work?
Through your worship to members of council and deputy mayor. The way that it works is going to be somewhat similar to the way that it works now, is that customer service is going to be the recipient of these until we have an opportunity to add more of our cross-functional partners into the app. So it's going to be routed through our inquiry at customer service, which already has an automated reply, and then we field source it out. So really, when I looked at the slide of, looking at a big idea this year is trying to have that resolution focus. Your example speaks to that. If we have it come to customer service and then we need to send it out to another service area, their response needs to be as quick as the customer's expecting because it has to still go back through. So it won't be, does that answer your question or did I go on a tangent there?
Yeah, and one other question, if I might. So I like the idea of a survey, but we all know how hard it is to get people to answer surveys, and you end up with 4 or 5%. But is there a way through more that we could get a tracking of systemic complaints? Like, do we know that our number one call coming into customer service is, roads not being plowed, or do we know it's street lights out, or do we know it's whatever it is, dogs barking? Do we have a way of tracking that so that we can have an idea of what the issues are that are top of mind to people and the things that we could throw our resources behind and cut those 54,000 calls down?
Through your worship to members of council and deputy mayor, we do track that through more. There are categories that are selected when the inquiries come in, so that when an inquiry comes in, you log it by the property or the inquirer name, you put what the category is, and those can be pulled because they're data in our system. So I wouldn't say that I have it top of mind, but certainly I know, speaking with the supervisor of customer service, we have a top 10 list, we have an area list, and those integrations that we're doing in interactions with the other cross-functional teams often revolve around, we're getting a lot of calls about this. What's happening? Can we get an update? And that stems the flow of those calls. Using social media has actually been a nice addition in the last year and a half to be able to say, we're getting calls about the street light. There's already this solution. Thank you for letting us know. So I think that helps with some of the call volume, is taking the answers and spreading the word about what the answers are. But we do have access to that data. And if I may backtrack to your concern about respondent rate, interestingly, we did a survey, a healthy living survey, I believe it was called, and the respondent rate was 18%, which is almost unheard of. So we have interested residents and participants in our community when we send out and ask them their opinions, and I think it bodes well to do that. But in terms of efficiencies, one of the ideas was that was one of the reasons to look to work with Georgian, was to have a little cost efficiency there in constructing the survey with town guidance and collaboration.
Thank you for that. And one more, and I don't have the answer to this one, but a challenge to throw back to your team is, public meetings and ending up with more staff and council at a public meeting than public. And other than, have a prize draw, like how do we get people to engage in these public meetings? Are we, I think your idea of what you're doing now with the budget
online
tool is wonderful, and I think taking the iPads to the rec center when there's a kids hockey game on, and taking it to the library when there's a children's program, and sitting down with people and being in their face, I think is great. But it just seems so hard to get people into, well, I mean, today's a good example. It's hard to get people into this building. I know that it's, the middle of the day, middle of the week, but even our council meetings, that kind of breaking down that fourth wall and getting at people, whether it requires, garage parties, or I don't know how we do it, but we just gotta, I think we need to figure out some way, innovative way to get people involved. The reason I said garage party is one day when I was out campaigning and door-to-door knocking, I ended up, walking into this garage. There was 3 or 4 people there. By an hour later, there was like 15. And everybody was engaged with what they wanted to talk about, and it was important, and got lots of good ideas and lots of people who said they'd like to come back and help. And then the election's over and we lose that. So I don't expect an answer today. I'm just throwing it out there as a challenge to the communications team.
May I address the challenge, Mayor?
Yeah.
Through your worship to members of council, this is part of and parcel of the idea of that community engagement strategy, is looking at what does it look like, what works. There's not necessarily going to be something that's going to work that we'll find this year and it will work every year going forward, because it seems to be a rolling, changing situation for individuals. But the only advice that I have is that it seems that you have to try multiple ways at the same time to reach different people. And I take your challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bill Lahid.
Thanks. I think all you have to do is have a job fair. Call it job fair and put something on the end. We get lots of people here for that.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Newton. We are going to take about a 15-minute break, so we'll be back here about 25 after 3. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Lahid is on his way. It was all those words that you discussed with him over there. Okay, Mr. Davis, thank you.
Thank you, Worship, and members of council. So I have the privilege of kicking off another session here after our break. So sorry, no change in outfit here. I didn't have a change of clothes with me. So I'll talk about the finance area. The focus areas, there's 3 of them: revenue services, purchasing services, financial management, and reporting services. So primarily, we're a support group internally. We do provide some external services, obviously taxpayer inquiries and bill payment, those types of things. We're both functional and legislative in nature. Revenue services is the area downstairs that does property tax billing, accounts receivable billing, cash handling, all of our bank deposits. Purchasing services are located on the 2nd floor, provide the lead on all of our procurement processes through the town, manage and monitor the purchasing bylaw. And then the financial management and reporting services does most of the statutory reporting, financial reporting for the organization, certainly is the lead on the budget development process, and then some of the day-to-day accounts payable, payroll processing. One of the things that we are doing as a financial services group, and we have been doing for a number of years, is trying to up our game, so to speak. So we are looking at becoming more than just pencil pushers and bookkeeping, and providing financial management advice and direction for the operating departments. So as you've heard today through other presentations, there's a lot of work that's gone into and developing fees and charges and making sure that we have full cost recovery. This area, certainly we provide that level of support and assistance to those departments in terms of helping them manage their businesses. In terms of the numbers, the year-over-year change is 36,000, or about 3.38%, primarily attributable to the impact of a 2014 new position, the annualized cost, as well as we've seen postage costs rise significantly last year. The Canada Post increased those, and with the number of billings that we have going out, 2 billings a year, lots of reminder notices, accounts receivable invoices, those types of things, those are adding to our costs. An initiative that we are looking at, subject to our software supplier, is to go to ePost. So that's an opportunity that we're looking at to try to reduce some of those costs and those handling, the other costs of envelopes and things that go along with that. Some of the success stories from 2014, purchasing bylaw. So prior to prior to this, we had a purchasing policy in place. That had been updated, hadn't been updated for a number of years. We updated it in 2011. In 2014, the purchasing area undertook to review it, engage the service areas, and brought forward revisions that council adopted. And one of the changes was to change it from a policy to a bylaw. It's felt that a bylaw just has a little bit more weight. Certainly, if we happen to find ourselves in front of a judge for any reason, a bylaw is better understood by the legal world than a policy that is only confirmed by bylaw. And so we thought it was important to do this. Again, the purchasing bylaw is really an important feature that helps make sure that best practices are being followed, that we're getting value for money, that our taxpayers are getting best value. And so that process ensures that there's a competitive and open, transparent process followed in the procurement of goods and services. Another success story, you've already heard this through Mr. Eastwood, is the development charges background study. So 2013 saw quite a long and elaborate process that we went through, lots of engagement of the development community, lots of opportunities for public engagement, and finally 2014, February of 2014, the bylaw was passed. So that was a culmination of a lot of effort and work and discussion. After that, there's a period of appeal process that people can appeal the bylaw. Thankfully, and as Mr. Eastwood identified, there was no appeal. So that saves certainly staff town. It gives us a little bit of assurances that what we've done is reasonable from the development community standpoint, and allows us also now to have the process and the path in place of collecting those revenues that we need. As you've seen earlier today, the capital program is really growth related, and this helps us pay for those services that have to come in place. Council also approved last year, first time ever, a long-term debt policy. The debt policy, I mean, we are restricted by the province in terms of how much we can borrow. Council took the step for financial stability in terms of Inspiring Innisfil 2020, and they actually approved a debt policy that puts our own limit of 20% of our own source revenues instead of 25%. So it actually gives us a little bit of room should there be emergency needs or something that arise, that we have a cushion. And certainly staff will be working towards nowhere close to the 20% limit, but it's a good stepping stone, and it certainly is good when we compare ourselves to others. If we were to go out and get a credit rating, they look at our debt policies and those types of things. So it's a good success story, and it gives us a good roadmap for future needs when they arise. Big ideas for 2015. So we have talked about service-based budgeting. Service-based budgeting is different than the budget that you've seen today. Right now, you'll see budgets that represent really corporate hierarchy in terms of how they are rolled out. And one of the things that we're looking at, and that is a movement in municipal budgeting, is to bring budgets forward that tie services, that show what the services are, and they tie them to key performance indicators. And I think Councillor Dorio mentioned that at one point in time about tying, lane kilometers or parks, hectares of park and that type of stuff to cost to deliver those services. So then council will be able to make those decisions. So that's a big idea. It involves everyone, obviously, in the organization in terms of how do we develop those budgets, how do we present them so that council and the public have a better idea. So that's certainly a challenge, and we'll be looking forward to bringing that forward to council for the 2016 budget. The long-range financial plan. So this is really a cornerstone for the financial stability of the organization as we move forward. It ties in all of the aspects that we've talked about in either during the capital budget process or perhaps part of the operating budget process. It takes our long-range, our service plans, our transportation master plan, certainly the development charges background study, our asset management plan. It pulls all those components together. It also puts information in there in terms of where do we expect our growth to go, what's our assessment increases, how can we get the mix, as we've talked about previously in terms of, commercial and industrial assessment versus residential assessment. And it really gives us ideally a model that we can then manage and maintain, and going forward we can make better decisions. So it's really, again, a cornerstone. We've never had one in this municipality in terms of a formal long-range financial plan, and that's something that will be coming back to council hopefully before the end of Q2. And I'm more than happy to take questions.
Council, any questions, comments? Thank you very much. Human Resources.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Deputy Mayor and Council. On behalf of the HR team, Francesca, Amanda, and I wish to present to you the Human Resources operating budget. The Human Resources Department consists of 18 different functional areas, but we kind of boil them down into 3 key relationships. One being the employee relations that we manage. We manage that together as a team with each of our functional areas. The other is that we look to attract, retain, and create succession planning within the organization for the talent that has been recruited, and also to keep those members on board, interested, and motivated to continue. At the forum, then we also have health, safety, and wellness. Most important is to keep them safe every day so that they go home to their families, but also when they're going home to their families that they're well, they have enough energy to continue on. And we do that as part of our everyday part here at the town. By the numbers for the Human Resources Department, we are proposing an increase of 6.96. The drivers for that are corporate training and development. You have heard through many of the presentations, in 2014 we had a number of new staff join us. And to that, we need to have that training component, that we work together collectively to be able to deliver effectively those services. And that the related increase in recruitment costs for 2015 as a result of changes through the organizational structure. One of the key successes that we have is thanks to previous council. In July 2014, they approved the HR team to take part in the applicant tracking system. With the organizational changes, we needed to be effective as a team of 3 to attract, retain, and to understand what our resources were for talent. So to that, with workplace dynamics and the need to develop efficiencies and streamline, we entertain the HR Smart applicant tracking system. It improves our hiring process. It's easier, it's faster. It helps our managers to know who it is that they have in their talent pools. And it also ensures that we don't lose key talent before they find other interests elsewhere. Historically, we used to use spreadsheets and email. Regretfully, we need to move a little bit faster as technology is there and available for us. So that application process allows us to pre-screen qualified candidates. It also allows us to, the entire process of onboarding can be done all online in advance of the individual's first day here at the town of Innisfil. So we're very thankful that we've put the legwork in November and December, and we will go live in March of this year. Another key success, and thanks to previous council, is the negotiations of 3 collective agreements in 2014. And to that, the HR team is there to provide that support to the negotiating teams in collecting the required data and information. In a collaborative approach, all 3 unions were negotiated, and Unifor was negotiated in advance of the expiration date of their collective agreement. I think many of you are already very well aware of this, but our United Way campaign. I think that as an HR team, we strongly support it as part of our community and as part of town staff. And to that, we are very proud to say that the town has donated or raised over $85,000 in support of the United Way and the Greater Simcoe County through different events such as what you see is the backpack, ball hockey, and the Superhero Awards Day. the big ideas for 2015. The corporation in 2014 made a number of dynamic changes, and to that, the HR team needed to think outside of the box. And to that, the matrix organization had us look at how do we change to that service commitment. To that, the three of us looked at the organization, split it accordingly in collaboration with the management team to divide the group between operations, town hall, fire, water, and wastewater. To that, each HR partner is able to offer all A to Z HR services to their client group. You as counselors, you may look at the map and go, well, what about me? Who do I get to go to? You get to come to any one of the three of us. Come on into the HR office and please feel free. We can, any one of us, help you A to Z with any of your HR questions. The HR team is committed to providing this exceptional service that is tailored to the specific needs of the business, and in this way, we too learn the business so that we are there to offer assistance as part of the service delivery models going forward with future budgeting processes. Another program that we have as a big idea for 2015 is in collaboration looking at the Employee Recognition Program. Our employees are our assets. We need to manage them and collectively build them accordingly. And the easiest way to do that is to recognize them. To that, we're looking at rebuilding that program with World Cafe sessions, different task force, and employee surveys to understand what they want and how we want to recognize them going forward. HR is one of those very heavily legislated and functionally responsible departments. Promoting health and wellness, for many of us, we may very well look at it's just part of our day. We have to do it. But we want to find that balance so that when staff leave each day, that they still have that energy. The energy that when they return the next day, that they're engaged, they're motivated, and they're ready to work. We do that through various committees, the Joint Health and Safety Committee, the Wellness Committee, and the Emergency Management Committee. All of these programs together will function to support new initiatives. One of the initiatives for 2015 will look at ergonomics, physical demands analysis. As an aging workforce population, we need to be cognitive of the demands physically to do the job. It's not necessarily push harder, it's work smarter with what we have. Employee and labor relations. We want to continue this progress that we have made with negotiating the collective agreements, but also for our managers to work with them through the different leadership development courses to develop those employee relationships, to manage those, because the team that they work with is the team that gives us the greatest success. So those processes will help to maintain the relationships with both our non-union and our unionized staff. I thank you for the opportunity. Any questions that I may answer?
Thank you very much. Council, any questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning I was at the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit and we were dealing with their budgets and they're seeing extreme pressure on benefits. Their benefit increases are almost 30% this year. I just wondered if are we experienced that same phenomena? Is our benefit, what percentage of our salary is benefit?
I apologize if I may defer to Deputy CAO.
Your Worship, through you to Deputy Mayor Dolan, it's true, and not unlike the insurance problem, the premiums on benefits are also a significant factor. In fact, it was one of the strategic objectives through the negotiations with the three unions that we, and as you know from the in-camera sessions, we're looking at the benefits and trying to get capping and trying to drive to reasonable results on the benefits. In Innisfil, it ranges from about 27 to 29% roughly in terms of our benefit costs. And you saw that, I believe, in the Treasurer's main staff report, as well as at the introduction of the budget, that one of our major pressures bears on the budget, in a whole, is the benefit component. So we continue to manage those, particularly since we're ASO, so we're essentially self-insured for health and dental and short-term. That's a particular focus for the HR partners as they work with the management team to make sure that we're managing those costs, because they are significant.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, thank you very much, Laura.
Good afternoon, Mayor Walker, members of council. Just going to walk through some of the IT operating items here. First, some of the focus areas that IT basically concentrates on is the software and the business process and some of the software that goes around that. The hardware and technology infrastructure that help all those software pieces run, and the help and support that's provided to the end users to maintain that and keep everything going. Looking at some of the numbers, our budget is up about 5.5% over last year. The main drivers of this are some software maintenance fees and hosting fees for services, as well as some employee-related costs. Looking back at 2014, some of our successes, we're happy to be implementing some of the items in the IT master plan. Some of the items implemented where we completed a GIS strategy. We started on doing some of the software upgrades and enhancements that were recommended. We've set up a IT steering committee as well as some software working groups. We've gone to offer a choose your own device for mobile devices, allowing some Apple devices and Android devices instead of just the Blackberries. Some of the other items we looked at is on the IT security side. We've started to have regular external vulnerability assessments to look at some of our security the way it would seem to people from the outside. This is a third party that's doing some of that and reports back to us. We also had all staff complete some vulnerability awareness training to be aware of some of the threats and how to recognize them. We've completed some upgrades to our backup systems to make them work a little more efficiently. And based on the other types of devices that I mentioned before, we've implemented a mobile device management system to help us manage those and secure those devices. Also in our MORE system that you've heard mentioned a couple of times today, this is a system that we've developed in-house, and over the last year, we've actually created 11 new modules in this system, as well as some heavy customization to some of the existing modules to take into account some changes in processes. Moving on to 2015, one of the items recommended in the IT master plan was to get partnerships with various other organizations. Some of the ones we're working on is the IT services for Essex Township, as you saw presented to you last week. We're also talking with Innisfil Hydro about partnering with them and putting some of our backup systems in their new building, and they're going to put some in our building to get some of the offsite redundancy on that. We'll also be partnering some with the County of Simcoe and GIS, mainly to leverage some of their investment in the software, so we don't have to solely buy that on our own. And unfortunately, there were a couple of slides that got missed from your presentation. I'll just speak to them here now. As you saw this morning, we had a couple of capital projects in there for software enhancements. Going along with those is the IT staff will be working with service areas in the town to identify their various business needs and make sure those software implementations meet those needs and are implemented to satisfactory to those departments. Some of that could include some customization or custom integrations between things so it makes everything work seamlessly. Whoops. The one other slide that was missed, and this is more from the kind of background stuff there's a lot of doing, is just the software upgrades and patches that come out. A lot of these patches come out to fix vulnerability issues. You may remember the bash bug and the heartbleed vulnerability that was around this time last year. So, and there's other ones that come out that there's patches that are required as well as just ongoing ones. Some of the other patches are a result of legislative changes or bug fixes in the software and just new functionality. That's what I have. If any, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Members of council, any questions or comments? Councillor Doug Lougheed.
Just a quick, again, it's on a staff complement, so you've got, there's an increase of 2 in the staff complement that you have. One may be, I'm sure, the ESSA Township, I'm not sure, but if you could just go over the rationale for the staff complement increase.
Sure, through your worship, to the councillor. The staff complement mentioned in there are 2 staff that are more specialized for GIS as well as from business analyst. The temporary, not temporary, but the contract position outlined in the ESSA contract is separate to help deal with the day-to-day things. The other 2 positions mentioned in the service level changes are more specialized and at a higher level than the support position through that other contract.
Anything else? Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Enwood.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. I'm pleased to present to you Operations Services 2015 draft capital budget. Operating budget, sorry. I'm still on this morning. As you're likely aware, the service areas within the Operations Services Department are comprised of both the parks and facilities and the roads services. This is one of the byproducts of the corporate reorg that took place in 2014, and it's led to a mandate for cross-functional integration of the 2 departments with a very clear focus on improved customer service, and of course increases in efficiencies. The integration of the 2 departments included a reduction of 1 manager FTE and the creation of 4 cross-functional frontline positions to improve efficiencies through the elimination of 8 part-time positions. Parks and Facilities is seeing a 5.53% increase, or $177,000. The primary driver here, of course, is utility costs. $117,000, or 66% of that increase, is directly tied to utility costs. And as you can see below, $44,000 for natural gas, $58,000 for hydro, and $15,000 for the other utilities. Road services, a slight increase of 1.35%, or $71,000. The main driver here being the increased volume and the cost associated with utility locates. To highlight some of the success stories from 2014 from the parks and facilities side, this is an example of some of the capital projects which were completed. The Innisfil Beach Park tennis court lighting was one of a number, including additionals included playground replacements at Crossroads Park, soccer field redevelopment at Previn Court Park, and of course new volleyball courts at Innisfil Beach Park. Another huge success in 2014 was the opening of the town's first off-leash dog park. 4 years of hard work and fundraising by the Innisfil Off-Leash Dog Committee finally came to fruition, and this facility was opened up for everyone to use. From the roads side, we are finally living out of, or working out of our new salt management facility. And as referenced earlier today, through the capital, this was worked on by capital engineering. However, the roads department is really gaining a significant amount of benefit in that we are now able to properly manage our salt and sand storage, no longer storing material outdoors and having the materials subject to weather primarily and the environmental risks associated with them. We've also implemented a few changes within the winter maintenance program for roads. A comprehensive review of all routes and looking for operational efficiencies in routing was completed prior to the start of this winter. In addition to that, we did some pilots in the winter of 2013-14 on running straight salt on some roads. We've significantly expanded that, although when you're experiencing the minus 20-degree temperatures, it doesn't matter what you put on the ground, it stays. But we've been using more sand because of the cold temperatures. However, in those ideal conditions, we are seeing some efficiencies in that less passes on the routes and better road conditions for the residents to travel on. Moving into 2015, the operations team will continue to work on our integration and cross-functional, identifying our cross-functional efficiencies and of course acting on those. Priorities that we've identified within the team, as identified by the team, include a communication strategy amongst ourselves, internal department communication strategy. We want to continue to work on team building, enhanced operational planning and processes, as well as some understandings of how we're going to manage growth and how we're going to manage that from our internal, how the department sees growth in this town and how we'll manage that. And included in that as well is the opportunities of cross-functional training. We're starting to have, we have some parks operators as an example who are plowing roads when we need them at this point. So we're starting to really realize some of the opportunities available. We have a very clear focus, as I mentioned earlier, on improving customer service and, more importantly, improving our service inquiry response time. We'd like to get it in line with what the town policy states, which is within 2 days. We're not necessarily meeting that at all times. One of the things we're doing is we've revised some job descriptions to identify that customer service is the priority. And we have some individuals who will be specifically handling customer inquiries. And much to complement what Michelle was speaking about earlier today, to take ownership of what the inquiry is and see it through to fruition. And these folks will be meeting with people face to face, not just the telephone and emails, but the opportunities to really connect with our residents. And we're also very focused on developing a comprehensive preventative maintenance program. Identifying all of our service levels, mapping them out, and leading towards service level based budgeting. Of course, this will be a huge assistance. This will also tie back to some of the comments earlier around being able to present the number of hectares and how many grass cutting units we may need to be able to complete that. So through the 2015 year, we'll be developing a very comprehensive preventative maintenance program and implementing through phases as we go along. And with that, I'm open to any questions you may have.
Questions? Deputy Mayor Dolan, then Councillor Bill Lougheed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Enwood, at the County of Simcoe, we were able to reduce the fuel budget by about $250,000 to $275,000 because of the price of fuel now, and I wondered, is there any opportunity for some savings in the diesel or fuel budget for your department?
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Dolan. Lockie and I have been looking at and reviewing our current numbers, and there may be some opportunities that we'd be able to bring back.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And a follow-up, and this really doesn't have anything to do with Mr. Inwood, but I'm going to put it out there now because it's top of mind. The kilometer rate that we pay ourselves and members of our employees is, you know, maybe we should be looked at again. It's I think at 51 cents a kilometer right now, which is probably high compared to the cost of fuel, and I'm just suggesting that if we had the opportunity to look at that recently.
Your worship and members of council, we do, so there is a corporate policy on mileage reimbursement, and basically what we do is we survey municipalities within the county. We take what their mileage reimbursement rate is, and then we average that, and that's what we pay to our employees. But it is an older policy. I don't know how, although most municipalities, it seems that they do review it. Keep in mind that the policy is designed to recover, obviously, not only gasoline, but wear and tear and insurance. We talked about insurance. So although gas prices may be decreasing, insurance premiums certainly are going up, wear and tear, new vehicles, those types of things. But we can certainly look at that policy. Traditionally, we implement rate changes in September each year, just year over year. That's the time frame that we look at it. So certainly we should take a look at that policy, make some recommendations, and we can bring that back to council for further consideration.
Sorry, I'll just put it out there that my kilometer rate for the town of Innisfil is 51 cents. My kilometer rate when I'm working for the province of Ontario is 40 cents.
So if I could just add, the CIO's reminded me, we are 1 year in arrears normally, so the rates that we're using are the rates that they passed the previous year, so it's not current conditions. But again, certainly it's an opportunity. It is an older policy, and we can take a look at new ways of implementing that.
Yeah, I know the price that the county took off for the diesel was 10 cents a liter, so I don't know whether there's a way to look at that with the county or whatever. Councillor Lougheed.
Well, being Deputy Mayor Dolan took both my questions, I'll just have to say I only get paid 31 cents when I'm working, so you guys are lucky. And one comment, maybe if you didn't put the lights in at the tennis court, you wouldn't have to repave it.
Any other questions? Councillor Dario.
I just wanted to say, I had a long session with Mr. Campbell one evening and a long session with the treasurer and with Mr. Inwood, and it gave me a much better perspective of the priorities that we have, and I learned an awful lot from those sessions. I was also very impressed with Mr. Inwood's response to my concern about snow clearing in the beach areas and those roads, and he had already known that and had responded to that and had a plan in place that will make the next storm a whole lot easier for us. So I really appreciated that from all of those I've spoken to.
Thank you. And again, any more questions or comments? And again, council, what I would suggest you do, if you're having difficulties with anything, staff is very approachable. Certainly ask them questions and they will get back to you. And I know last night people were up till 11:30, 12 o'clock answering emails to questions, and I certainly don't want to continue that with staff. I think, if you can, they work from 8:30 till around 5 o'clock each night. If we can get questions to them within that period of time, it would be certainly helpful to them and to everybody else. So, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Sorry, Your Worship, we have an interruption in the presentation. I'm hoping that we're waiting for the presentation from the fire department. They're out right now. Perhaps we can move along to the next one.
Yes, move along to somebody else.
Deja vu. So just the next one, yeah, perfect.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon again, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of council. I'm just jumping up in the agenda a little bit. I wanted to give you a snapshot of our current community consultation for the budget. I know I sent some interim information on Friday, but when I had a look at 1243, there were 218 responses and growing, and we have a lot of support from local media in terms of getting the word out. We actually had the deputy mayor interview, and they said they're running it, they've tweeted it, so they're really trying to help us get our community involved in giving us feedback. So just to give you a little idea, I didn't print out all the results. What the way that it's set up is that all of the proposed budget numbers were put in by category at what we call 100. So if respondents chose to decrease their idea of what they thought should be given to that area, it would go less than 100. If they chose that they should increase their taxes towards that area, it would go more than 100. So I just made some quick rough notes, and I will be formalizing this to you. For example, roads was at 102. So that means that people were looking for a little bit more increase. So we do have comments, specific comments for each category that I'll provide you. Fire was, again, and this is just that snapshot from this group of people, 104. Parks, recreation facilities stayed at 100. These are the averages of all of those 218 respondents. Public library was at 93.7. Education and community, economic, and community development was 99.7 from our 100. Council, committees and clerks, 94.8. Departmental administration and support, 98.3. Reserves, I think it's a 98, I can't read my writing, 98.3. Bylaw enforcement, 97.1. South Simcoe Police, which was one of the ones that's adjustable, although we don't have full control, was 97.6. We asked a big question on there was about would you pay more taxes to have transit, and 157 no's out of 218. So interesting. And then we have comments by each of these that I will circulate to you. A very rough internal draft was circulated last week, but I wanted to give you a snapshot. In terms of where people are filling these out, in terms of population areas, we had, 74 from Alcona, 3 from Big Bay Point, 6 from Churchill, 9 from Cookstown, 13 from Stroud, 9 from Lefroy, 2 from Bellewart, 4 from Guildford, and 18 from Sandy Cove, and 11 others who are very excited about our budget. Don't know where they're from. I do have a breakdown of their postal code, but it's interesting that there will be some people who participate that are not maybe residents, but have some thoughts. In terms of was this a useful tool, not everybody chose to answer. It's just 33 that said they weren't sure, but 128 said it was a great tool and very useful to them. So that's just a kind of still in progress, but about halfway through the window of time that we allotted to have feedback through this forum. And my intention is to consolidate the comments into themes that I see there. Certainly the raw data would be available as an internal document, but there are definitely themes showing up in the comments that we're receiving back. And I'm happy to receive any questions about the consultation to date.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank staff, whoever was responsible for putting this together, and it's a great tool out there. And obviously there are people that are concerned, and they're not here, but they are out there and sending in responses. So and I'm surprised at some of the ones, but it's a very good response. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Dolan.
I just wanted to thank Michelle. I've been nagging for this tool for a few years, so I'm really happy to see. And although 200 and something doesn't sound like a big number, it's probably 225 more than we got ever when we're doing budgets. And it's information that we can work with. It's not people saying that they want everything, all these service level improvements, and they want their taxes to go down. You have to make the tough decision, and what I love about the tool is when you put your amount in, that what your assessment is, it tells you right to the penny. So as you're dragging that up, thinking, yes, I'd really like to have better road service, it's showing you dollars and cents how much your taxes would go up. And vice versa when you pull it down. And I also really like the fact that it gives you that clear picture of how much of the tax bill we have control over and how much we don't. The education part, I think, has got everybody's eyebrows raised when they look at that and see that amount in there, and that's something we just hand over. But because it comes to us, people think we get to keep it. So I think it's both educational for us and educational for the residents, and I hope that we get a lot more responses. The one comment I might have is those little bookmarks that are on the counter, if maybe we could each get a dozen or so, and just hand them to people that we talk to. I left a few at the post office, just on the counter, so the more the merrier. Thanks.
May I just add one?
Councillor Doug Lougheed.
I'll add it.
Sorry.
I'm just going to follow up to Councillor Dolan's statement. Those 225 she's talking about, if they were sitting out in the seats, we'd know we were in real trouble.
Michelle.
Mayor, I just wanted to make a comment that we have been out in the community with iPads. We took a couple of communications team members and went out and met people. And what was very good feedback that we don't get very often is how appreciative people were that we were coming to them to talk to them about it and that they were taking the time. The average length of time that people are taking to complete it is 8 minutes. I know that might seem short, but it's longer than I anticipated. So it's telling me that that education piece is a real key to getting responses that are meaningful back.
Councillor Setti.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment that I think it's important and very valuable that you're going out in the community with the iPads, because what we realized in the election campaign is there is a large percentage of our residents that do not have computers, do not have a method of going online for this. So I think it's great that you're doing that. What locations? I know you've done Sandy Cove, you've done here at the town hall. Is there other locations that you've gone out in the public?
Through your mayor to Councillor Asadi. Yes, we've spent a lot of time actually at the recreational complex because there are different events going on there. We collaborated with the YMCA to be able to go sort of, I guess, behind the scenes on the warm side to talk to parents that were watching and checking, are you an Innisfil resident? We were in Lefroy at the arena. We went to Cookstown Library, but I think we're going back there again because the timing was off. As well, we were at the Stroud, both the library and the arena being side by side at that community center. So we're trying to get out and about to do that and help people realize that the tool's there. And as well, if we can't speak to somebody, we're giving them those little bookmarks as a helper. So the library's circulating the bookmarks as well.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Thank you again, Michelle. Oh, the Deputy Fire Chief is back. Do we want to start with the fire? Thank you, Deputy. Hope it was nothing serious.
Small structure fire in 25 Side Road. It is out now. Crews are wrapping up.
I guess Councillor Lougheed, Bill would like to know whereabouts on the 25th.
Oh, sorry. It was on the 25th Side Road just south of Lockhart. I'm not sure the gentleman's name yet. I ran out of there in a hurry.
Thank you very much. Deputy Chief.
Well, thank you, Council. My name is Tom Rayburn. I'm the Deputy Fire Chief of the town of Innisfil. The Chief sends his regrets. He'd like to be here. He didn't anticipate we'd be doing operations this quick. So neither did I, so this was his presentation, but I will do my best to present it on his behalf. Sorry, just trying to get my notes here. So Innisfil Fire and Rescue Service is comprised of three main components plus emergency management. Fire suppression, fairly self-explanatory. We have 16 career firefighters. We have 97 volunteer firefighters. Prevention and public education, we have one training officer. He is responsible for investigating any fires that we have. He also does public education with youth and other vulnerable residents in the town. He also does inspections for all buildings that go up in the town, whether they be town buildings or other buildings that are going up in the town. We have one training officer in the training division. He came on with us last year. He's only this year, 2014. Sorry. He's been about 6 months. He is responsible for training all of the career staff and the volunteer staff. Emergency management, the chief is the head CEMC for the town. He is responsible for coordinating practice, emergency management measures, and he works with several different other people in the town to make sure that we're ready in case there is an emergency, that we respond properly. There is an increase to the operation budget in 2014, and we're looking for a bit into the 15. Most of it is employee-related costs. Council did approve a service level increase in 2014 of 4 career firefighters. So there's a full year impact of that, as well as our training. The standards have changed to an NFPA standard, which is North American wide. So it does increase our training needs and time it takes to train our volunteers and our career staff, as well as the Ministry of Labor has been visiting a lot of fire departments lately. So to keep up with all the standards that the Ministry of Labor requires, a lot of this is our training time to keep that training up to date. Success stories, the Master Fire Plan was adopted in 2013. It was the first time we've had one adopted by Council. We did have another one done in 2005, I believe. It was not adopted, it was received. The one in 2013 was adopted. So that was great. It really sets the direction of where we need to go by administration, prevention, education, suppression, training, apparatus. It really lays out a guideline on where we need to get to for best practices. So that's something that we are working on to try and meet some of these recommendations. So that's some of the things you'll see coming forward to Council. Community involvement in public education. Again, this is something I'm very proud of our guys for this, all of them. The volunteers and the career guys work very hard to educate a lot of residents. We visit all the schools in town, and they go through our fire safety trailer. And it's kind of an interactive training session. They can see the smoke, they know how to get down and stay below the smoke. So I believe we got to 2,900 students this year through all the public schools, and they range from the kindergarten to grade 3. We also got to a lot of seniors. We got to speak with over 500 seniors this year. We have some props that we use that they can help. They can use some fire extinguishers and practice putting out fires. That goes over really well in Sandy Cove Acres. They love that day when we come there and they get to play with fire. And so it's great that we're really educating the public. Another success story is the digital radio system. Chief spoke about it this morning. It was a real, it's been a challenge over the years to keep clear messaging through someone that's in a burning structure out to command and again to Barrie Fire Control. So this new digital system, I believe the police, subsequent police went to it several years ago. It's been a success for them. So now we have very clear communication, so there's no worry about not being able to communicate. If somebody is in trouble in the building, this digital radio system is a large improvement. Some other success stories. In 2014, there was approval for the Lefroy Fire Station. It is ongoing. You've probably seen it. It's at the corner of 5th Line and 20th Side Road. It's under construction now. I believe trusses are going up, if not today, probably this week. So it's moving along very well. It's going to be fantastic. The old Lefroy Hall was in real need of repair, as you all know. So our volunteers will be responding out of this hall, as well as the career, and administration will be there as well. The success story is Cookstown Station 4. Again, very much needed new facility there. That will be set for demolition, the current station, in, I believe it's April of this year, and we're hoping to have it completed by December. So it's going to be, again, fantastic. Our firefighters from Cookstown have really been struggling with an old building. It makes it very hard to train, very hard to keep your trucks and everything and keep pride in them when you're backing into a building that is in need of repair. So this is going to be a fantastic addition to Innisfil Fire and Rescue. Big idea of countywide partnerships. We're trying to find efficiencies in training, as training is a large driver in our costs. I was speaking as a new deputy in Barrie, and he and I have been having a lot of chats since he started just a month or so ago. We're going to start to combine training for ice water rescue with the Barrie boat and their staff, as well as they are entering into a lease with InPower to set up a training facility in very South End Barrie. So George Shapper, who was fantastic to work with in that regard, when that lease was being negotiated, we were able to secure 20 days, a minimum or maximum of 20 days of training for Innisfil Fire and Rescue staff at that location with no cost to the town of Innisfil. So we will be able to do live fire training, auto extrication, a lot of things now that we go up to train at the Ontario Fire College in Gravenhurst. It has a lot of problems getting there. Our staff is not in town then to respond if they're needed, as well as it's a rental. It costs a lot of money to rent the Ontario Fire College, and it's hard to get space because every department in the area tries to use it. So this is going to be a fantastic partnership with Barrie Fire. They're also wanting to use some of our facilities that they could do some training with as well. So I think it's going to be a fantastic partnership with Barrie. Bradford, West Gwillimbury as well. We're doing some joint training with them. They have a new deputy as well. And we've all been sitting in a room trying to figure out how we can gain efficiencies by training as a group. We're different departments, but we do work together a lot of times. So that way we can all know we're all on the same page when we do get to a scene. So I think that's going to be a fantastic as we move forward. Vulnerable population database. This is a new legislation that came through from the Ontario Fire Marshal. It requires a database for all vulnerable occupancies within each municipality and needs to be updated and maintained. I'm proud to inform that Innisfil is ahead of required timelines, and all vulnerable occupancies have been inspected and reported to the Ontario Fire Marshal during 2014. It's not due, I believe, until June of 2015, but we were able to get our crews out and get all this done and submit it to the Fire Marshal ahead of time. Staffing levels. In 2014, there was a service level increase that came forward and was accepted by Council. It resulted in the hiring of 4 career firefighters. They've been on a daytime shift from 7 in the morning till 7 at night. That is sort of a target area when we struggle to get our volunteers on scene quickly, as they are dedicated folks, but they have other jobs and other commitments, so it's hard for them during the day to get there. So these people, these new staff, have been on a straight day shift. It's worked really well. We're working better than we even thought. We did have some projected savings there. I believe we've doubled what we projected, and it's a lot less strain on the volunteers as they have so many calls. Like we run over 1,600 calls a year, and volunteer calls are a lot of those. And a lot of our volunteers have a hard time making as many calls as they'd like to, just due to other commitments. So it's been a load off them as well, so it's worked extremely well. Any questions I can answer this time would be great.
Council, any questions, comments? Councillor Doug Lougheed.
Thank you. Thank you, Worship, through you to Tom, Deputy Chief. I was going to ask you about the savings, because I know we talked about it last year when the four career firefighters were hired. I take it from your comments you don't have access to those right here, but certainly maybe if you or the chief could provide those savings numbers to us in due course, then probably before tomorrow's discussions, that would be
Certainly,
great.
I can get them distributed tonight for sure. I got some numbers here, but they're not the exact numbers, so I just had ballparks, but I can certainly get that to council tonight.
And the follow-up question is for 2015 in the recommended service level changes. You've got an additional 4 career firefighters there. And as I recall, that's a little bit different than the template that the council, that many of us looked at last year. Can you just go into the rationale of the 4 career firefighters versus some of the other options that were presented to the last council in the 2014 budget?
And through your worship to Councillor Lougheed. I believe in the 2014 service level increase, there were several options that came forward from the master fire plan. There was increasing volunteers, the numbers at each hall. I believe option C, if I remember correctly, did talk about 4 each year for 3 years. So we did do the 4 last year, which was great. Like I say, it's working really well. But what it results in is during the day, we have 5 career staff at Station 1 regularly scheduled. Outside of that, they can be off for a lieu day or a holiday. We're down to a minimum of 4. The minimum 4 works well because we can still run 2 trucks, which then we can have blockers if we're on the highway for safety. We can put out car fires, small things, without having to page out a full station. The goal of the 4 more is, those 4 only allow us to do that during the day between 7 in the morning, 7 at night. So at nighttime, after 7 o'clock at night, we're down to 3 regularly scheduled to a minimum of 2. So there's no way we can run 2 trucks with that number of people, and we can't do the things we can do during the day when we're upstaffed. So the intention of this additional 4 would then to have 5 regularly scheduled 24/7, be able to cover all the calls that we currently do between 7 in the morning till 7 at night, 24/7. So hopefully we'd be able to catch efficiencies that we didn't see in 2014 because we weren't upstaffed in the evening hours.
Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you. So how does that work with the 24-hour shift then? If you've got 4 full-time firefighters working 7 to 7?
Through your worship to Councillor Dolan, or Deputy Mayor Dolan. The 24-hour shift, the 4 that we had hired in 2014 are not on the 24-hour shift. We were able to negotiate with the association that they work 12-hour shifts, 4 on, 4 off. They're outside of the 24-hour shift altogether right now.
So, and your intent is with this other 4 to do the same thing, or is it to go back to put everybody on the 24-hour shift then?
Through your worship to Councillor Deputy Mayor Dolan.
It's new to me too, it's okay.
The intention would be if we were able to get the 4 additional, that everyone would go on to a regular shift and everybody would be on the 24-hour shift, and we would have 5 regularly scheduled 24/7, 365.
And then you still think you need that many volunteers? Like, what would the volunteers do at that point?
Or we still need our volunteers. We would, with the career staff, we can respond to small calls, small NVCs, motor vehicle accidents that require no extrication. They can respond to car fires, things like that, without paging out the volunteers. But anytime we have a structure fire, anytime there's an MVC that requires extrication or more staff, we'd absolutely be paging volunteers as well. Maybe not as many, or as often, I guess is more accurate.
So the savings that you're talking about are really less calls for volunteers? Is that where these savings are coming from?
That's correct.
And one other question, and I'm done. The vulnerable population database, how often is that refreshed?
It's new this year. It just came out. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I'd have to look into it. I'm not sure if it's yearly or whether it's twice or every 2 years. I'm not positive. I could look into that for you.
Thank you.
Councillor Doug Lougheed.
Sorry, Your Worship, I just thought of another question I meant to ask earlier. Obviously, 2014, we hired 4 career firefighters. The recommended service level changes for 4 career firefighters. I guess what I'm saying is it's not sustainable for us to have that type of a request in 2016, 2017, and beyond. So what are the I suppose in the short term, and I'm going to look at in the next 5 years, what's your staffing hopes, I guess, if you want to call it that, or that in terms of future? And I know a Big Bay Point Station is on the horizon in 3 years or 4 years or so.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Lougheed. The short term, if I'm thinking 5 years, would be that these 4 additional would be all we'd need for now. We're not going to be able to see many more efficiencies by hiring more career staff. Like going to 6 per crew doesn't get us a whole lot of efficiency. So getting to the 5 does. After that, if council decided they wanted to staff another hall or something of that nature to spread our crews out to better evenly cover the town, that would be when we may be looking for more staff, but until that happens, I wouldn't expect to be back here asking for more staff.
Is that a promise?
The chief's not here.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much, Deputy Chief. Okay, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Worship and members of council. So there's no slide for the corporate section, but there is in your tax rate-based operating budget a section entitled corporate, and I just want to give you an overview of that. It's not area specific, and so that's why it's labeled as corporate. It's really an area where finance looks after this in terms of budgeting and monitoring these expenditures. And again, they're of a corporate nature. So currently, what we do during this process until council approves the budget and we can determine what our tax levy is, there is a placeholder in the budget for what we call a subs and omits. So every year we know that there's a catch-up period before the MPAC will provide assessments, and so we get to bill back 2 years, and that we estimate what that revenue will be. For 2015, you'll see that there's a big increase of about $240,000. What we did there is, as council's aware, the Tanger Outlet Mall expanded significantly last year, but it was late in the year and MPAC didn't pick up the assessment change, so it's not part of our returned roll. What we did is I estimated what that revenue would be, and I've put that in there as a supplementary tax bill, which will be coming forward this year. And I cautioned the amount that I put in there. I cushioned it, I guess, a little bit. I wasn't overly aggressive with it, but it's revenue that the town will realize that helps to offset the increases that you see. Normally, it would have been part of our returned roll and would have been helping to reduce our tax rates. But so that's why that's there. You can see the bottom line in total. It's about $1.4 million of revenue that helps to offset our tax rates. And those revenues come from a variety of sources. The OLG money that's in here, you can see that we record the money that we get through the slot program, but we immediately take it right back out and transfer it to reserve. So it's a revenue source, but it's also a reduction in terms of the transfers to reserves. It's the accounting method that we do to record that. That's how we're required to do it. We have included in there for 2015 an increase because we are seeing more revenues coming from the OLG slots because of the new formula that the province implemented. But again, from a tax basis, here, it's a net nothing to the bottom line. We do bring money back in out of the reserve that we transfer the money to, the ARS reserve, and you'll see that, you've seen that probably in the capital budget, and we do bring it in certain instances where we have debt, where we're temporarily funding it through ARS, and then we'll recover it through development charges in the future. And we talked about that, for instance, one of the areas that pertains to is the library. We have other items in here. Again, it's almost an in and out. We do have debt on our books that relate to the utility company. They're paying us that debt. It doesn't impact our debt capacity, so it's an in and an out. It's a debt. It's shown as a debt expense on our books, but it's also a revenue from the utility. And so the major change here, the $400,000, is what I talked about. It's a one-time item in here for the Tanger Outlet Mall that didn't make it onto the returned roll. And we also have some increases in terms of interest revenue. As we build reserves, those reserves, the capital levy, it goes into, our reserves that we have for tax rate stabilization and other ones, any interest we earn goes to the tax base to help lower the tax levy requirement. So I just wanted to give Council an update and an overview of that process, but certainly if there's any questions regarding any of these numbers, I'd be happy to answer those.
Any questions, comments? Okay. Madam Clerk.
Your Worship, I suggest this might be a good time to stop. We have our single delegate registered and is willing to come in for 5 o'clock, so she's prepping now. If we take, if your willingness to take a break for 5 minutes or 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Council. We'll have a break for till 5 o'clock. Good morning, everyone, staff. Again, I see we have one other, we have one person that's not part of staff sitting at the back there. Thank you for coming again, sir. I wish we had more out. If you have a cell phone that's on, please put it on silent or shut it off. And we're all set to go. So, again, welcome. And thank you for all your hard work that you've done over the last, I guess, couple of months since we've started. So, are we starting with the motion by Councillor Rossetti? The 4.7.
Just a point of order, if I could, Your Worship. So you want that recommendation on the table now, even though we haven't heard from some of the Nottawasaga and like Simcoe and police? It just seems a bit premature, but I look to the clerk's office.
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, or to the deputy mayor, sorry. There was hint that there were going to be some amendments to this that we were going to discuss, so I'm not sure if those are still coming forward, but you are correct. We should probably not discuss this at this time. But I'll look to the chief financial officer to see if there's any.
Yes, I believe there was approximately 4 motions that were going to come forward in regards to, I think you had the motions from yesterday?
So I have one motion to amend this motion, and that was the only one that I had at this point.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I wonder if I could just ask the CAO just to kind of help us understand the structure of today's meeting.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. So at this point in time, it would be in order to put this on the table for the purposes of engaging in amendments that you've heard or you would like to pursue relative to the presentations that you've had. The intention would be when the other boards and agencies come forward later this afternoon, there may be further amendments that will occur. The intent of the administration would be to bring a consolidation of the changes, because some of these boards and agencies are actually bringing amended information forward. As an example, our treasurer had made estimates of some of the proposed budget submissions at an earlier stage. So when we receive the information today from some of these boards and agencies, there will be further amendments that they will be actually bringing forward themselves. So we will incorporate those changes and any further instructions that you provide on February the 18th. So you will see a consolidation of all of those changes. So at this point in time, the suggestion is you place this matter on the table for purposes of debate and discussion. You will then consider any further amendments that you would have related to any of the presentations. And then there's a couple of other presentations that will occur that they are based on rate-based presentations. So these wastewater as an example, but those are separate rate-based components that will have separate implications to the users of those systems. So at this point in time, I would suggest it would be in order to place this on the table and to have the discussion and debate around the amendments that you would like to pursue at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Scorbach. So we go back to 4.7, I believe it was. So, Councillor Rossetti.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Richard Simpson that the proposed 2015 tax rate operating budget, including police and the capital levy, but not including recommended service level changes with a net expenditure of $33,422,056 be referred for final consideration by Council at its meeting on February 18th, 2015.
Council, you've heard the recommendation. Any questions or comments?
Thank you, Your Worship. So at this point in time, basically the motion is now duly before the Council. At this point, any amendments to this motion would be in order. So ultimately, as you debate these amendments, we'll then consolidate and build upon this main motion, and then ultimately you'll vote on the main motion as amended or as originally presented.
Thank you.
Your Worship and members of Council, there was some questions related to the grant program yesterday. Staff have prepared two pieces of information that may be of assistance and may affect any motions to amend related to the grant. I wonder, Your Worship, if it would be in order for us to present that information now prior to any amendments on that piece, or if you'd like the amendment to come onto the table first.
No, I think the information would be great.
So I'll start off, Your Worship and members of Council, and I'll look to the clerk and other members of administration to add some comments. But we did just receive, hot off the press, a PowerPoint slide from our Deputy Treasurer, who perhaps we could throw up onto the screen. It was sent to the clerk as well. Thank you so much. In the meantime, you have in front of you, I believe, this very colorful and complex flowchart that we had no consultants work on, I might add. This was homegrown, and look what we can do internally. So if I can walk you through this, members of Council, the concept is that if you start sort of in the top right-hand corner, you'll see that we have several different revenue sources that are related to what we're globally calling the grant program. Those are the gala revenue, the golf tournament revenue, and committed OLG revenue. So we receive in excess, I think it's upwards of $5 million from the OLG slots annually, and that number changes, of course, depending on how much gambling goes on. So but we commit a certain portion of that to this program. So it's not the full OLG revenues. Obviously, there's a number of commitments that are related there in terms of debt repayment and other pieces. But then what we do is we take those three revenue piles or buckets, and we divide them up in the most complicated way possible. So if we start with the OLG revenue, 50% of that committed revenue is automatically off the top taken and put in the foundation reserve fund. And that was a resolution that was passed by council on February 20th, 2013. It's Council Resolution 2901-13. And that specifically said that the model be adopted, including the creation of an accounting reserve fund called the Innisfil Community Foundation Fund. So that is a specific reserve fund in our accounts that's set aside every year and continues to grow and is not touched whatsoever by any other program. Or council direction, of course. And at the moment, that amount is sitting just over $200,000, as you can see on the screen in front of you. The extreme right column shows you the Innisfil Community Foundation amount. And so you can see that at the beginning of this calendar year, 2014, there's a balance of $200,076. That seems like a slightly strange number, and the reason is that if there are any funds left over from the grant distribution piece, they go back into the foundation. So it's possible that that amount will grow more than $100,000 a year, and that's why you'll see a slightly strange number. So assuming we continue with the policy, there would be another $100,000 allocated from the OLG funds in 2015, bringing our foundation total up to just over $300,000. And the goal there, you recall from the staff report, was that within 10 years, we would have $1 million and enough to endow a foundation that could exist separate and apart from the town and be a great launching pad for a community foundation program. So some forward thinking there, some one step ahead planning by council. Returning to this fund flow chart, 10% of the OLG funds are set aside again off the top for council discretionary purposes. And you'll see from the chart in front of you and on the screen, that amount is about $20,000 for 2015. That money has traditionally been used for things like the Goderich tornado relief, where council sent, I believe it was $5,000, which, it's those kind of one-off things that we're not anticipating, we're not budgeting for, but really are needs within our community and within our province, and council needs that money and has traditionally used that money for those kinds of purposes. And that comes from the OLG revenue. Moving down, we have three other ways we give out money through those revenue incomes that come in. The first one, and the one that we're all familiar with and that the community is very familiar with, is the Inspiring Innisfil Fund. And that used to be called the Community Grants Program. So that's where individuals or groups within our community apply to a committee appointed by council. And I think it's on we do it twice a year, and they apply, the committee reviews the applications and doles out that money. And it's made up of 25% of the revenue from the OLG committed funds, 70% of the golf revenue, and 70% of the gala revenue. That's where those funds come from. And the only caveat or asterisk I would put beside that is it's the money from the previous year's fundraising that's given out in the next year. So in other words, we don't give out money assuming we're going to have a successful gala and a successful golf tournament. We wait, that money comes in, and then the next year, so in 2015, we're spending 70% of the golf revenue from 2014. And that way we know that the program is sustainable and we're not giving out more money than we have. The other two pieces that are ways of distributing funds into the community are through the Economic Development Fund that EDAC gives out directly, and that's for economic development within our community, and the committee that's appointed by council has funds available, and you'll see there on the second column, it's about $39,000 for the 2015 year, assuming council approves the budget as anticipated. And then the other component of economic and community development is the heritage side. So again, there's also $39,000 available there to give out to the community. And again, it's made up of those pots, those different pots. So 15% of the OLG, 30% of the golf revenue, and 30% of the gala revenue combined go to those two economic and community development funds. Those, of course, are not as well known because they were new when this program was introduced. So there's still some awareness and education that needs to go on around there. I think those committees, frankly, are getting accustomed to being able to give out that kind of funds. It is significantly more than they've ever had before, and so we're still seeing the fruits of those programs begin to take hold. So that's a very long-winded way of getting down to what I think was the question yesterday around, what is that amount that's available for the grants to be given out into the community through the grant committee, and that's of course called the Inspiring Innisfil Fund. And if the budget is approved, there would be $162,000 available. And that's made up, as you can see on the chart in front of you in the first column, of $112,000 roughly, which was the gala and the golf tournament together, plus the allocation of 25% of the OLG funds, or $50,000, and that's where you get that 162. And of course, again, that number may change annually depending on the success. That would be a different program of the golf tournament and the gala. So I'm not sure if that's complicated things, Your Worship, but I'm happy to take questions on what was a complicated but hopefully well thought out program that Council passed and policy to support the grant programs.
Thank you, Mr. Rayner and Councillor Lougheed, and then Councillor Dario.
Thank you, Your Worship, and just as a member of the Heritage Committee, Jason referred to it as given out to the community. To date, it traditionally hasn't been, I wouldn't call it given out to the community in the sense that the money that's been funneled through the Heritage Committee is, and the byproduct of that money is community signage, such as over at the Trans-Canada Trail, both ends of the Trans-Canada Trail. There's heritage signs. We're embarking on a program of identifying significant heritage sites throughout the town, and we've started with the old school section numbers and all that kind of stuff. So to date, it hasn't been necessarily given out to the community, although it could be used for as a potential grant, I suppose, to individuals with heritage sites to improve those heritage sites and all that kind of stuff. So just to clarify the word given out.
Councillor Dario.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I realize now that the numbers I was looking at yesterday were the total and not the amount specifically for Inspiring Innisfil. I don't have it in front of me, but so this would, I still think 162,000 is more than we should put out there. But obviously the numbers in my amendment refer to the whole amount, and that is not my intent at all. So, and I don't want to get into changing the policy because that's going to involve review and consideration of various elements. So whereas I say 260,000, it would be more like 160,000. And I think 160,000 appears to be excessive. So I would change my amendment to instead of the 100,000 transferred, I would change that to 60,000 to be transferred. So that would leave 100,000, which I think should be more than enough to do the job.
Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the acting clerk. Can you give us, or maybe it was on that slide and I missed it, can you give us an estimate of how many grant applications we get a year and how much money we traditionally give out in community grants each year?
Through you, Your Worship, to the Deputy Mayor, I can tell you that we have, for the most part, not fully used all of the allocation for the program when we have given out the funds. There have been anywhere from 10 to 12. The first intake, there may have been 18 or 20. A lot of those were not accepted. Therefore, all the monies were not allocated. I don't think in any of the intakes. Now, there have only been 3 intakes. We're approaching our 4th this March, so we're very close to being ready to issue those funds now. So I'm going to say that there are 10 to 12 successful applications and in the area of $80,000 allocated to the community.
Thank you. Yes, follow up.
So if we were to, to Councillor Dario's point, if we were to at one point go back and relook at tweaking the grant program and putting a cap on the Inspiring Innisfil Fund, like not making wholesale changes to the program, but maybe tweaking it a bit and maybe looking at that. But I could support this amendment at this time.
Councillor Bill Lougheed.
When you said that you have about 12 people that have applied so far, that's just for this half of the year?
Through Your Worship to Councillor, it's for each intake. So of the 3 intakes, we have that number.
Okay, so there won't be anybody else applying this year?
Through Your Worship, we're expecting to have applicants for the March 5th intake. So we are now on the verge, and during this transition, it's another service area that's promoting that intake, and they'll be doing that almost any day. So I think the committee was expecting a certain amount of funding that will adjust, how much they're expecting, but we have not released to the public yet. So we are in time to catch if we're going to change that amount.
Councillor Doug Lougheed.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess where I'm a bit unsure of is how the motion affects the numbers that we see up here, because it's a broad motion. So, and I don't know whether the treasurer may be able to help at all in terms of the motion as written. How does that affect the Inspiring Innisfil Fund? How does that affect the balance on the EDAC, Heritage, and Council discretionary funds moving forward? Because I think that's the critical component. And I guess the other thing is, as a general comment, I'd like to see that, but certainly I'm not against tweaking the community grant program, but at this point in time, it's kind of a one-off motion for the budget, and I think we have to realize that none of these monies are from taxpayer payments. They're from basically most of it is from the gala, the golf tournament, and then there's certainly some slot revenues. So that's the only thing I'm concerned about, is how does the motion reflect on the numbers, and because we've got an inclusive number, and I don't know how that affects it, so.
Mr. Treasurer?
Yes, Your Worship and members of council, if I could see the motion again. So if I understand Councillor Dorio's motion is that we would take $60,000 currently allotted to the Inspiring Innisfil program, not the other two programs, and move that into the Community Foundation account so it to be touched. So that will build that Community Foundation program faster. And as Mr. Rayner told you earlier, you know, the intent was to get it to about $1 million and then turn it over to the community. So realistically, what the motion says is that we would take the $50,000 that are allocated from OLG revenues, put that into the foundation in 2015, and strip $10,000 of last year's Mayor's Gala and golf tournament and put that into the foundation, if I'm understanding the motion correctly. So I think that's what's happening. So the two programs that are under EDAC would be whole. They would remain at the $39,000 amount that's been provided to you. And it's really the community grant one that would be reduced. Certainly, since there's no direction from council to revisit the policy necessarily, this is a one-time adjustment. So next year, staff would go back to the policy and budget accordingly in 2016 unless council directed otherwise. I don't know. Hopefully that answers your question.
Madam Clerk?
Just to further clarify that, Your Worship, the wording indicates that the Innisfil Community Grant Program will be impacted by this. In fact, what the wording, if what I'm hearing from our treasurer is correct, is it's actually the Inspiring Innisfil Fund that will be impacted by that $60,000. Would that be the intent? So I'll change the wording here. This, not the entire program, just that one fund. If it's affecting the whole program, the way it funnels through that model is going to impact all of those end users, the Heritage Committee and EDAC. Thank you.
Councillor Bill Lougheed.
The way I understand it is the golf revenue and the gala revenue was designed, I mean, we put this together so that we would have the Inspiring Innisfil program. And I have no problem taking $50,000 of that this time and transferring it. But because you're taking $10,000 for something that was intended for public use, I think that that should be left alone. I mean, they were two fundraisers for that purpose.
Any other comments, questions? Councillor Nicol.
Thank you. Just a note, I'm just kind of a bit of a concern if we're limiting the Inspiring Innisfil Fund. As we don't have any specific requests at this point, I would hate to turn something down just because we're taking out some money that ideally will be transferred to the Community Foundation at the end of the year anyways. So if we don't use the entire 160,000 that's allocated to that, that money is still going to the Community Foundation regardless. So I would have a concern with limiting it to the $100,000. So that's it.
I agree with you, Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thanks. Yeah, the more I consider this, I agree. I think that the fact that it's not impacting the tax rate as far as the budget is concerned, and I do think that there needs to be some tweaks to the whole grant overview, but I don't see it as something that's urgent that we have to do. And I would rather put forward a notice of motion that we review the entire program and bring it back in some discussion, as opposed to this one-off, transferring money at this point, I think. Thank you.
Councillor Dario.
If we put $160,000 out there, there's going to be, presumably we're inviting an attempt to use $160,000, and I think that is excessive. I think that I saw $85,000, I think, last year. And I think that allowing that to run up to 100,000 is more than adequate. I don't want to hear applications for $100,000 or something like that, that we could be inviting. I don't think that's what this program was intended for, from what I've read. And I just think that leaving it out there as a part of a budget invites applications that we would not want to see.
Councillor Bill Lougheed.
This is done at our discretion, so we get to turn down those who we don't think deserve it, if I'm correct.
Madam Clerk?
Through your worship to the councillor, there is a grant committee that's been put in place to evaluate those applications, some of whom have extensive experience in grant review in their previous lives, and council has access to $20,000 of that at their discretion for those purposes. The committee actually makes the decisions on some of those funds, but those funds, the 160, is filtered through that model, so it ends up in each of those different areas.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Doug Lougheed.
Thank you. The one other thing I think that's put out there is there's some pretty stringent rules on the grant applications, and that's, you know, even though the grant applications come in, not all of them are approved, or they're not all approved in totality. The second thing is that one of the key components of the grant is that they add something. They add something to the municipality, that either it's a new program, something that's going to enhance things in the community, and it's not meant for operating funds, year-to-year operating funds. So I think that's the key component. There's a clear benefit to the community, even if it is over $100,000. The community gets a benefit and is able to do something that they weren't able to do before. And but I'm still in favor of certainly tweaking the program down the road. But and we can talk about it in a bit fuller sense, but certainly I don't think I'm prepared on the one-off. So,
Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, and I concur with Councillor Lougheed. If you look at the past recipients of this program, but also the fact that, believe it or not, you know, we struggle sometimes getting enough applications. It's been years that we've offered this, and quite frankly, you know, it came to the point where, you know, we had a few groups who were accessing it, but it wasn't broad enough. So I think now it's kind of become something that people are accustomed to, but still not abusing, and certainly not abusing in my estimation. And the only other thing I would say is the County of Simcoe also has a grant program, and they're doing a review on that right now, and I'm going to sit on that grant review committee, and part of that is to make sure there's no duplication or double dipping where people are going to the county and then also going to a municipal fund as well.
Councillor Bill Lougheed.
Just a friendly amendment. Maybe we can change regarding the Inspiring Innisfil Fund, that OLG revenues go back into, what is it? What's the name of the fund? The Community Foundation Fund, so that we put the OLG revenue back into the Community Foundation Fund, but the golf revenue and the gala revenue be left alone.
Thank you. Councillor Nickel.
Sorry. Again, I just a matter of limiting this. Again, I'm looking at, say, Inspiring Innisfil 2020, the mandate to engage the community, engage the residents, support community groups, And I wouldn't want to be limiting any local activity by, again, cutting back on this at this point. If it's to look at reviewing the amounts in the future, by all means, but again, just on this one-off this year, I think it may be a bit short-sighted, so.
Okay, Mr. Rayner.
Thank you, Worship Members of Council. Just two clarification points. The first is just based on the allocation of funds that's on the website, and we can pull that up for you if you want. It looks like there was about $117,000 given out in 2014. So I think, Councillor Dore, you may have been looking at the first intake, the fall intake. There was $80,000 available, and then there was about 60 that was given out. But the total year was $117,000, roughly. Math isn't my strong point, but it's over 100,000. And the second, no, that's it. Oh, sorry, there is a review, thank you. There is a review that was required as part of the adoption of the program. And I'm not sure exactly on that timeline, but it would be coming back this year because we wanted to review, that was a new program. Is it working the way it was intended? So that is expected, and your staff are working on that.
Thank you, Mr. Rayner. Any further questions or comments? Mr. Rayner.
Sorry, Your Worship. There were three things. It's early in the morning. I think Councillor Lougheed was actually putting an amendment to the amendment, and I know that nobody likes amendments to amendments, but that's, I think, maybe what I heard. I'm not sure.
I certainly agree, and I hate to see this reduced. Inspiring Innisfil is very important, and there's a lot of community groups out there that need money for support, for new ideas. So I am not in favor of this. Councillor Lougheed.
So basically what I'm asking for is that the 40% of OLG slot money be transferred into the other fund, but the money from golf revenue and gala revenue be left alone because that's what it was intended for.
Mr. Rayner.
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Bill Lougheed, the most straightforward way of doing that is just simply to change the 60,000 to 50,000 this year. Yep. Because if you start saying that 40% of the OLG funds, you're going to end up affecting the economic and community development funds, and I don't think that's your intention. Okay. Oh, so the 50,000 would be clear this year, and then we can.
Yeah, it would be the 25% anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Rayner. An amendment on the floor by Councillor Bill Lougheed, seconded by Councillor Simpson.
Yes.
Any questions or comments? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor? Motion to amend. All those in favor? All those opposing? That motion is defeated. So I guess we're going back to the original motion.
Your Worship, if I can assist, I know the clerk is very busy typing right now, so maybe I can give her a hand. I know there hasn't been an opportunity to do the procedural bylaw training with council, so you're getting into some pretty deep procedural stuff here with amendments to amendments. So the way this works is the motion to amend is the first piece, and then it looks like it has failed, so you go back to the first amendment, you vote on that, and then you go back to the original motion.
Okay, so we're going back to the motion that was put on the floor by Councillor Dario. Is there a seconder? There is no seconder, so that motion is lost.
Your Worship, if I could assist as well, there is an opportunity in the procedural bylaw to second a motion simply to get it on the table. You have the ability to vote against it, but it's designed to allow a fulsome debate and a vote on a motion if that's what Council wills, and I'm not sure everybody's familiar with that section, and I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Your Worship.
I appreciate that. I believe Councillor Simpson is now going to second that motion that Mr. Darius put on the table. And Councillor Lougheed?
Just to clarify from the CAO that this community grant will be is part of a review process that has to be reported back to council this year.
Through you, Your Worship, that's correct. The intent of the original motion that adopted this new policy that set up this grant program requested that about a year after its adoption that we go back to review it and also do some consultation with the stakeholder groups to determine if in fact further tweaking is required.
Thank you. Councillor Dario.
Can I still withdraw the motion?
At this time, no.
Your Worship, procedurally, once it's in the hands of the council, you've already voted on a motion to amend this motion. So you've already started a debate around the motion. So technically, under the rules of procedure, you can't withdraw it.
So are there any further questions or comments on the amended motion put forward by Councillor Dario, seconded by Councillor Simpson? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor of that motion? All those opposed? That motion is defeated. So now we're going back to the original motion that was put forward by Councillor Ossetti, seconded by Councillor Simpson. Are there any questions or comments there? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor? Opposing? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, the tax rate supported service level changes request recommended. The recommendation is by Councillor Payne. Seconded.
Standario, that the tax rate supported service level change requests recommended identified in the proposed 2015 operating budget with total costs of $207,015 be referred for final consideration by council at its meeting February the 18th, 2015.
Council, you've heard the recommendation. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Lougheed and then Councillor Dario.
Yes, Your Worship, I have a motion to amend, and it's moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lynn Dolan, to add, and that council directs the management team to review the recommended service level changes regarding the addition of 7.5 full-time equivalent staff positions with the view to return only those positions which will not impact the 2015 tax rate as presented in the base budget. The intent of this motion is basically to send it back, to send the recommended service level changes back to staff, for the staff and senior management team to prioritize the recommended service level changes as to when they're needed, if they're needed, if the position can be tweaked, etc. And and to find other innovative ways to hopefully finance those positions if some of those positions are added or recommended in their report. But basically to not adopt the 7.5 positions at this point in time, but have staff, senior management team fully vet the whole issue and come back to us because you know, in an effort to keep the tax rate as low as we can.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dario, did you have a comment? You okay? Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I'm happy to support this recommendation. These service level changes were not included in the base budget, if I understand that correctly. So any of these positions that we added in would increase the tax implications. And also, like, there seemed to be in some of those service level changes, there seemed to be some that kind of made sense, that like the contract position to the full-time position, those sorts of things I can kind of see. Or a position even in the bylaw where if it's revenue generating and you can actually, but just adding, well, I'll use an example, four new career firefighters at this time after adding 4 last year is just something I don't think that we can afford.
Any other questions or comments? No, I guess this amendment, can it be sent back to the first and seconder of the original amendment to see if they'll accept this amendment? If I'm not correct, we can do it that way? No? So we're going to deal with the amendment first. Councillor Dario?
I just have a bit of a concern about the half person required for the transit. I don't know whether this is going to, so this would just defer it till February the 18th, I suppose. Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm seeing a bit of confusion in people's faces, and I just want to make sure that people understand exactly the impact of this recommendation, amended recommendation, should it pass. So maybe ask either the CAO or Mr. Davis to speak to it, and with just the next step or what we expect back from this recommendation, just to make sure everybody's clear what they're voting on.
Mr. Scorbach.
Thank you, Worship. Members of Council, essentially when your administration prepared this draft budget, we looked at a number of service level changes. Although we recommended those service level changes based on the information that our staff and the management team considered, we did not incorporate it into the base budget. So what we have done is we've reflected what those costs would be to you within the context of the Treasurer's report. So in the Treasurer's report, there's a commentary in there that says this is what you will do in terms of increasing the 2015 base budget if in fact you adopt these recommended service level changes. By referring this back to staff at this point in time, basically what I understand the instructions to be is to say, staff, if these are really truly important positions, then find a way that doesn't impact the 2015 base budget, that is neutral to the tax rate. And if you can accommodate some of those on that basis, then please come back by February the 15th and tell us how you're going to do it, and we'll consider it at that time. Not that you're going to adopt it, but you'll at least consider it at that point in time. So I think, you know, that's a challenge, obviously, to the administration in terms of trying to be thoughtful in terms of looking at the future in terms of how some of these may be accommodated. We may actually strategically look at, are there positions we should be eliminating in order to accommodate some of these positions? And that might be an approach that we take. But again, that gives us a period of time between now and February the 18th to contemplate that and to come back. If in fact we don't come back with any adjustments to it, then obviously these 7.5 positions will not be presented as part of any budget process going forward.
Mr. Rayner, do you have anything to add?
The example, Your Worship, simply is the first service level change request, which is a construction manager in development engineering, which has no tax rate impact based on this sheet in front of me. So that's the kind of thing we'll be looking at and trying to work towards. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments on the amendment? Councillor Dario.
I'm reading that we're asking staff to review the recommended service level changes. And it seems to me from what our CAO has said that the management team would review the budget regarding the addition of, and try to, I'm not sure I know how to word this exactly, but the fact is we don't want to just review the recommended service level changes, but in fact staff may find the positions to cover some of these from other elements. Yeah, because they're not going to find them within the service level changes. So it seems to me that we're limiting in this resolution, we're limiting staff to finding changes within only the service level changes. So I think we need, what we're saying is find them anywhere, but come back with something that shows no additions that will impact the tax rate. So I don't know how that would, and I don't think the intent of the amendment is to restrict staff to only the service level changes.
Councillor Doug Lougheed.
Thank you. No, it's not meant to restrict staff. It's meant to keep it wide open. And I'll give an example, and I don't know whether this might be a great example, but you know, there's some monies probably allocated in the budget for fuel, and fuel costs are down a little bit from what we've approved in the budget. So they might take a relook at it and say, okay, we've budgeted fuel at $1.25, and we might look at it as the average is going to be from what all our information is $1, and that's opened up a few dollars worth of room that might be able to put a staff person in there and not reflect. I mean, that's math isn't my best thing either, but I think that's kind of the intent, to look at the whole budget and then look at the recommended staff level change and see how you can integrate as best you can in the priority you can with the personnel. So that would be my response, unless the CAO or Mr. Rayner has anything.
Mr. Scorbach.
Thank you, Your Worship. So for the benefit of council, the reason this motion and this amendment is before you is because there are a series of service level changes that your administration contemplated and presented to you. Some of those we recommended, some of those we did not recommend. Based on the way I read this particular motion, is it suggests to the administration, take a look at the service level changes, specifically with regards to the 7.5 employees that have been identified, and come back to us only if you can fund those without impacting the tax rate. That's the simplest way I can describe it. And that would be the instructions we'll take back to take a look at that. Mr. Rayner identified a good example. There is one of those positions within the context that says, look, this is a funded position based on the industry itself. In other words, this is a construction position that the development industry will be paying for, and it would not impact the tax rate. So we would come back and identify specifically to say, look, there is a zero impact here. We'd like you to consider that particular position. There may be others that we may be able to merge, do other things with that mitigate or have a zero tax impact, or if they do have a minimal tax impact, we'll come back and identify that for you. But we'll only bring those positions back that are at zero or close to zero. We wouldn't bring back positions that are going to have a full impact on the tax rate. So I want to make sure that council has that clarity going forward.
Everybody understands that? Okay, no more further questions or comments? All those in favor of the amendment? Opposing? That motion is carried. Now we're going back to the recommendation of Councillor Payne, seconded by
Oh, I've lost it. Second by Standerio, that the tax rate supported, that the tax rate supported service level change request recommended, identified in the proposed 2015 operating budget with the total costs of $207,015 be referred for final consideration by council at its meeting on February the 18th, 2015, and that council directs the management team to review the recommended service level changes regarding the addition of 7.5 full-time equivalent staff positions with the view to return only those positions which will not impact the 2015 tax rate as presented in the base budget.
Council, any questions or comments in regards to this? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor? That motion is carried.
Just gonna second this.
Okay, the user rate operating budget for water and wastewater rates, Councillor Lougheed.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Richard Simpson that the proposed 2015 budget for water operations with a total expenditure of $3,697,240 and the budget for wastewater operations with a total expenditure of $2,969,940 be referred for final consideration by council at its meeting on February 18, 2015, and that 2015 user rates pertaining to water and wastewater services be referred for final consideration by council at its meeting on February 18, 2015.
Council, you've heard, sorry, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. We do have a presentation at this point before you give consideration to this motion.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Bauerlein.
Good morning, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, members of council. I'm Don Bauerlein, the Superintendent of Waterworks for the town of Innisfil. I'm just going to give you a brief overview of what we do for the municipality. Maybe. Or technical difficulties here. Nope. We don't have one of these things. Anyway, these are our key focus areas within the municipality. Our service area is responsible for the water treatment, quality monitoring of drinking water for approximately 8,000 customers within the municipality. We look after the, also maintain the distribution system. Our responsibilities are from source to tap, meaning everything within the distribution system, the supply system, right down to water meter installations and the whole gamut. We strive for continuous improvement. We have developed through requirement of the Safe Drinking Water Act, a drinking water quality management system, which we have in place for our operations staff to ensure continuous improvement of our operations. By the numbers, we have about a $93,000 operational budget increase this year, which relates to about 1.36% over last year's budget. We are experiencing about a 7.85% increase in our energy and utility costs, mainly due to some of our growth, our requirements for additional water supply and whatnot, is one of the key drivers in that increase this year. Another small increase is internal recoveries and transfers to different supporting groups in the municipality that support our operations. Water system improvements and successes. Last year, during the year 2014, we've had several improvements within our water system. One of them was we've increased the service area for our Zone 2 booster station, which is located down the corner of Webster and Innisfil Beach Road. It provides us with a second pressure zone within the Alcona area, and that has effectively improved the water pressure to several hundred homes within the Alcona area, north of Innisfil Beach Road, south of Innisfil Beach Road. We also commissioned the Innisfil Heights Reservoir last fall. Been under construction for some time as a service improvement, additional storage, fire storage, and whatnot for the Innisfil Heights area. It was also designed with room for expansion for future servicing in that area. We also replaced a standby generator at one of our pump stations in Innisfil Heights in the last year. Phase 3 expansion of the water treatment plant in Alcona is also, design is also underway right now to service the needs of our growing community and also the growing needs for our neighbors to the south of us in Bradford, West Gwillimbury. We also, I'm sorry, that's the Innisfil Heights Reservoir there, the new reservoir which is situated on the old Innisfil Hydro or InPower property. We've also commenced replacement of water main in this area. Up on Commerce Park Drive right now is the first phase of that project. It's currently underway to enhance the operations of that system, also to service and to assist servicing the en route service station on Highway 400. We are currently, for the water treatment plant, we are enrolled with the energy demand reduction program. And basically what this is, it's a program where we have an energy aggregator that at any given time during peak demands, particularly in the summer months, air conditioners and everything else, peak demands, where they will contact us, and we have obligated ourselves to reduce our demands for a 4-hour period during any given particular time when they contact us, which we do have the ability right now to do. And having said that, by being enrolled in this program, they offer rebates, offer energy charges to us, amounted to about $10,000 last year in energy reduction costs. We have been working through the Safe Drinking Water Act on the requirements for Drinking Water Quality Management System, which is DWQMS. We've been working on this program for the last 4 years. We have received now our full scope accreditation as of 2014. So we are a fully accredited operating authority. As I mentioned, we are just in the midst right now of design for our water treatment expansion, water treatment plant expansion. We are looking at different treatment technology right now, so we will be replacing the existing direct filtration treatment system with membrane filtration. So. We have also prepared a strategy to meet legislated requirements to reduce our overall per capita water demands over the next 10 years. Well, actually, our water demands within the municipality right now are fairly low per capita, so it will be challenging for us to meet any kind of big reduction. Our consumers right now seem to be very water conservation oriented, so it will be a bit of a challenge for the next 10 years. One of our big new ideas for last year was we are now enrolled with Ontario One Call. Municipalities have an obligation to locate underground utility infrastructure services and everything else. So the town presently has water, wastewater, stormwater, street lighting, utilities underground. With the implementation of this Ontario One Call reporting system for people to request underground utility locates now through a one-stop shop, if you will, increased our locate requests considerably in 2014. I think we're up to around 2,900 requests. Presently, we have Wastewater Services going out doing locates for their infrastructure. We have Water Services going out for their infrastructure. We have the operations contracting out to Innisfil Hydro or InPower for street lighting and everything else. We had a maternity vacancy last year, and in our thinking, we thought we would bring somebody in for a year in a different capacity to replace that operations staff. And we're trying to incorporate right now a one-stop shop, if you will, for locating services. So as we get more and more advanced with our GIS system, our portable mobile computers and everything else for mapping and everything else, it's our intent to try and kind of bring this all together and cut down on our labor required and our labor forces required for the numerous locate requests we have. Other than that, do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Bauerlein. Questions? Mr. Derrier, Councillor Derrier, sorry.
Yes, I'm a little confused about, certainly there's a need to separate Alcona, north and south of IBR, into two water pressure areas, but that would allow us to boost the pressure north of IBR without making it too high for the area south of Innisfil Beach Road. But the fact is that the area north of Innisfil Beach Road, the water pressure is low and continues to degrade. We haven't seen any, I have lots of complaints about this. So we're down to, I don't know, 47, 48 PSI, which is below the 50, I think that is our target. So I'm confused about the change that was made that should have brought an improvement, allowed an improvement north of IBR, but they're not seeing that in that area. It's certainly the northwest area.
Mr. Bauerlein?
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Dario, I'm just a little bit confused. The area that you're talking about north of Innisfil Beach Road is actually within what we call our Zone 2 booster area, okay? Some places in there probably have not seen any increase in pressure in that area because they have always been serviced by the Zone 2 booster station. It's more areas I'm going to suggest to the east, of there on the north side, where they have seen increased pressures, whereas they were originally serviced from the lakeshore system. Also, the area to the south, down in the Wallace Mills area and whatnot, there was a zone in there that was experiencing lower pressures. So through the Zone 2 booster station, we have increased the pressure in that area. But I believe the area that you're talking about has seen probably no change because they've always been on the Zone 2 booster station.
Follow up, Mr. Dario or Councillor Dario?
I can tell you there's been a huge change in the last couple of years, a huge change. I mean, I have people who are planning already to redo their sprinkler systems, change the timing, because there just isn't, I haven't seen the effects of turning on another water device in a house and the impact it has on other taps and so on. So, I mean, perhaps it's because it's a higher area in that northwest corner, but I know that residents have had waterworks out on a number of occasions to measure pressure and try to understand why it is as low as it is. Is it because just the height of land and we do need a reservoir north of us to be able to correct that?
Yes, through your worship. I believe, and you're absolutely right, it is all elevated or elevation dependent, depending on the elevation of your property and whatnot. Certainly in the future, I would suggest there may be a need as the municipality expands to higher elevations, that possibly the third pressure zone will be required. It'd certainly be looked at through any water modeling and everything else.
Councillor Lougheed. Doug.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Don, for your presentation and your work. I know you work hard at it and have done so for quite some time. So, this is more of a question. It maybe you may want to answer it, but I'm also going to bring in Mr. Campbell and the Mr. Davis in terms of because obviously it's budget and we're talking about water rates and you haven't talked about those. So we had a presentation at the end of yesterday that in the delegation session that there was some talk about the increase in water rates and how that's what's occurred over the last 8 or 9 years, and the water rates that are proposed for 2015 versus 2014. I just did some quick calculations here. It looks like it's around high 7s or low 8% to do it. And I know, and which is, you know, off the cuff, it's significantly higher than the rate of inflation. But I also recognize that there's some legislative requirements that have been imposed on municipalities, and municipalities must adhere to down the road in terms of replacement of infrastructure, et cetera, that goes into that. So if either one of the three of you would like to give an explanation as to why there's an 8%, I'll call it that on a general average increase in the rates, and because I think that what I anticipate you're going to be is going to be the explanation. So thank you.
Mr. Campbell.
Through your worship to council, the water rates are very interesting because our challenges were mandated to make sure we have full cost recovery. In that full cost recovery, that includes the replacement of our assets and the building those assets. How we set our water rates is through a modeling of what those costs are going to be and making sure we raise enough funds through the user rate to pay for that asset replacement. When you look at the operations itself, the staff numbers aren't changing. In 2015, we have utility rate increases, but we have a large increase in how much money on what we put into reserves for that asset replacement. So you are correct, it is in the 8% range. We have modeled out through what we have a DFA study we model our rates to, or who models our rates, and we basically just say if we set our rate based on our modeling for asset replacement, we deduct off our operating expenses, and the balance goes into reserves, and it's a significant amount. Compare that to our roads operation as an example. We do not set aside sufficient money for the asset replacement in roads, but in water, we do, and therefore the rates are high because we are properly accounting for our assets.
Follow-up, Councillor Doug Lougheed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Campbell, for that explanation. And there is, as I recollect, there is some legislative requirements to do so by a certain date. Every municipality shall have to comply. So the longer you leave it off, the more it's going to cost you in terms of rates. Would that be fair? And if you could comment.
Through your worship, it is a requirement that full cost recovery be planned. Some municipalities are slow getting off the mark. Our municipality a few years ago, after doing the DFA study, made that decision to start to collect sufficient funds to have full cost recovery. So for both water and wastewater, which we haven't talked about yet, we do full cost recovery.
Councillor Bill Lougheed and then Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Just one question. You're putting in the new membrane system. How much more efficient will that be to the old system?
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Lougheed. Presently, the system that we're operating, as you may be aware, we are a fairly large waste generator in water treatment. So our present plant capacity is running about 94% efficiency, I'm going to say, which means that out of every 94 liters or every 100 liters of water we pull out of the lake, we have available 94 liters, and we send 6 liters to the wastewater plant. With this membrane technology, we anticipate about a 99% recovery, which will drastically reduce our flows going to the wastewater treatment plant, thereby sort of saving the life on the wastewater plant and the need for expansion.
Follow-up.
Just, I get that, so you're not sending any more water to the wastewater plant, so that reduces your costs. But the new technology, would you consider it better or equal?
Through your worship, I believe that the present technology is a good technology, but it's, you know, as far as efficiencies, the membrane system is the way to go.
Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to add a success story onto that presentation, and that's just the ability of our water department to have managed to find their way through the last 15 years of regulatory changes in the water industry. The industry was put on its head in 2000 after the Walkerton tragedy, and there was huge changes in regulation and legislation, and all water operators seem to be painted with the same brush across Ontario and treated with distrust. So just to have found a way to navigate through all of that has been a huge success story. Our inspections, and you'll see them from time to time on your agendas, have been exemplary, and that's both the surprise and the planned inspections in the plant. We, as council, have not had the opportunity to have our training yet that we are to have on the Safe Drinking Water System Section 19 Standard of Care that came into effect the beginning of 2013, and I think that's scheduled for sometime in February, and it's extremely important because it puts the onus on council to make sure that we understand the decisions we're making around drinking water and make sure that we don't oversee the experts in the industry in order to save a few dollars and not provide them with the equipment that they're required to have in order to run a safe system. The only other thing I wanted to talk about quickly was the water main replacement in Innisfil Heights. So that water main is not that old, and I guess it upsets me a little bit that taxpayers, or sorry, water users, not taxpayers, water users are paying to replace that infrastructure and that distribution system. And are we making sure now that in new plans of subdivision that the quality of whatever they're putting in, be it water main or asphalt or any other infrastructure, is that so that we're not going to have to go in and replace it before what should be its lifespan? And I guess that's to Mr. Campbell.
I would think so. Mr. Campbell?
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor. Yes, today we have good engineering standards for new development. The pipes in Innisfil Height were put in back in the 70s, and it was a proper water system, but the developer put in cheap pipe. And as a result, instead of having a 70 or 80 year lifespan on pipe we're getting, we had 3 major breaks in the last year. And one of our challenges is when those pipes break, we lose all the water to one of our major employers, a casino. Last year, we actually, during one break, had to use our fire trucks to truck water in while we had to fix a break. You know, it was quite the night, and congratulations to the fire guys and the water guys for dealing with it. So our standards have improved, and you heard yesterday around the development guide that Carolyn's group is working on with the placemaking team. And it's how do we make sure all our documents are up to date? How do we make sure they're user friendly so people do understand them? And today, Carolyn's group on the development engineering, when I started here, there was maybe one person in that group chasing developers, and we had a lot of problems. Today we have about 5 in there because council and this community recognize that we need to do a better job, and I think we're there today.
Thank you. Follow-up, Deputy Mayor Dolan?
Yeah, thank you. And then my last comment would be regarding conservation. And you mentioned that Innisfil residents already are fairly good at conserving. But I think anything we can do as far as what's the word I'm looking for? Convincing them to conserve more. And if we need to put that carrot out there as far as making the rates, more on the per cubic meter and less on the base rate, and the more we can do to give people the opportunity, if they so choose, to pay less because they're using less, I think that's the way to go. Lost my train of thought here. We were talking earlier about the cost recovery and the putting money in reserves for cost recovery. If I'm not mistaken, and I very well could be, but if I'm not mistaken, that legislation never did receive royal assent. They never went as far. It was proposed, and there's so many small communities in this province that it would bankrupt them to do that they just backed away from it. And I'm certainly not suggesting that we do, whether it's legislated or it's not legislated. It makes common sense, and it's good financing or sound financing to do that. So I'm not suggesting we don't. I wanted to say that as far as I know, that only got to second reading and never actually got past that one piece of legislation. But I still think it's in our best interest to do that. And then finally, and this probably is going a little bit off budget, I'm sorry, Your Worship, but we recently did a nice piece, a brochure surrounding, that went out in the, I think it went out in the Hydro bill, surrounding water and how great, and how safe our water is and so on, which was a great communications piece. The only backlash I got was we have to recognize there's still a very large percentage of our population that is on private wells, and there was no talk in that brochure about that. It was all about municipal drinking water and how safe it was. And the reality is there are people who can't drink the water out of their wells in this municipality. And we need to, I think, as another communication tool, get that out there, that, how to get your well tested and where to get your well tested. And the fact that water and wastewater does not come out of your tax budget. So many times I must get at least 6 or 7 calls a year, people saying, I pay my taxes, why don't I have municipal water and municipal sewers? So a lot of people don't understand that the concept that piece of our infrastructure is totally dependent on users and not on our tax levy.
Yes, thank you for that insight, Deputy Mayor. We are working with communications right now to prepare another insert that's going out next month, I believe, and we'll certainly work with the communications group and take that into consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Scorberhudge, and then Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Deputy Mayor raised a number of interesting observations. I think yesterday when you received sort of that larger picture overview in terms of the capital program, I think it's worth repeating the fact that obviously we have, you know, a lake-based water system, but that's not the only system that operates within this community. As you heard yesterday, we still have 10 ground well systems, and there's a mandatory requirement, obviously, to continue to monitor those systems, make sure that they meet all of the standards and requirements, even though the populations they serve may be somewhat small, the costs are still there. And we have to continue to be vigilant in terms of our discharge of our duties relative to the clean water drinking legislation. The other thing that's important to note is the asset value of the water system as of the end of 2013 was $136 million. That's a significant amount of infrastructure to provision for in terms of future replacement. And it's something that is a fiduciary responsibility upon the council to ensure that at whatever point in time the system needs to be replaced, that it has to be replaced. Because again, as the Deputy Mayor rightly indicated, there is a responsibility and an onus that vests with the council that you cannot delegate, you cannot transfer. It's something that you have to manage and maintain on behalf of all of the constituents. And the challenge we have is obviously as we continue to grow, the system will continue to expand. We need to leverage the asset that we have and encourage more and more of our residents actually to convert from the private systems to the municipal system. That, in fact, will be a strategic long-term objective that I think we should be pursuing because the efficiencies in terms of the scale of the customer base is important. I believe at the present time we're servicing somewhere about 73%, I believe, of our population at the present time through our lake base and our municipal wells. So I think it's important to note that, you know, the Deputy Mayor is right. There still is approximately 25% of our population that is not on our system. So as we continue to grow, that's something that I think we still have to continue to encourage people to move over onto the lake-based system so those efficiencies can be gained.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Simpson, while he's drinking water.
Thank you, Worship, to Ms. Bauerlein. Yeah, I was just enjoying your product there. Just have a question regarding the Lake Basin system and the, just wonder if you might comment on the quality of raw water that comes into the plant and if it's changed over the years for good or bad.
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Simpson, we have really seen no change in the raw water quality over the past, since the plant became in operation in 1996, no significant changes in any kind of quality. We are enrolled in the drinking water surveillance program through the Ministry of Environment for our lakeshore system, whereas we are quarterly sampling for all kinds of parameters that some of us can't even pronounce. And so we keep a very close eye on all of that monitoring program and everything else, but we've seen no real significant deterioration in Lake Simcoe.
Well, that's good to hear. Thank you. And just one other question, if I may. The membrane filtration system, when will that be actually installed and online? And is it like is there more than one? Is there a step process or something like that?
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Simpson, through the design and construction, which is anticipated to start sometime in 2015. The membrane filters will be phased in. We have an operating plant. We can't shut down, so the installation of the membranes will be phased in. So that we'll be actually operating for some time, 2 separate systems. So it will be fully operational, we expect 2 years after that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Mr. Bauerlein.
Thank you.
Now we'll have Mr. Fetty from Wastewater. I'll get it right. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mayor and Council, my name's Chuck Fitty. I'm the Superintendent of Wastewater. And thank you for this opportunity. First of all, wastewater focus areas are the administration, process control and treatment, and the collection. Presently, we operate the Cookstown Wastewater Treatment Plant, the Cookstown Collection System and Pumping Station, Lakeshore Wastewater Treatment Plant, and the Lakeshore Collection System and 7 pumping stations. We work very closely with the Ministry of the Environment, Ministry of Natural Resources, Ministry of Agriculture, and other government agencies and associations to ensure that we provide the best effluent to the receiving stream with no negative impact, or very little impact. We also participate with other organizations and associations. Presently, we're working on with the Ontario Coalition for Sustainable Infrastructure, and we're working on a pilot to develop a risk-based prioritization tool so that we can identify deficiencies that we have and then what would be the effects of delaying those repairs so we can better prioritize projects as we move forward. The testing of this tool is hopefully going to start in 2015, and we're just in the early stages of that program. The wastewater treatment plant operations by numbers. Total expenditures for 2015 are proposed to be $2,969,940, which is an increase of $284,596, which is roughly 10.6%. In that, our revenue is up by $477,157, and our contributions to reserve were also increasing by 13.87%. The main drivers for this increase is the insurance costs. They're up by 21%, and that's partly because of the increases that the Chief Financial Officer have identified, but also because there was some insurance premiums that had to be were being billed to the wrong section, so they were moved over to the wastewater treatment plant, and you'll see a corresponding decrease in the water section. Another major driver that we're having serious concerns with and we are working on is our hydro consumption is up by 25%. Presently, to obtain the treatment that we really need in the wastewater treatment plant, it requires additional blowers. We're running at a roughly 62% capacity, and so with the extra blowers comes extra costs, and this is a major piece of equipment. Our wastewater system improvements. We have just completed the installation of online processors and controls instruments so we can actually see what the operation is doing in real time and make necessary adjustments to get good operation. We've had issues in the past with our tertiary filters, which we have since repaired. Just in the recent thaw, we have 50% of our filters shut down right now, and even with that, we were treating the full 10,000 cubic meters coming through, which is a little bit more than half of the plant. So with half the tertiary filters shut down, we were treating more than half the design. We're presently underway with some SCADA upgrades, again, to get more control into the hands of the operators so we can monitor the processes and the stations throughout the system from a centralized location. We've completed the upgrades to pumping station number 3, which is significant improvement in that station to handle the additional service areas that's coming online. We've also proceeded with, or have made good progression in our inflow and infiltration. Again, the purpose to reduce the amount of extraneous flows coming into the system. Therefore, we can put more development on the existing plant, and also for future reduce the actual size of the construction that we'll have to do to accommodate growth. We also have the septic receiving station, which historically has been a problem. When we get septic waste coming into the facility, it creates a load on the system as far as ammonia is concerned, and can generate some odors. With this septic receiving station, which is basically just a tank, we'll be able to contain the septic waste and then feed it through the process slowly so that we don't put a negative impact on our biological process. Another success as far as the inflow and infiltration reduction is back in the early 80s when a number of water lines were put in. They were used, the technology that was used was directional drill, and during that work they actually drilled the water lines through the sanitary sewer laterals in a number of cases. We have gone back and we've actually removed those lines from that and prevented infiltration. There has been some mention about regulation. Regulation is also impacting the wastewater side as well as the water. The compliance position lies in the wastewater section, and the compliance personnel works for both water and wastewater. The position previously was divided up into 3 and was funded by roads, water and wastewater. It is now fully in the water and wastewater budgets and is being funded directly from there. Projects that are underway and still on the go is effluent characterization of wastewater discharge to Lake Simcoe, which is a requirement of the environmental compliance approval, which used to be the certificate of approval. We also have the wastewater conservation and efficiency strategy that comes out of this department, which would address those issues of the brochures, which is going out in the mailings in Innisfil Hydro. We are required to not only look at the treatment plants, the surface water plants and the well plants, but also provide information to the residents of Innisfil as far as wells are concerned. So you will see with this launch of this program, you'll see some information going forward on that. The compliance person is also responsible for DWQMS. They will be responsible for enforcement activities under the new sewer bylaw and the water bylaw. Water quality reports for water and wastewater seem to be growing exponentially each and every year. And also the federal requirements for effluent discharges and reporting is also something that we're working with. This compliance division under wastewater and water also is responsible for town recycling and hazardous waste disposal. We coordinate those efforts centrally from this position that lies within the wastewater and water division. Big ideas. We recognize that 25% increase in electricity is something that is not sustainable, that we need to work on. So we've identified and we're focusing our efforts in 2015 on energy efficiencies and improvements in the biological process. There are new blowers out there, turbo blowers, that can be installed that can reduce the energy consumption. Presently we have 2 blowers running right now. With the addition of a turbo blower, we can eliminate and only run 1. Our aerobic digestion process, we can eliminate running multiple blowers and do both processes with just 1, where presently today we are using 2. So you should be seeing something coming forward on that. Again, the reason why we're working so hard on producing an effluent, of superior quality is that we're in a stage where we're going to be growing. There's considerable growth in the community. We're going to have to at some point upgrade this wastewater treatment plant. So the best way to do that is to bring down the infiltration flows, reduce the flows to the plant, as well as optimization and increasing the capacity to give us some more time to build this new facility whenever it is required. And then once we design the plant, to design it what our real needs are, not what we need to treat stormwater. The wastewater treatment plant will use its best efforts in achieving the compliance limits. In our first round of testing for the effluent characterization, the indicator organisms for these tests are lake trout, Daphnia, and flathead minnows. Our effluent from the Lakeshore Wastewater Treatment Plant, which is the one that requires this testing, is non-toxic. We had zero mortality of these indicator organisms. Also in 2015, we'll continue to improve our process control and monitoring. And the good news here is that to date, the last few samples that we've received have been less than detectable limits in the sample analysis. So in other words, our water quality is better than the best wastewater effluent testing methods available at the labs that we use. And so in BOD, total suspended solids, phosphorus, and ammonia are all less than detectable. So you could either say it's either zero or the number of detectable limit. Again, we will be identifying extraneous flows in the collection system, seeking out new technologies to reduce these flows and to reduce the flow into the plant. As you heard from Don Bauerlein, the water treatment plant that's been chosen is going to reduce the amount of processed wastewater coming to the plant, which again allows for more development with that gained capacity. Finally, our focus in the wastewater section has been to manage and prepare for growth, try to achieve energy savings and efficient operations of our treatment plants, as well as manage all customer expectations. Our philosophy has been, and this is kind of a poor statement, fix what is broken strategy. When we identify a problem, we put it on our schedule and we prepare to address it and not just put it away and forget about it. And we will continue to build our strength in the wastewater. And before I leave, my staff wanted me to show you this. That's not drinking water. That is the effluent going to Lake Simcoe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Mr. Fitty. I won't be drinking that, but thank you anyways for bringing it.
I've been challenged.
First of all, I want to commend you and your staff for doing a great job. I mean, to say that the outlet water is non-detectable of any toxins is wonderful news. We always get good news from your department, and appreciate that, because let's all understand that what goes out of that plant goes into the lake, and then we do have obviously a lake basin water treatment system. So it's so important that what goes out into the lake is as clean as possible. So I appreciate that as a resident. And the other thing too, you talked about infiltration of water into the system, something called like a gray water or something like that that doesn't need to be treated. I know we had a program where you were doing lining of manholes and that to stop that infiltration. I'd ask maybe that you could give us an update on that, and also too, what information is the town or your department working on far as educating residents, especially residents that maybe are moving up to the area, that what should and shouldn't be going down the drains, and also too on the infiltration side where there could be possible water going into the drain that doesn't need to go there, i.e. Sump pump drains. So if you could answer that.
Through your merit to Councillor Simpson, as far as the infiltration and inflow studies have proceeded the manhole rehabilitation in our area. What we have is we have a very high water table, and any gaps or breaks within the pipes, within the manhole structures themselves, will allow that water to infiltrate into the system and increase our flows. The manhole rehabilitation, which was what they did, was they grouted the manholes in these low-lying areas, and then they sprayed them with a material that would give them structural integrity as well as eliminate the groundwater from inflowing into them. We did a total of, let's get this right, 30 manholes, mainly in the Alcona area. It was very successful. There are a few that the contractor will have to revisit next year because it's a solid spray, and I should have brought it with me. It was like they take a styrofoam cup and they spray it, and it becomes very structurally hard and 100% waterproof and sealed. It's going to reduce the amount of inflow. The only problem that we have is that we really don't have a way of quantifying exactly how much infiltration we've reduced. That's going to be corrected in this new SCADA upgrade that's underway right now. We will be installing water gauges at selected pumping stations throughout the area so that we can actually correlate flow with rain events or thaw events to see what happens and to see how the reductions are, and also to focus our efforts on the higher areas of infiltration.
And then the other question was, what information is going out to the public regarding what they can do in their own home, with infiltration and sump pumps and that being tied into the septics or sewer system?
We have one person, senior regulatory compliance person, and we've asked for an additional person because of all these programs that are coming in and the development of these water conservation and efficiency programs, the implementation of a sewer use bylaw, and again, redirecting, as you identified, redirecting some of these stormwater or foundation drain connections to the sanitary sewer, which could be discharged out over the property and through the stormwater system. These all need to be identified and action needs to be taken. Just recently, the Cookstown Infiltration and Inflow Report, which was generated in 2012, I believe, there are a number of items within that report that still need to be addressed, and they deal with stormwater entering the sanitary system and removal of that. It's moving forward. It's moving forward slowly. We'd like to accelerate that and get that moving forward, and hence you'll see in the service requests level change. We've added for another person to assist in doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Doug Lougheed.
Thank you. I think the question I had was related to the service level changes, and you've talked about the one additional person. You've added a co-op component in there, into that service level change. What is the anticipated work of the co-op student, and how does that increase the efficiencies of the department?
Through the mayor to Councillor Lougheed. We have, in the last 2 years, we've sponsored high school co-op students, and we had 3 go through our program. We also get a number of tours of people, or not people, but the military base bring their students through our facility for training. They also, Georgian College comes to our facility about 3 times a year for our training. The co-op students' role would be to come in on and work with the operators to assist the operators in their day-to-day process control, as well as to help us get some of the backlog of data and information into the system so we can actually use it. We're working very closely with the IT section in improving our systems. You've heard Don talk about having iPads out in the field so that we can record all our activities that we're doing, and not only for the due diligence to prove that we're doing our job, and but also to ensure that we're maintaining our equipment adequately, and that we'll have information on what type of equipment is providing us the best service. There's new technology that comes out. Someone has to try it, but before you try, when you try it, you have to document how effective it is. I imagine that's what took place back in the 70s with this water line that was mentioned that now needs to be replaced. New technology or new material, supposed to be good, put it in, it's not very effective, so let's avoid it. So that co-op person would be that. It's also putting back into the community and the industry, because at some point we're going to be experiencing retirements within the water and wastewater, and we need good quality people to fulfill those jobs.
Deputy Mayor Dolan?
Thank you, Worship. Again, in this department, I think one of the success stories is what you don't see on the screen, and that is our spills and bypass record, which is second to none. I'm looking at the list from 2013 right now, and there's nobody in the province of Ontario that has beat our record for spills and bypasses, and that's a great record to have. Also, the other issue is the new carded system for so that septic tank, people who pump out septic tanks can access the wastewater treatment plant. So what I've come across in the past is when someone's had to have an emergency pump out on a weekend or in the evening, they have to pay a significant amount of money to their septic tank pumper, because he's got to pay overtime for someone to come into the plant so it can be received at the plant. And as I understand it now, these cards will allow licensed septic pumpers to access that tank and be able to, so that it'll be able to be received on off hours. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dolan. That's correct. That's the plan for this year, to have that implemented. With the new septic, in the past, without the septic receiving station, the septic waste was going directly into the process. And we needed to have an operator on site to make sure that it wasn't going to inhibit our biological process and then ultimately end up in a violation of our effluent requirements. So this new system, the septic waste will be going into a holding tank, and then will be fed slowly through the system. So there's not really a need for the operator to be present, because we will not allow that waste to go into the system until an operator is present. So the hope is to have a card system in place so that the septic haulers themselves can card themselves in and use the system. But those septic haulers would have to comply with our environmental management system, which they have to go through training at our site, and any violations, and sign off on our unloading procedures. Any violations of that, and their access would be denied. Our limitation right now is the gate. So what we have to do, and you'll see in the capital request, the request for some funds to put a gate in there so they can have access to the facility and to the septic receiving station, offload, and then leave. That way, any resident in the community who does have a problem with their septic system won't be hit twice. Once for premium hours for a septic hauler to come on their site, as well as premium hours, which according to our agreement, if we have to call in a operator, they get a minimum amount of a time and a half just to arrive on site, which can be significant.
Thank you. And a follow-up there, but that is a revenue generator for us as well, right? These septic haulers pay us so that we treat the sewage that they dump there.
Through the mayor to Councillor Dolan, that's correct. It is a revenue for us, and it is growing rather quickly.
Thank you. And one last comment, if I could, about the co-op student. I think it's imperative. This is one, both the water and the wastewater industries are finding it hard to attract people to those jobs. There's associations now that are launching ads. One of them that I sit on, the Municipal Water Association, have a program called Get Wet, and it's trying to encourage young people to follow that job and career path. You know, everybody, no offense to our fire, but everyone wants to be a firefighter or a police officer or a doctor, and yet there's good money to be made and lots of work in water and wastewater, and having the co-op students, I think is a great way to ensure that we are going to be able to hire qualified people in the future.
Through the mayor to Deputy Dolan, yes, we need to enhance our image, I would say. My daughter is the third generation in wastewater treatment, so it is an excellent career.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering, Mr. Scorbahutch, it's almost 12 o'clock. Are we going to break for an hour or?
Thank you, Your Worship. If you'll deal with the two user rates, perhaps that might be the best thing. And there also is a separate motion with regards to the additional position that's being requested.
Correct.
And so you can deal with that as well, and then we can perhaps take a break for lunch.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so there is a recommendation on the floor by Councillor Bill Lougheed and Councillor Simpson. Are there any questions or comments on that? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor? That motion is carried. Item 410, Councillor Nicol.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Doug Lougheed that the user rate supported service level change requests recommended identified in the proposed 2015 operating budget with total cost of $63,060 be referred for final consideration by council at its meeting on February 18th, 2015.
Council, you've heard the recommendation. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor, or Deputy Mayor Dolan, sorry.
Thank you. Just one question, and that again goes back to standard of care. Are we going to have that workshop before this decision is made? Because I think that could have some impact. Mr. Campbell?
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor, yes, we're trying, trying to get that training scheduled. It is a 3 to 4 hour training session, and I believe the clerks will be notifying you of when we can get that training in, but it's a 3 to 4 hour training session.
Thank you. I just thought that it might have some impact on how people vote once they've had that training session, but.
Yes, for those who haven't had the training yet, the standard of care puts a personal liability on you around water decisions. So it's not just a comment or a liability you have as a town councillor. You end up with a personal liability to go to jail on the water side. It's back to your comment about they didn't put into law that you had to put reserve money aside. They did put into law that you're going to jail if you don't do what you need to do on the water side. So they got you one way or the other. Yeah.
Mr. Rayner.
Your Worship, members of council, you'll recall that as part of the OMLI training for the new councillors, I did cover a section on water liability. So you'll recall the slide that said the things you can go to jail for, and that was one of the slides. So I believe everyone on council actually has been briefed at one time or another on this issue.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor of that recommendation? That is carried. So, with that, we'll be back here at 1 o'clock. Okay, thank you. And thanks to 123 citizens that are out there. I hope you come back for this afternoon. Thank you. again, welcome back. We have two citizens that were here this morning returned, so thank you very much for coming back. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Downs now from the Innisfil Library Board and proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lillian Owen. I'm the Vice Chairperson for the Innisfil Public Library Board. I'm accompanied this afternoon by the Chief Librarian and CEO, Susan Downs, who will assist with the budget presentation. The Board's strategic plan mandates that the library spark ideas to ignite a creative and dynamic community. To achieve this, we have extensively consulted with residents and developed a new service model, one that could be likened to a community kitchen. It is where people come together to work, build skills, share knowledge and unique experiences, solve problems, socialize, and have fun. It is where the action is. The library's performance in 2014 has been measured against the goals of the Inspiring Innisfil 2020 initiatives, provincial ministry standards, and the library's strategic plan, as well as the key performance indicators which are reported in the annual business plan provided to Council. We will now look at the operating budget by the numbers. Drivers for the increase include increased utility costs, increases in insurance premiums, contracts such as snow, grass, and cleaning. The projected increases for the Lakeshore branch are estimates at this time. Additional drivers include staff and benefit costs. Capital requests for 2014. We're looking at electronic equipment and assistive aids funded through Library Computer Reserve. Furniture replacement, digital media lab for Cookstown, and a job evaluation pay equity. Digital literacy is a core service for the library. The computers, printers, mobile devices, e-readers, and iPads and assistive aids are used extensively by the public. These items are fully funded from the library's computer reserve. Furniture replacement was deferred from previous years. The funding would be used to replace shelving and well-used furnishings. The library has scaled back its digital lab program for 2015. The full program would have provided the Cookstown branch customers with the ability to record and edit sound as well as digital images. An organizational review began in 2014 to ensure that staff competencies and tools are in place for the implementation of the board's strategic plan. The next step would be to compile new job descriptions for staff and evaluate compliance with pay equity legislation. We'll look at some community success stories. The library dramatically improved quality of life in Innisfil in 2014 by enhancing our virtual spaces to improve our communication with residents, businesses, and communities by focusing on social media channels such as Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. The library also launched a new website with the integration of BiblioCommons, a social discovery layer for our library catalog. These virtual layers encourage residents to share information, provide a better user experience for searching, expand access to information about our community, and provide a view of Innisfil that is not readily apparent through print forms of communication. As for physical space, the library partnered with the town to celebrate the opening of the Cookstown Splash Pad, a space that encourages community interaction and well-being. The project was supported by private contributions of more than $90,000 from the Cookstown Library Fundraising Committee. The library showcases Innisfil's diversity and appeal. We provide opportunities to grow arts, culture, and a heritage when our spaces are used as venues for art shows and performances, and for planning and supporting cultural events. Fresh Air Flicks film series, musical performance that feature local musicians and bands, art shows and photography exhibits promote a greater sense of community and place in Innisfil. and contribute to the development of Innisfil as a vibrant cultural center. Literacy. Our literacy-connected programs provide richer cultural experiences for all community members. For adults, we provide new programs that reached into the community. One such program was the Books and Bites author series, which was offered in partnership with Innisfil restaurateurs. For a small fee, residents could go to various restaurants, enjoy a coffee and dessert, and hear local authors speak about their work. For the younger people in our community, we linked the American Library Association's Every Child Ready to Read program to every activity offered and used outdoor spaces such as Splash Pad at Cookstown to offer fun and active story times. All in all, close to 30,000 participants attended library-hosted programs. That was in 2014. Our biggest success for new programming was a redesign of our school outreach program entitled Library on the Loose. This program provided an opportunity to increase the community's awareness of the library's new focus on a hacker ethic while introducing elementary students to 3D printing and design. All 8 elementary schools and nearly 2,000 students participated in this outreach initiative. In early fall 2014, the Simcoe County School Board provided each elementary school in the county with equipment and software for green screening photos and videos. Library staff was invited to provide training to Simcoe County teachers, teacher librarians, principals, and board employees. The school board is eager to partner again for future professional development days. The library placed a greater emphasis on one-on-one learning and experience with our enhanced Check Out a Skill program. Everything from learning Facebook to how to work a GPS to how to design using SketchUp CAD software is explored. Customer participation in Check Out a Skill often leads to self-directed learning, use of the Hacker Lab equipment, design software, as well as confident, independent use of their personal devices. These drop-in sessions, which offer individual instruction, can be adapted to suit a person's learning style and are a preferred route for many people when learning about new technologies. The web-based Our Stories project captures community memory and merges technology and history in partnership with organizations such as Heritage Lake Simcoe, the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, the Innisfil Heritage Committee, the Innisfil Historical Society, and the University of Prince Edward Island. Its resources include photographs, videos, essays, and oral histories. The Stories of Lake Simcoe, which illustrate its social and cultural history, assisted local groups in their quest for a Heritage Lake designation. In 2014, we upgraded the local history database, which allows for faster search results, more precise searching, and a clean and modern look. The database includes thousands of records that are constantly being updated and improved by staff. There is a growing number of video interviews with Innisfil residents, including some with the Nanterre students who traveled to Normandy in June. The library's focus on cultivating a hacker ethic has made available valuable tools that assist local entrepreneurs with the promotion, marketing, and development of their businesses. They can bring in their own innovative designs and create unique projects using the 3D printers, vinyl, and laser cutters. These can range from simple promotional items to those that require a rapid prototyping or customized parts. Business residents can develop websites, record and edit videos, and music in the Digital Media Lab, use a green screen for special photo effects, or build original or modified electronic devices. Business owners in our community have developed websites, created vinyl signs for menus or hours of operation, window decals, laser cut signs, designed logos, business cards and promotional items, recorded promotional videos, and generated sound recordings. New partnerships were created. The library collaborated with Nottawasaga Futures on its summer company program, which focused on the development of business and career skills for youth. The resources and tools at the Idea Lab assisted these young entrepreneurs with their summer business startups. Library staff and the Friends of the Library worked with the Farmers Market executive to host Neighborhood Plate, an event that featured locally grown food prepared by Innisfil restaurateurs and served by library staff and volunteers. It was a great way to highlight eating local in Innisfil. Providing necessary resource for other town departments, such as using the vinyl cutter to make firefighter identification for their helmets. This keeps the services and spendings within our own community. Supporting behaviors, logic models for measurements and evaluation, KPIs, surveying, and feedback opportunities. So what's new in 2015? Extensive community consultation in 2012 provided design ideas for the Lakeshore Branch project. These are affected in the new facilities. They're reflected in the new facilities. There are performance spaces and public art and exhibit space which will celebrate local talent, provide entertainment, and offer experiential opportunities which our residents tend to seek in other municipalities. The Hacker Lab and Digital Media Lab are collaborative environments which enable the pursuit of artistic endeavors through the use of 3D printing, laser cutters, electronics, computer programming, graphic design, sewing, jewelry making, and photography. These innovative spaces support economic development as local entrepreneurs have access to the equipment to develop and create marketing packages, websites, vinyl signs, promotional ideas, and business cards. Quiet space for studying and collaboration, as well as interviewing, staff training, and conducting business when away from home or office. Outdoor gathering space in the front of the building will enhance the streetscape of Innisfil Beach Road. This redesigned space, along with the outdoor reading garden, will be venues for creating connections, entertainment, and recreation. A generator will provide the town with opportunities to maintain communications and business continuity in the event of a community-wide emergency. Located in the heart of Innisfil's urban core, it will be a community hub where individuals, organizations, and businesses can learn, connect, and collaborate. The library has received licensing approval to host a Maker Fair in 2015, which will showcase local innovation and talent, as well as connect our residents with new ideas for learning and employment. This is a family-friendly festival of invention, creativity, and resourcefulness, and a celebration of the maker movement. In 2015, the library will link Our Stories to the provincial local history database, Our Ontario, ensuring that materials are broadly accessible and raising Innisfil's profile across the province. In terms of collection development, the focus for 2015 is agriculture, the impact it has had and continues to have on our community. Staff and volunteers will encourage the donation of photographs and interview residents to record stories, both historical and current, on digital media. New software upgrades will allow staff to add historical birth, death, and marriage data that has been compiled by volunteers to the site. The library is also working on formalizing its partnership with Innisfil Historical Society this year. Innisfil Public Library has recently been accepted into Mozilla Hive Toronto Learning Network, joining a growing number of communities around the globe that are championing digital skills and web literacy for youth through connected learning. Connected learning is an educational approach designed for our ever-changing world. It makes learning relevant to all populations, to real life and real work, and to the realities of the digital age. A mentoring program will be introduced in 2015, which will encourage community volunteers to share their skills and expertise with others at the library in the form of workshops and live demonstrations. 2015 Town Hall Collaboration. The library has committed to participate in the review and revision of the Student Mayor Program in partnership with Clerks Services, and will be supporting other major town projects such as the OP Update, Local Government Week, which will include a youth summit, World Town Planning Day, and the Parks and Recreation and Culture Master Plan. On behalf of the Innisfil residents who avidly use our library services, the board thanks Council for its invaluable support. That concludes our presentation. If there are any questions.
Thank you very much. Members of council, any questions or comments? Councillor Bill Lougheed.
Just curious, you say you're going to increase the library staff complement of by 2.21. When will that take effect?
Through you, Mayor Walkup. Once the budget's approved, obviously, and then secondly, as soon as possible in one circumstance. One position is to increase our part-time janitor to a full-time janitor. And with a bigger space and with the costs that we've seen escalate for our cleaning contracts, we see this in the long term as a cost-saving strategy. So that's one. We have had another one which has been permanent part-time, and it's adding a few more hours on so that that position is looking at succession planning. And so that one, July. And then we have two other positions we've asked for that are part-time, that are primarily for the Lakeshore branch. And that is obviously coming up, although I don't like to say out loud when we're opening, because one never knows with the contract and building exactly when that would be. We would like to have those people in place before we make the big move, because it is a lot of work. And then having them trained so that they work in the new branch and understand how we operate.
Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment. Last term of council, I had the honor of serving on the library board, and just want to reflect on those 4 years. When I originally was put on the board, and my interpretation of what excuse me, libraries were basically about books and people and buildings. And over the short period of time after I got on the board, I understood a lot more about the Innisfil Public Library and what it offers. And there's so much more to the library than just books. And I would encourage everybody to go out to the library and check out and see exactly what they have there. Right now, the Idea Lab with the Hacker Lab there. And just another little side note, I had an individual with me last week, and we went into the library. I went in to return a CD, and I was telling him, I said, you should really come in and check it out. He's a new resident of Innisfil, and anyways, has 2 kids. Didn't know much about what's going on in the Innisfil Public Library, and he went in there and saw the Hacker Lab, and right away started talking with the staff that was there. And 2 days later, took his kids in there and got them library cards. And so anyways, I encourage everyone to check out the library. There's a lot going on.
Councillor Rossetti.
As a newly appointed member of the library board, it was thank you very much for accommodating Councillor Standoria and I on last Monday. I'm losing track of time. Maybe it was this week. I think it was this Monday. It was a great education. I also wanted to, we had good discussions with the board about their budget items, and I want to commend the library board for their willingness that, if required, to adjust the funding for the digital media lab renovations in light of the lakeshore, and their willingness to move that to another year if that's necessary is to be commended. It takes great courage for all of us to think like owners and to each make some effort in the budget, and I really appreciate that. And great discussions in how in the community we can get the message out there about, as Councillor Simpson said, that it's not books, and I had no idea what all you offered, and I think communicating besides electronic, and maybe with the grand opening and having display centers as options to educate as to what's available in programs. And thank you very much for that. And congratulations on your award. We'll be doing a lot of pom-poms and cheering about that, and I'm sure you'll be...
February 4th,
Thank
yes, we'll bring the pom-poms.
Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, a question about the transfer and what happens to the lease of the Idea Lab or the Old Shoppers Drug Mart. When do you vacate that, and is that incorporated in the budget, the idea of not having to pay that lease anymore?
Through you, Your Worship, to Deputy Mayor Dolan. I'm still having trouble with that.
Me too. Me too.
It is in the budget for the building. It is not in the operating budget piece, so it's in the budget for the building. The lease does expire at the end of February, but I did put an option to have a month-by-month following that, so it will depend when the construction's finished. We really want to move as quickly as possible, but we also know that we can't move until the furniture arrives or the shelving arrives or the windows are in, so those kinds of things will hold us up. But there's no issue with it. It's being properly managed, and we are still, even though the contractor was quite aggressive last year in saying it would be done exactly in 12 months, we at the time, or less than 12 months actually, we at the time said we didn't think so. And so in terms of what we anticipated, we believe we are right now on time and on budget.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say to keep up the good work down there. I know there was a lot of questions asked by every candidate during the election about the library, and there was a lot of misunderstanding of where the funds came from and what was happening. And I think everyone, especially in the Alcona area and surrounding area of Alcona, plus the whole town of Innisfil, will be very impressed when that building opens up. And I think a lot of people will be happy that most of the stuff from the old library is still there. It was put away to be protected. It'll be put back up in place, and again, you know, keep up the good work. I know I'm certainly looking forward to it. I wish it was open now, but you don't have any rough idea, Ms. Downs? Is it going to be May, June, July?
Oh, it won't be July, it'll be before then. Or I'll be really gray. Your Worship, I'm saying late spring now, so that's sort of the best I want to say at this moment. I may in the next couple of weeks have a better answer for you, but I'm hesitant to put a proper date out there. And if I may, I just would like to mention one thing that has changed with the new way we are operating, which is having a lot of these activities happening in the middle of the lab, the library, including music and other things, as we have seen a very different connection with the youth in the municipality. And one thing about the library in Alcona, it is really the only place for youth to go. And we didn't used to attract very many, and we attract a lot more of them, and it's a very positive experience. We have an art show in the library often, and one was from a young man who actually graffitied our building to begin with, and now he has put art shows in. Another young man wasn't very pleasant very many days, and he learned how to drum in a digital media lab this year. So those kinds of stories I think are really important for council to hear as well, in terms of what we're doing and how we are hoping to change and build our community.
Just to
Good,
reinforce what Susan is saying, we noticed on the board, we always get incident reports, and since we've moved to the Idea Lab, we have had no vandalism, no incident reports of damage to the library. So it's working.
Great. And again, I'm looking forward to the new student mayor program that's coming forward. I had a conversation with Aaron last week, and there's some great ideas coming out of that, so I look forward to that. Are there any other questions? Councillor Dario.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add to some of the great things that have been said about the library. I have not seen, in my experience, anyone more committed to productivity improvement than I saw at the library board meeting, and I've been very impressed. Thank you.
Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question on the budget. And I think I know what you're going to say, but I'm going to ask you to. Councillor Arsetti referenced it in terms of a reduction in a capital item or a transfer of a capital item to 2016. Does that have any impact on the operational side of the budget that we're seeing here?
Through your Mayor Walkup, no, it doesn't have any impact. Staff are always doing those kinds of activities, helping people to learn how to use equipment, and so it won't be any different, and it just transfers the costs out to next year.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no other questions, thank you very much. I'll ask Councillor Dario to read the recommendation.
Moved by myself, second. Mayor, thank you. Vice Board Chair and Susan Downs, Chief Librarian, CEO, be received as information, and that the proposed 2015 operating budget pertaining to library services with a net tax levy request of $2,919,329 be referred for final consideration by Council at its meeting on February the 18th, 2015.
Council, is there any comments or questions? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor? That is carried. Are we doing police next, or?
Your Worship, if we could just have a few minutes. I see members of the Police Services Board here. I'll just make sure everyone's here and get set up. If we could have a few moments to do that.
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so. Yeah, got it. Thanks. Hi.
You gonna take an after picture? Oops. Are you ready?
Good afternoon, Chief, Chair, and Vice Chair. Whenever you're ready.
Great. Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Council, for inviting us here this afternoon to give you some highlights of our 2015 operating and capital budgets. I'll just introduce the staff that's here with me today and our Vice Chair, because we have some new councillors that we haven't met yet. To my right is Vice Chair Rod Hicks, Chief Beasley, and we have Staff Sergeant Steve Wilson here, and I think that's it, right? There's nobody else here. Okay. So thank you once again for having us here today. So what I'm going to do is just give you some highlights of the process and how we arrived to the figures that we arrived at today that we're presenting to you. And if you have any questions, please stop me in between. If I can't answer them, I'm sure that our staff can give you some finer detail on any questions. So just to summarize the final figures on our operating budget, it came out to $16,026,958. There is provincial funding that's available for court security, so our net operating was down to $15,928,817, and with Innisfil's share at 53.47%, it's $8,517,138. The capital budget shared between Bradford, West Gwillimbury, and Innisfil, 50%. It was a total of $641,200. So Innisfil's share would be $600,000, sorry. So the budget priorities that the board had going into this budget was to continue our operational cost containment, efficiencies, and budget reductions so that we can offset taxes or the impact to the taxpayer. How we did this was the South Simcoe Police Service had an efficiencies working group that came out with some recommendations that we've implemented, and I think there's some that we still need to work out details to implement them in the future. Also last year in 2014, we had an external consultant come in and do an organizational review, and he looked at the way that we deliver our service. What else did he look at? He looked at staff functions and just a complete organizational review. So we've acted on some of the recommendations that have come out of that report, and we look forward to trying to implement some of those also moving forward into the future. The board also wanted to maintain the current service levels that we have, and there was a change to the way we budgeted by moving assets into a capital budget. So this is the first year that we're presenting two separate figures, one capital, one operating. Part of that was we had all of our vehicles were leased, so now we're purchasing them out, and so we've moved that from the operating into the capital. And also another priority was long-term planning, and we're doing more of the multi-year forecasting in partnership with the municipalities so that you can plan better for your budgets as well. So some of the challenges we had with the 2015 budget was these four major areas: human resources, the collective agreement that we negotiated last year, court security was an issue, and also technology had an impact on the operational budget for this year. Looking at human resources, I mentioned about the organizational review, and we found that 40% of our membership was going to be eligible to retire by 2020. So we had to consider that when developing our operational budget. 74% of that 40% is our uniform frontline staff, and 100% of our senior management team will no longer be here by 2020. So we had to incorporate that into our thinking. So we are going to put a priority in hiring new recruits to replace officers that have retired. That way we can save money with salaries, and but also we have to keep in mind that we have to maintain a balance of experienced and new recruits. So we have a bit of a mix into that in our plans moving forward. What else? So we haven't, in our current operating budget, there's no new hires. The only hires that we planned for is for, we've estimated maybe 3 new hires this year to replace retirees. It's sort of trying to look into a crystal ball because we're not really sure when people are going to retire. We can't ask them, so it's an estimate. So we put provisions in the budget for 3 new replacement hires, and we have to have some overlapping of salaries to accommodate training time. And so that had an impact on the budget. And also, just recently, we were able to further reduce the operating budget by deferring the deputy chief's salary that we're just in the process of recruiting right now. Also, there's no more banked time payout that was in the previous collective agreement. So, and there was also an unfunded liability of bank time that was identified, and we've put in for $125,000 to pay half of that. I think, no, it's over 3 years, Chief? Yeah, over 3 years. So in the 2015 budget, there's $125,000 that we've added in to eventually eliminate that liability. With the 2014-2015 collective agreement, we managed to save annually $145,000 relating to benefits overtime. The bank time that I mentioned, we eliminated. I mentioned the $125,000 payout to decrease the unfunded liability related to bank time. The salary increases that have impacted the operating budget this year was 2% for uniform, 1.5% dispatch, 0% for records, and just a flat $750 each for special constables. So the overall cost impact of the collective agreement over 2 years is 2.97%. Court security, as probably many of you know, it's a provincially mandated service, so we have no choice in that. There was some unanticipated security enhancements that we needed to implement this year upon request by the Ontario Court of Justice. I think it was resulting, there was a shooting at the Brampton courts, so security needed to be beefed up for our courts that we provide security to. To compound that cost, the provincial funding was reduced in the 2015 budget by $13,000. And just as a note, it's a provincially mandated service, but the municipal contributions for that provincial mandated service works out to about 85% borne by the municipalities. Technology, it's an exciting time for our service. We're just about to launch our new niche system, which is an information technology system. But with that, we have $137,000 increase to our operating budget this year. And there's also included in our budget this year, there's $120K as a one-time startup cost. Some of the benefits to the system is that we have access to the Police Information Portal, PIP, and that connects our police service to all the other police services through database across Ontario. And I think, is it national as well, Chief? Yeah, nationally as well. I think we're about the second last or last police service that wasn't hooked up and had access to this PIP system. So it's going to improve our investigations greatly and save time telephoning other services to get information. So we're also going to benefit to an improved response to police records checks through the niche system. We'll have up-to-date GIS mapping for our patrol vehicles, and we'll have the technology to support the next generation 911, which is through electric data storage. There'll be improved access to the sex offender registry. We'll have IT support remotely from the base in Waterloo. So it's saved us money by not having to hire an additional IT support person in-house. And also it's going to greatly improve the security of our system. So just to conclude, just to show you that the net tax levy impact to Innisfil ratepayers with this budget that the board has approved will result in a negative 2.32% impact to the Innisfil ratepayers. And that's with the provision that the capital budget is going to be approved by council through 100% reserve funding. And that's it. If there's any questions of council, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councillor Lalahid first, and then Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Okay, thank you for the information, and I don't think we have it, but is it possible that council can get a copy of the slide, sent a copy of the slide deck if we don't already have? Okay, that's fine. Just a couple of questions, and I'm gonna cut to some issues that came from last year, so or a couple of years ago. But what is the rationale for? You've talked about it, but in June of 2013, we were given a 2015 estimated policing cost of $15,400,000 to be distributed under the proportionate basis. And by my estimations, we've got close to about a $500,000 increase in terms of what was presented at the police costing debate. What's the rationale for that? And I have some follow-up questions after that, Your Worship.
Sure. Well, those were forecasted amounts resulting because of the police costing. So the information today is different than it was yesterday. The board has, debated and went through line by line, and this is what the board feels is required as far as funding from our municipalities to provide adequate and effective policing. So all I can say is that it was a forecast and it wasn't a budget that was set in stone by the board. And certainly we can't, previous boards cannot impose a budget amount on future boards as well, so.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could follow up. Just as a comment to that, that's the figures we were given, and that's what we based, certainly council based its decision on. I would ask in terms of I did see a published media report in the rationale of some of the cost increase, that it was related to the future retirements and basically preloading staffing to cover those future requirements from when they come for because obviously I think somebody can give 2 or 3 weeks notice and they're out the door and they retire. and I'm going to ask you to comment on that in terms of the police costing, in the sense that it was my understanding, and still my understanding, that that type of cost feature would be absorbed within the OPP organization, and it was only your boots on the ground that you had. So if we were entitled to a full-time equivalent, so many full-time equivalent officers, we were guaranteed that full-time equivalent officers. So it seems to me that those costs that are being added are those costs that would have been absorbed into the OPP costing structure. If you can comment on that.
Well, I can't comment on the OPP part of the costing, but I can say that we did not, until the organizational review, it wasn't done until last year, so we didn't have a handle at that time when the costing occurred as to how many retirees were potentially coming up. So, I mean, that's an example of information that we didn't have 2 years ago when we did our forecast, up until just recently, last summer in 2014 when we got the review report. So we are hiring some experienced officers, so there won't be as much of a cost impact when replacing with an experienced officer. With new recruits, you know that we need to get placeholders at the Ontario Police College, and it's a more lengthier process for training. So, like I said, I can't comment on how the OPP operates, but this is the rationale and how we came about to the figures today.
And I have one more question, and I know there's others, so that'll cover a lot of the other things. Thank you. And I just wanted to know, in terms of the budget, obviously, I think it's forget now, it's 53% something that's the Innisfil portion, and 47% something that's the Bradford West Gwillimbury portion. Are you able to tell me today, in terms of what is the work allocation between the municipalities? Because that was an issue of the during the costing process, where the funding sources from either of the municipalities was not commensurate with the workload that was performed in each of those municipalities. Can you tell me what the workload analysis is today, Bradford Innisfil?
I don't believe the board hasn't been presented with a workload analysis. I'm not sure if, I don't think that's been done, Chief Beasley. So that hasn't occurred. As far as the costing formula, the cost sharing formula goes, I mean, that's between the two municipalities, and we don't get involved. But I mean, if the municipalities want to reopen that cost sharing agreement in the way that it's modeled, you know, the Police Service is certainly happy to provide you with information to do so.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. Well, I have a few, but two of them aren't mine, but I've been asked to ask them. So, Mr. Brown, was that fair enough, or was that beating around the bush? The question, I was asked to ask the question and not beat around the bush when the question came up as to why the amounts in the June 2013 resolution of council were not met, and I understand the forecast issue, but I also understand the fact that there was much assurance at that time, much assurance and much comfort level that was achievable. And I'd ask the clerk, do we keep tapes back from that long? Okay, thank you. So my next question would be about the cost per household. Have you figured out the cost per household on this budget?
No, but I know the CFOs have made some calculations on the cost per household. It's only based on per household. I understand residential household, so it's not spread out per property. That's my understanding. So there could be some disparity if you're comparing with other services figures. So, but no, that's not something that the Police Services Board analyzes.
And can I suggest that might be something that the Police Services Board might want to analyze, because it is a good comparator. Mr. Lindsay gave me a piece of newspaper from Grey Highlands, and their cost per household, they're having a huge increase, $25 per household. And so their cost is going from $285 per household to $310 per household. So I would suggest that we're somewhere around $600 per household. And I would ask the question is, what do we get for the difference?
Well, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question today. All I can say is that, we're bringing in a negative budget impact to the taxpayer. The board's been progressive with the chief. Since I've been on the last 4 years, we've been working our way to bringing that number down, and we are. And, but I just can't answer that question today, Lynn, I'm sorry.
Okay, two more. The last one question would be that I believe Mr. Rayner talked to us earlier in the budget process that he was providing some assistance to the Bradford and Innisfil Police Services Board as far as going over legal contracts or providing some legal services to the board to help save money. And if that's the case, is that somehow split between the two? How is the cost-sharing agreement work with that? And how is Bradford supplying similar services and it evens out? Or is there some cost-sharing agreement between that? Or how does that work out?
Well, actually, the chief and I were kind of discussing it because we have been relying on Jason for his goodwill lately for some issues to save money. I mean, certainly if the town of Innisfil wanted to build a police service for that service that Mr. Reiner is giving us, then it would be shared out with Bradford as well at the end of the day. That's just a solution. But yes, we are aware that we are getting some help. But we do, from time to time, also ask staff from the town of Bradford. Not quite as often, we haven't, but that's certainly something, I guess, that can be worked out in all fairness, that if we do ask for service from town staff, that it somehow gets shared equally between the two municipalities.
Okay, a final question, Madam Chair and Vice Chair. So when you say we, and are you we the South Simcoe Police, or are you we the Bradford, West Gwillimbury, Innisfil Police Services Board?
Depends on your question. We are a team, but it certainly depends on your question.
So I guess when I'm asking that question is, the last council went out and asked for comparators. We wanted to know what we pay for police services versus what other municipalities pay for, and we did that process. But my thought process is that something that should be regularly done by the board anyway, to make sure that the residents of Bradford and Innisfil are getting adequate and effective policing, regardless of in what form, but should be looking at all forms and then coming up with what is the best for the municipalities.
Well, we are, it is part of our responsibility to be accountable to the taxpayers and ensure that there's efficient service being delivered. But the focus and the main responsibility is that we provide in the budget for what's needed for the service to deliver it without compromise to the safety and the security of the community. So that's what we've done. It's not totally, number crunching and just looking at numbers and solely focusing more on the tax rates. We have to have a fine balance between both, between the service and what our officers need on the front line and how much it's going to cost taxpayers. So I know that council's focus, I know you do look at service and that, but it's judgment calls, and the board's focused on the police service and what they need, and being cognizant of the impact to the taxpayer. But
I'm taking a lot of time and I'll finish up now, but just to say to you, it would be very helpful for me to understand how much more per household we're paying and what we're getting for it. Like, why are we paying extra? And like, some people are willing to pay extra. Not everybody, wants the value meal at McDonald's. Some people like to go to the keg once in a while. So, but what am I getting for that difference? And getting that kind of information would be very helpful for me in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Rayner.
Your Worship and members of council, I wonder if I could assist on the question of the legal services, or at least provide you with the information that I'm meeting with Rebecca Murphy, who is Bradford West Gwillimbury's in-house counsel and municipal clerk, next week. And we will have a discussion about whether or not her legal services department has capacity to assist with some of the board's requests. I anticipate a conversation with the board and with both councils. At this point, we've been, learning what is the appropriate level of service that we can provide from our legal services departments to the boards to ultimately reduce costs. But we'll be able to provide you with an update, I think, in the near future.
Councillor Simpson?
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, welcome, board members and officers. First of all, I want to talk about the 2014 budget. When that did come out last year, we were quite happy and pleased with the reductions in the numbers that came out, and that was something that was told to us on June of 2013 where the budget would be, and you were able to hit that mark. Second of all, looking at these numbers here and looking at what the recommendation was back in June of 2013, which I was the actual mover of, we are at a $400,000 to $500,000 increase. And without the justification for that, where the deputy mayor was asking for, it's very hard for me as a councillor to endorse your budget, especially moving the recommendation stating that we were the proposed budget for 2015 was basically written in stone. That's the indication that I got. And I know that we have new board members, things change, but when I'm told something, I believe it. So
Mr.
without
Simpson.
justification on the reasoning for the increase and the fact that that recommendation that I put forward also talked about, it somewhat mirrored what Bradford West Gwillimbury had stated as far as numbers. They had stated that if these numbers weren't met, that they would go for costing. My recommendation said may go for costing. So you put me in a difficult situation. I want to be supportive. I want to be able to support South Simcoe Police, but you've made it very difficult for me.
Well, it wasn't the board's intention to make it difficult for council. And I can just say that at the time when the forecast was put out, it was based on the information there. The board at the time and the chief, we were very confident that it was an accurate estimate. But today things have changed and we have new information, new things that have come to light, new financial pressures. I mean, I'm sure you can understand that if a town council had a forecast, a few years down the road, that maybe the council of the day may not be able to meet those, or the priorities might have changed. So it wasn't the board's position or intention to put you in a difficult position. It is your decision if you have the ability to pay or not. But this is what the board today is saying, that we need to deliver the service without affecting the front line. So.
Follow up? I appreciate that, but I'm still in this difficult position, and I understand fully what you said, but I also understand the guarantee that I was given back in the day. We went through a process that was a year and change. It was one of the toughest things that I had to do in that first 4 years of being on council. That night that I put that recommendation forward, I actually had, my stomach was killing me, and it happened for about a day and a half. I knew going forward that that was the right thing to do at the time, weighing all the options and the cost savings that could have materialized by going to a different force or not. They were all up in the air. But I made a decision based upon what was guaranteed to me at the time. And then now that guarantee is not there.
It was a guaranteed forecast.
Thank you.
Council, any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
Worship. Thank you, council.
We will now have the recommendation by Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just before Councillor Payne reads the recommendation, it has been revised for amounts and information. If she wants to take a moment to read it before she publicly reviews it.
Recommendation made that the by myself and seconded by Councillor Lougheed. Doug?
I'm going to make an amendment to the motion.
Sorry?
If you can get somebody else, because I'm going to make an amendment to the motion.
Okay, seconded by Rob Nickel, Councillor Rob Nickel. That the presentation by Sharon Villani, I'm sorry, Bradford West Gwillimbury, Innisfil Police Services Board Chair Rod Hicks, Bradford West Gwillimbury, Innisfil Police Services Board Vice Chair, and South Simcoe Police Chief Rick Beasley be received, and that the proposed operation budget pertaining to the Bradford West Gwillimbury, Innisfil Police Services Board in the amount of, that's a lot of money, $16,026,958, resulting in the town's estimated proportionate share being $8,569,614, or 53.47%, and that the provincial funding for court security and transportation included in the town budget of $52,476,000.
52,000.
Sorry, $52,476, thank you, be applied for the net of $8,517,138 police levy requirement, and that this be referred for final consideration by council at its meeting on February the 18th, 2015, and that the proposed capital budget pertaining to the South Simcoe Police Service Board in the amount of $641,200, resulting in the town's estimated proportionate share being $320,600, or 50% of the referred for final consideration by council at its meeting on February the 18th, 2015. Did I make a mistake in the money?
No. Madam Clerk.
Sorry to do this to you, Your Worship. With the mover and the seconder's consent, can we remove reference to the police chief who did not make part of that presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, Council, you've heard the recommendation. Questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, through you to Mr. Davis. The money for the court security, have we spent that twice? We've got it as revenue. Do we, you know what I'm trying to say? Have we double spent that?
Your Worship, members of council, it is included in the town base budget, but we do apply that when we calculate for council purposes in the public, the cost pressures or where the tax bill is being driven, we allocate that portion to the police budget. So it's not being double counted in terms of the tax levy, the town tax levy versus the police tax levy.
Thank you. And one follow-up, if I might, Your Worship, on the 50% with the capital reserve. Is that something we've negotiated with Bradford that's different than our cost share agreement?
Your Worship and members of council, yes, last year we brought forward a recommendation to council that was adopted, and we amended the shared services agreement with Bradford such that all capital purchases would be funded on a 50-50 basis.
Thank you.
Councillor Doug Lougheed.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to make an amendment. I wish to make an amendment. I'm going to make a stab at it because I haven't got it written out, but I'm going to see where it goes and see where there's a second there. So my amendment would apply to after in the second paragraph where it has the $8,517,138 that my proposal is to have all of the remaining part of that sentence replaced with, and that, and I haven't got a seconder, if you don't mind me putting it out there, and we'll see where it goes. And further that, the police, South Simcoe Police operating budget, or I guess it's the Bradford West Gwillimbury Municipal Police Services Board operating budget, so that's probably the proper way to say it. Be returned to the board for consideration with the focus on reducing the overall budget to the committed amount as set out in the June 2013 costing debate of $15,453,178 and applied proportionately to the town of Innisfil and Bradford West Gwillimbury as per the police cost-sharing agreement.
I would second that.
I got a seconder.
Okay.
Richard Simpson has indicated he'd second that. Sorry.
Madam Clerk.
Apologies, Your Worship. If I could just capture the sentence that the councillor is hoping to replace this language with, I would appreciate it.
The sentence of police levy requirement, and this be referred to final consideration by council at the meeting of February 18th, 2015, I don't think is applicable if the amendment passes. And I'm not touching, I don't propose to touch the capital portion. I'm just talking about the operating budget, which was the way I take it was committed in June of 2013.
Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. The seconder for that is Councillor Richard Simpson for the amendment.
Yeah.
Again, Councillor Doug Lougheed.
Yeah, I think, well, between the discussion that's been had up here, I think that number was given to us. Yes, it was put forth, but I take it that I don't, from my perspective, and everyone knows I work there, I don't think you need a human resources consultant to tell you when people reach their retirement age of 30 years and all that kind of stuff. And that could have been that should have been, in my estimation, a large part of it brought into the figures of that we got in June of 2013. So that maybe makes up some of it, but as part of the council that made that decision, the majority of council approved staying with the South Simcoe Police, but I would think, for varying degrees, it was based on the numbers that we were given at the time and the decommissioning costs and all that kind of stuff. So if the numbers had reflected what I see is about $500,000 increase, I'm not sure how that would have changed the vote. It may not have changed the vote, but there's a potential that it might have changed the vote, and I think that that's an important consideration. So that's why I think it should be sent back to the board to look at what they can do in order to basically honor the commitment that was made in June of 2013.
Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a friendly amendment, if the mover and supporter would consider it, was just for further clarity to add the council resolution number. It's Council Resolution 153-13.
The mover and seconder agree to that?
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't know if the clerk got that. So right after it says, sorry, where it says in the June 13 costing debate of, and then maybe put in brackets after the 15-453-178, put CR-153-13, which spells out specifically what the resolution of council was. And I understand its estimate, but also I understand that at that point, it wasn't an estimate. At that point, it was, yes, we can do this. And you know, the issue of, I would never sit here and say what a council was going to do 2 years from now. I wouldn't do that because I don't know that I could do it. And I would suggest that that was a game changer at the time. And I think that if it couldn't have been done, or if it wasn't 100%, it shouldn't have been put before us.
Council, any other questions or comments? Seeing or hearing none, the amendment. Do you want to, we'll put it up here and.
Do you wish me to read it again?
Please.
Read it.
No, Councillor
To-
Lougheed, read it.
The motion to amend is as follows. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Richard Simpson, to delete in the original motion, police levy requirement, and that this be referred for final consideration by council at its meeting on February 18th, 2015, from the second paragraph, to be replaced with, and further, that the Bradford West Gwillimbury Innisfil Police Services Board be returned, budget be returned to the board for consideration with the focus on reducing the overall budget to the committed amount as set out in the June 2013 costing debate of $15,453,178 referenced by CR-153-13 and applied proportionally to the town of Innisfil and the Bradford West Gwillimbury as per the police cost sharing agreement.
Council, you've heard the recommendation is read the second time. Any questions or comments there? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor? That motion is carried. We're going back to the original. The one that was moved by Councillor Payne and Councillor Nicol, and I'm not going to have the councillor read it again. I think we've all seen it and heard it. Are there any questions or comments there, Deputy Mayor Dolan?
Thank you, Worship. I'm sorry, just another last minute friendly amendment. If the mover and supporter would agree, is that, and that the town of Bradford West Gwillimbury be so advised, or a copy of this resolution be sent to the town of Bradford West Gwillimbury.
Okay, second or move, first, okay. That's for the amended one, or amend this one here?
Excuse me.
It's going to be part of the amendment anyway, yeah. Okay. Agreeable? Okay, all those in favor of this resolution that's on the floor at the present time? That motion is carried.
All it is you take the two amendments and you stick them all.
Your Worship, now we have a presentation from the
So, yeah, sorry, Wasaga. I
Conservation
saw
Authority.
Gail there, and I thought Lake Simcoe.
So we'll just set that up. Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Wood, and your Chief Officer, Administrative Officer. Please come forward.
This is probably for you. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Wood.
Good afternoon, Mayor Walkup, Deputy Mayor Dolan, members of council, staff, and members of the audience. Yes, I'm here with a different hat on this year, and I'm very pleased to be here as the Interim Chief Administrative Officer with the Wastewater Conservation Authority, and my colleague, the Director of Corporate Services, Cheryl Flanagan. We really want to thank you for the opportunity to present our draft 2015 budget. We know that you've had a long day and a half or so, so we're going to try and move through our presentation quite quickly. But I would like to start off by advising you that this is a great year for the Wastewater. It's our 55th anniversary. And of course, we kicked it off wonderfully well with a new chairperson, and that's Councillor Doug Lougheed from Innisfil. We're thrilled to have Doug as our new chairperson. Oh. I have to say, Mr. Mayor, I don't think I've ever had a round of applause for anything that I've said in a budget presentation before. So full accolades to our chair. Of course, we have a wonderful watershed at Wasaga because it is, really surrounded by great environmental resources. The Oak Ridges Moraine to the south, all the rivers that flow into Georgian Bay, the Niagara Escarpment on the west, and of course we do have a great neighbor, which is Lake Simcoe to the east of us. And our vision is working together to lead, promote, support, and inspire innovative watershed management. Of course, we do that in full partnership with you as one of our 18 municipalities. We very much look to your inspiring Innisfil 2020 document that talks specifically about promoting and protecting the Wasaga River watershed in addition to Lake Simcoe. You talk about the benefits of tourism and economy, environment, economy and people, and that dovetails really well with our icons that come under our strategic plan. Just a few of our programs that fully embrace watershed management include hazard land protection and regulation, water quality and quantity monitoring, of course, our drinking source water protection program under the lead of the Deputy Mayor. And I was waiting for some applause on that one as well, but we're... I should have known it was the chair of Lake Simcoe sitting behind me. We have a wonderful education program and a full stewardship program that really talks about taking the impairments that are happening within our watershed and meeting some of the water quality objectives that we need to meet. So we thought that we would take the approach this year rather than coming to you and saying all the wonderful things that we've done. We thought we would take a page out of the David Letterman book of top 10 highlights, if you will, and we wanted to bring to you some of our major accomplishments for 2014, including kicking off with the new Agricultural Advisory Committee. We know that our Agricultural Committee and community has some concerns, so we brought on a new Agricultural Advisory Committee, and they're giving great advice to us as we move forward. Number 9, we had a banner year with our education program, which is a cost recovery program. We had 11,500 students take part in our education program at Tiffin. That's pretty amazing for us. We worked with all of our municipalities in terms of data sharing and giving your municipality instant access to our stream gauge data. We had over 12,000 people, students included, come to our display at the International Plowing Match. We were very excited about that. Our monitoring program was expanded for groundwater. And we also released a brand new report for our Minising wetlands. Now, for those of you that might not be aware of Minising, it's one of the premier wetlands in the province of Ontario of about 15,000 hectares. So this is an incredibly important resource for us. We had a service delivery and operational review that provided us with over 40 recommendations on improving efficiency and effectiveness for our organization. And we're going to be working on that in 2015 and beyond. We developed a new phosphorus budgeting tool supporting low-impact development, and we attended as recently as yesterday in consultation with our partner Lake Simcoe, a low-impact development workshop, and that brought in over 100 people from Simcoe County to talk about low-impact development and how important it is in our growing area. We're very proud to tell you that we received over the next 4 years $1.1 million from the federal government under their new cleanup fund. We also introduced updated regulation mapping, helping us to define our hazards, and we processed 35 applications for Innisfil alone under this new hazard land mapping. And of course, as we say, every great work plan is terrific except when you get hit with an emergency, as you do. Whether it's a snow environment, for us it happened to be the tornado at Tiffin. This is just a little snapshot of what we dealt with in 2014. In the upper left-hand corner is the tornado coming across Angus. In the right-hand corner, you'll see between the two yellow bands, that's on our own property at Tiffin where the tornado tracked through. Luckily just missing our operations center, but certainly hitting some of our other buildings and taking out a lot of our significant tree resources. In the bottom left-hand corner, hard to see, but that's a trampoline in the trees that was lifted up by the tornado, and some of the other snapshots show you the work that we've had to do, which we're just now finalizing as we enter into 2015. So just a few of our highlights there. Let's move on to our budget overview for 2015. We are having and proposing a draft budget of a 3% increase. That's a total of $61,000 spread across our 18 municipalities. Because we base our budget on current value assessment, our growth municipalities usually get a little larger increase than some of our non-growth municipalities. So at a 3% across the board increase, that would mean to Innisfil 3.7% or a total cost of $4,674 increase in 2015. If we look at this in terms of what you provided for us in 2014, that was a budget of $126,000. And if you approve our increase, our proposed increase for 2015, with the $4,674, you would be providing us a budget of $130,000 to add to the rest of our various partners that we get funding from. So let's just talk about that for a minute. If you take a look, this happened at another one of our municipalities as well, but our revenue pie actually shows that we receive our revenue from levy, from municipalities, the federal government, provincial government, user fees, our capital reserves, our operational reserves, and contributions and donations that we get from private donations. We're really pleased to tell you that our board has asked us to focus on bringing in new revenue for 2015. So, in terms of special capital projects from other municipalities, we've increased our revenue by 300% by doing risk management officer work. That's a part of the source water protection program. Our federal grants are up by 170%. Our reforestation user fees with the members of the public are up 31%. Our education program is up 28%. And our operations from things like weddings at the Tiffin Centre are up 39%. So what we're really trying to demonstrate here, Mr. Mayor, is that we're not trying to burden our municipalities with our operations, but we are looking to other partners to very much support our programs. If you go into the details of our budget, you will see that some of our operations are up. It's really important. We get asked the question, some of our staffing is up by certain percentages. It's really important to note that the reason that some of our contract staffing percentages are up is because when we've received money from the federal government, for example, to do stewardship programs, we've brought on new students or new contract people to implement that program. But it does not impact our full-time equivalents. It's simply implementing the new funding that we've brought in from other resources. In terms of our expenses, we are a service delivery agency, so you're going to see the majority of our funds expended in wages and benefits. This also shows you a little bit of a snapshot on what our other expenses are in 2015. I also want to conclude with a snapshot of what your $130,000 and how it would be leveraged with other dollars that we bring into our organization through our, as I said, operational reserves, user fees, provincial grants, federal grants, and our other 17 municipal partners. So we take your $130,000 proposed for 2015, and with our other contributions, that provides us with a budget of $4.8 million proposed for 2015. We really do value our partnership very much with Innisfil. We've had great leadership through Deputy Mayor Dolan on our source protection plan. We've worked well with you over the years. We congratulate Councillor Lougheed on being our chair, and we're looking forward to a very good 2015 Mayor Walkup, and would be pleased to answer any questions that you or your council members might have on our budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And your cohort is right behind you now, Mr. Walters. It seems like you're at a Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority meeting here, but I will turn over to our friend, Councillor Doug Lougheed. He has a couple of questions.
Thank you. I'm not going to have any questions. It's more of a comments, and thanks Gail and Cheryl. It's a good presentation, and I'm hoping it's well received. I think Gail has touched upon it. I think one of the key factors moving forward with the board is, and I think it was number 5 on the top 10 list, was the service delivery review. Some call it efficiency audit. I think it was started as an efficiency audit, but it's a service delivery review. Gail come on board just about the time that was adopted by the board, and the whole focus on that service delivery review is to review the operation, review the number of recommendations that came forth from that recommendations to make the NVCA more efficient organization, and effective organization for the stakeholders, the municipalities, and everybody involved in the thing. And one of the key factors is, I guess, the efficiency part of it is that you might be a little bit concerned. You see a 3% across the board increase, and that's a little higher than the inflation rate. But these things haven't been rolled out yet. Gail is just in the process of making these recommendations, and a focus on the recommendations or one of the focuses on the recommendations is to reduce the reliance on the levy that she talked about to be replaced with other sources of revenue. So the key factor that I want to put forth is that these things haven't been rolled out in 2015, and they're probably going to be rolled out, and we're going to hopefully see some benefit in 2016. But I would say there's going to be a real benefit by 2017. She's got a lot of work ahead of her, and she in the 3 months that you've been with the NVCA, 3.5 months that she's been with the NVCA, she's done the workload of, and I think staff have helped her a fair bit. So we might have Gail and 4 senior management staff, but they've probably done the work of about 10 people getting the reports back to the board. So I think the future is that there's going to be a reliance on the levy. That should have an impact on what you see down the road, and so I would support the 3%, the recommendation.
Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much for the presentation. I've very much appreciated working with your staff on source water, and I can tell you that about an hour ago, I've got a voice message from the director, Ling Mark, so I'm hoping that's good news. I'm hoping we might be looking at approval within the next few days, but that'll come. I also wanted to point out the person at this table you really need to be nice to is Councillor Simpson, Chair of the Lake Simcoe South Georgia Bay Cleanup Fund.
Of course.
They're the ones with he's the ones with the purse strings, so he's the one you really have to be nice to here. The one big thing on our books, and not necessarily budget related, as we've already budgeted money for it in previous years, but certainly budget related to many of our residents and financially crippling to many of our residents, is the Municipal Drainage Act and the South Innisfil Creek Drain. And it's all in the Nottawasaga Valley watershed, and we are have had very much good cooperation with Glenn Switzer and staff from your office, and will be very much dependent on them after over 10 years of this hanging over our heads. We got a decision from the drainage referee that kind of untied our hands, and now we'll be moving forward in the next couple of weeks to try to get consensus from landowners and farmers and market gardeners and residents and the Conservation Authority on how we can effectively solve this problem together at the least cost possible. So we look forward to working with you on that. Thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I'd like to welcome you to Innisfil, and thank you for the presentation. And Ms. Wood, congratulations on your new role. And I do know the answer to this, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Dolan, for the accolades, but I just wanted you to just sort of talk about the $1.1 million that the federal government has funded and where that comes from, and that, if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you. Your Worship, through you, I certainly hope I answer this question correctly. If your question, Councillor Simpson, is where does the funding come from?
Yeah, just because it was just a bullet point that said federal funding, I think it's just important that individuals assembled just know what that's about in the fund.
Absolutely. Well, this is an extremely important piece of funding that was created a number of years ago by the federal government. It first started out as the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund, and it was targeted to help Lake Simcoe clean up some of the phosphorus-loading problems that were occurring at the time. Now, coincidentally, just as I've moved to the Nottawasaga, I have to tell you I'm very delighted that the fund was expanded recently by the federal government, and it's now called the Lake Simcoe Southeastern Georgian Bay Cleanup Fund. So that means that not only Lake Simcoe is eligible, and the various stakeholders in Lake Simcoe are eligible for applying for funds that are stewardship related to clean up problems of the past, but also science related to help us have good science on how we best do our programs. But also, stakeholders and the Nottawasaga Authority and those in the Severn Sound area are also eligible to apply for the funding. Nottawasaga, Your Worship, has specifically focused on the stewardship funding, if you will. And we do have, I must say, a really wonderful stewardship program. And the $1.1 million will be spread over 4 years as we focus on individual riverine system stewardship programs that will help improve water quality. I must say that due to our good partnership with Lake Simcoe yesterday and the lead that they've taken on low impact development, we're hoping that perhaps in future years we can do a few more submissions to your for great fund that will also help us deal with low-impact development in the Nottawasaga watershed, because that is so important as we move forward. One last thing, Your Worship, on this is the federal government asks that we bring partners to the table. It's not just 100% federal funding, which is very important. So we have to go out and raise money through landowners, other partners, other groups that we match with the federal funding to do all the good work to clean up the streams, etc., in the Nottawasaga watershed.
Follow-up comment? I would give you an A+ on that answer.
Thank
Very
you.
good, very good. And I'll be looking forward in the years to come of all the good work that is done with the partnering monies and funding that's being done in the watershed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Are there any questions, comments? Thank you very much, and Nottawasaga Valley Conservation is very lucky to have you as their new CAO. I had the privilege of working with you for 4 years with the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority, and they've picked the right guy to take over from you, that's for sure.
I agree. Thank you, Your Worship.
And with that, we'll ask Mr. Walters and his representatives to step up. Yeah, we're going to. No, we just want to get them ready, that's all. We have a recommendation. It's moved by Councillor Simpson. Oh. Sorry, going back up, yes. Better change the name on the Lake Simcoe one too. Can we have the recommendation by Councillor Lougheed, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Rob Nickel, that the presentation by Gail Wood and Cheryl Flanagan, Cheryl S., be received with thanks, and that the proposed operating budget pertaining to the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority with a net property tax levy request of $130,703 be referred for final consideration by Council at its meeting on February 18th, 2015.
Council, you've heard the recommendation. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor? That motion is carried. Now we'll move into item 413, and that is Mr. Walters and the chair of Lake Simcoe and representatives to go ahead with the LSRCA budget presentation. Mike?
Thank you, Your Worship. With me today is our chair, Debbie Bath, and my general manager of corporate services, Jocelyn Lee, so they're going to help out with the presentation. Today's agenda, we're going to talk a bit about how our work supports your goals. We're going to mention how we've spent your money that you gave us in 2014. Talk about some of our key accomplishments. Look at what we're proposing in 2015 and the new direction that we're hoping to be taking. So, just looking at how our programs support your goals, there's 4 pillars in our strategic plan. There's science and research, protection, restoration, education and engagement, and leadership and support. And we feel that they work very well with your strategic plan goals that you've picked with respect to your community, tourism, arts and culture, and economy. We plan, we develop policy, we develop programs, we implement, we monitor, we adapt and report. We educate, we communicate, and most of all, we look at innovative ways moving forward on how we can best service our municipalities and protect the environment to meet our mission to protect the health and quality of Lake Simcoe and its watershed. So some of the things we've done in 2014, our environmental monitoring program has continued, and again, we've had great benefit from working with municipal staff. We have a number of monitoring stations within the Innisfil area. A chemistry gauge, there's 26 sampling sites, 5 benthic collection sites, temperature sites, water quality sites, and we also do fish populations. This information is really important because it allows us not only to gauge where we've been, but where we're going with respect to progress on our programs and activities for stewardship. It also gives us the information to make informed decisions. And this is important too for the municipality when you're undertaking environmental assessments on roads or upgrading your sewage treatment plant. That information that is needed is available and at a much reduced cost. So. Drinking water source protection, as was mentioned previously, we have really benefited from Lynn's leadership on this, Councillor Dolan. And you're absolutely right. Let's keep our fingers crossed that the plan that has taken so many years to create will actually be signed very soon. That means, of course, that there'll be an effective date probably in July, and our municipal partners have to hit the ground running. So we do have that agreement right now to provide risk management services. We have our technical staff standing by to certainly deal with any issues, concerns that come up. We've also been blessed by getting past funding, and again, we appreciate the support very much to complete subwatershed plans throughout what we call the Innisfil Creeks. And we're in the process now of implementing those plans. It's important for us when we look at developing these strategic plans that let out recommendations and identify areas for protection and restoration that we actually follow up and implement. And we've been able to do quite a bit that this year with the funding that we received, not only from the municipality again, but as Gil mentioned, our federal partner through the Cleanup Fund, the province of Ontario has actually come to the table, as well as the landowners and some other not-for-profits that we've been able to partner with. So. Some of the key areas that we've identified just for your information is salt has become a big issue within many of our municipal areas. Certainly the municipality to your north, the city of Barrie, has a very large salt issue. We're seeing salt concentrations increasing up to 500% in certain areas. So it's an area that we've identified through our monitoring program we have to watch, and we have to start looking for some type of controls, either better management or we're all out there looking for the elusive control that will reduce salt and take it out of the water, but haven't found it yet. So these key performance indicators have been developed across our watershed. They give us that pulse of where we are with respect to protection, and again, as I said, how we're doing with our stewardship implementation. From a restoration point of view, we did complete 20 projects. There's a number of 15 in progress right now. They just didn't get completed by year end. The septic systems and well decommissioning. I'm happy to say that through the enhanced partnership again with the federal government, we're getting more into what I call the high value projects, which are dealing with agriculture and urban stormwater. So those areas are being addressed. The dollar value, total cost of all projects was completed in the municipality was more than $500,000, almost $575,000 this year, with a large component of that being shared again by our federal partner, as well as the dollars that you bring to the table. We've been focusing a number of areas. There's been a number of special studies that have gone on in the past year, looking at the Sandy Cove Acres. We've been looking at some of the individual creeks, we call them, that are the smaller areas, but quite sensitive, where we've heard from your residents that there's issues of concerns. We'll be following up with some of our new programs this year, which is going to be really exciting, hopefully. Not the least of which will be the rainscaping program, which I'll talk a bit about later. We did update our hazard management and risk management mapping. We have environmental emergency mapping, which essentially identifies all of the houses that are at risk within the municipality and at what time during a flood event they would be impacted. And we provide flood forecasting services, as we always have. We issued 16 flood bulletins in the area last year. We are currently revising our watershed development policies, and that is to reflect a lot of the change that is coming at us. And this is where we're looking at impacts associated with growth and trying to mitigate impacts, and that's using those low impact development methods that Gail mentioned earlier. These are excellent ways which we can mitigate the impact of growth and actually improve the environmental situation, reduce the risk of flooding at the same time. So we're very excited about it. We completed the Lake Simcoe Phosphorus Offsetting Program report this year. This has a great potential in the future, once we get this implemented, to actually result in a reduction in phosphorus instead of an increase by 2031. And it primarily looks at where the best places are to invest the resources that we have, but it also looks at engaging other partners like the development community in working to remove phosphorus by retrofitting existing urban areas that were built prior to stormwater controls. And again, we're excited about that. And the building industry has been a great partner with us throughout this entire process. We had one of our first rainscaping sessions here, just in the room across the road here, with one of the developers who's building, and it was, we feel, a success. And that was one of the first official launches of rainscaping, which is a market transformation program working with the building industry to change the way we do stormwater management and get it right the first time. Instead of having to go back now and retrofit many of these new urban areas, they're going to be built right with resilience to climate change by putting the water back in the ground, filtering the water before it does get discharged into a water course, reducing the phosphorus to up to 85 to 95%. And by infiltrating that water, you're not seeing any increases in volume or impacts on flooding. So we're very excited about that. And again, we've had 15 of these workshops with our building industry. These are voluntary. We don't require them to do it. The policy that we're working on, though, is reflecting some of the changes that we're seeing with respect to those workshops, and we'll be implementing that hopefully sometime in the middle of this year. So stay tuned for that. Youth engagement, much like what Nottawasaga does, we have our educational programs. We've had to transition from the residential program to day use and to in-classroom programs. That has gone very well. Our community engagement, we recognize individuals with awards. Many of you attended the awards night, and hopefully you had a good time. And we're out focusing our efforts with the media to get as much airtime as we can with either the magazines like Lake Simcoe Living, where they're publishing a lot of our works, or the local Rogers Network, and been very successful with that moving forward. One of the big things we've identified through the subwatershed planning process is building capacity, not only locally, but across the watershed. And we've been hosting a number of technical and professional workshops. As Gail mentioned, we had another one just yesterday with most of the municipalities in Simcoe County to talk about the low impact development. We've also hosted erosion control seminars for our municipal partners, being able to subsidize their attendance, as well as Smart About Salt. And again, we've been working with the source water protection folks on this as well, because it is a very significant issue within some of the municipalities. So it's a way that we're looking at making our communities safer and more sustainable. So 2014 investment, essentially this shows what you did fund in 2014. And again, we're very, very appreciative of the support that we receive here at Innisfil. The total dollars moving forward in the 2015 budget. We look at that leveraging effect, and for the investment that you make, we do take the monies, and it is leveraged through not only the municipalities, but other funding partners such as the federal government, the province, through our fees for service, our foundation. So for the $372,000 investment, we actually leverage that up to almost $13 million, which is our annual budget. In 2015, we are looking at an increase. The operating is an increase of around $5,900. And the capital increase is right now at around $6,985. We do have a special ask that we would like your consideration. It's the Creeks project, and this is money that goes specifically to projects in the field and would be matched again almost 2 to 1 by the federal and provincial funds. So the total budget ask for 2015 is $372,488. This shows you where your share is going and the other partner's share for that total value. And as mentioned, the only special ask we have is the Creeks project. This is to complete projects that have been identified throughout the last 2 years. The inventory work has all been done. We've identified over 1,100 projects that could occur throughout the municipality and into the southern portion of Barrie and the Barrie Creek. So I can assure you that the money that is provided by the municipality stays within the municipality. It does not go to the city of Perry. So thank you very much for your consideration. As always, appreciate the opportunity to come and present and be more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions or comments from any members of council? Councillor Doug Lougheed.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Mike and staff, for coming. Good presentation. Learned a lot about the conservation authorities through Gail's presentation and yours, and I want to thank you also. Whether you don't know, Mike is a regular jumper in the Ice Corp Polar Bear Dip, and I suggest that maybe Innisfil Council, if any Innisfil Council member wants to jump and they find Mike's wedding ring in the bottom, there might be a small reward that might be available near the government dock about where it transitions from the old dock to the new dock. So he may be appreciative of that, so thank you. Just as a question, in terms of the Creeks project, I know last year we deferred that, we didn't approve that. Something I was thinking about, and I know it's going to be something that maybe council will debate in terms of an additional ask. Is that a project that it's not a huge amount of money, but we're obviously trying to keep things as low as we can, that we may consider funding a portion this year and a portion next year, just to mitigate the impacts. Is that something that's accomplishable, and is that something other municipalities might have done and considered?
Through your worship, it is discretionary. So again, it's up to the municipality, and any portion. We've had many municipalities, instead of being able to achieve the full amount, look at a phased approach over a longer period of time. Or again, the great thing is for every dollar you invest, we have a wonderful knack, as does Nottawasaga, of going out and being able to match that maybe once, twice, 3 to 4 times. So whatever the municipality deems appropriate, we would take that and do that to get that work done. So if it takes us longer to achieve our goal, that'd be fine. So.
Councillor Bill Lougheed.
This question might be for Lockie. I'm just curious on what we gave last year and what you budgeted for this year.
Your Worship and members of council, if you have your budget binder with you, it's page 75 of the report, but I can certainly read those numbers out. So in 2014, the budget that was requested was 365, 372. This year is 372,488. So as the slide indicated, it's an increase of 7,116. The service level change that you see, or the extra ask, the 17,205, it was asked for last year as well, and council decided last year that they did not support that request. So it's the same request coming forward this year, but it is not included in our numbers. It is shown on the in the budget binder as a service level change for consideration. So certainly council would need to bring a motion forward if they're thinking of any amount, whether it's the full amount or a reduced amount.
Councillor Richard Simpson.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to the presenters. Thank you for coming and giving us this update. I look forward to tomorrow to the AGM, and as most people know, that I will be part of the new board, so I look forward to that.
Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question surrounds the LEAP funding, Land Environmental Assistance Program, Landowners Environmental Assistance Program, and the large amount of Innisfil that got captured under the change in the building code for both the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan and the Clean Water Act. And our staff have been very busy doing septic inspections, and although it doesn't have a budget impact per se because it's mostly cost recoverable, so it doesn't have a huge impact, there'll be many residents who will be told that they must repair or replace their septic systems. And I guess my question to you is there going to be money in the LEAP program for residents who are required to do that? And then the second part of my question is, if there's an order, if there's an order put on the system, does that make them ineligible for the LEAP funding?
Through your worship, there will be money available through LEAP for septics. To your second part of the question, if there's an order placed on a septic, is it ineligible? It is ineligible. We do not, if there's been a charge laid, the purpose of the landowner environmental assistance money was to provide an incentive to get people to do the right thing. So if the charge is already pending, then they are ineligible under the criteria that we've set.
Thank you. And is there a time when is the best time for someone to apply for that funding? Is there a time when it first comes out and then it kind of dwindles over time? If I had somebody contact me, and when would be a good time for them to apply?
Actually, right now, it is a first come, first serve. We are targeting certain monies to projects this year, which is a little different than we have done in the past. We are hopeful that through some negotiations with the ministry that there might actually be a program offered through source water protection, much like the early action program of the past. If that was the case, that would supplement the money that we would have, and residents would, there'd be more money to do those septic improvements. So hopefully folks, if they think they have a suspect septic system, they would come in and see staff, get their applications in, and then they would be considered throughout the year. We don't have a cutoff date, so applicants can come in at any time.
Thank you. And the next phase of the inspections then is the streams or tributaries, and our staff will certainly be looking at assistance from Lake Simcoe for mapping for those streams. And as I understand it, I've asked the question the other day from staff members about that, and I guess there's some issue between the building code definition of and what is the actual mapping at Lake Simcoe, and whether or not one it can be used.
Yeah. Through your worship, the definition that we've received is the written definition that's in the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan, which identifies that 100 meters from a water course. We've gone back actually to the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change and asked them if they could specify a bit better what that actually means. Does it mean every tributary in the watershed? Is it only the major tributaries? Because if you then start branching out and looking at the mapping, you can take in whole large pieces of a municipality quite easily with small tributaries. So we haven't heard back yet. I can report back to council as soon as we find out what their definition is. There's been some reluctance on our part, therefore, to provide mapping in the past, because we don't want to give a municipality a map with an interpretation that we've come up with, only to find out that the province has a different interpretation. So hopefully we can resolve this relatively quickly. The chair of the coordinating committee is actually still sitting behind me for the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan, and we'll be bringing this up as an issue at the next coordinating committee with staff. So.
Great, because we are a little bit ahead of the game, and I know our CBO is anxious to get going on the next phase so that we can stay that way. So that'd be very much appreciated. The LID program, I think, is fantastic. I've been excited about it for quite a while, and I think it's great that we're getting in front of developers on it. The issue I think is going to come back to, though, selling the public on it, because builders will build whatever people want to buy. If they want to buy roundhouses, developers will build roundhouses. So getting past that whole concept of having the natural areas and just the aesthetics of some of the LID programs, is there some way of reaching forward through that and kind of sell the public on LID?
Through your worship, we're doing a number of demonstration projects with our municipal partners, and we are doing one with the town of Innisfil. So the opportunity will be to do low-impact development, demonstrate to residents what they look like and how they look. And we're doing these across 7 municipalities. The first one, actually, we're going to be going to construction in the town of Newmarket on a whole street. Which is going to be a great, there's 12 residents, 6 on either side, that will be addressed through biofiltration and rain gardens. So the residents initially, they were a bit taken back by the fact that some of these features are actually on their property. It's not just the public right-of-way. So there was some concern over maintenance, but after seeing some of the pictures that have been released, we've done a few rain gardens already as demonstrations. We've got people actually knocking on the door, and as part of the LEAP program, we've taken urban out of it, put it into the rainscaping, and people can get a grant now anywhere within the watershed to undertake a rain garden, should they wish. They have to meet the criteria, but and we are looking at also targeting this more so to the ICI section, or the institutional, industrial, and commercial section, because that's where we get the biggest return on our investment with respect to the stormwater. So we think we've crossed that barrier, but time will tell. We'll have to get some of these in the ground. They are very aesthetically pleasing. Lots of nice flowers, wildflowers, grasses. So much like what you have out here in your gardens, but it also provides that additional feature of filtering the water into the ground. So.
Thank you, Your Worship. And finally, and again, not budget related, but I did go to the awards ceremony. I just wanted to point out that 2 of the larger awards were given to Innisfil residents. A group from Nantar Shores Secondary School, their environmental program was honored, along with a young man who is now in grade 9 but was in grade 8 at Killarney Beach School. And it would be great to get them here in front of council and gather the notes from LSRCA and give them a bit more recognition. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Again, Mr. Scorbridge, sorry.
Thank you, Worship. Just before the 2 Conservation Authority CAOs and their respective delegations leave, I just wanted to express on behalf of our administration the dedication and work that we receive and reciprocate with both these conservation authorities. One of the things that you should be aware, and I know we have a lot of new council members, is we have something called the Developers Liaison Group. And both of the conservation authorities come to those meetings on a regular basis so that we can discuss issues and address things proactively. And I think that's a testament to the kind of leadership that you've got at both of these conservation authorities. And I think as we continue to move forward, there are a lot of partnership opportunities that we're continuing to explore. And kudos to both of the conservation authorities and the leadership that's there.
Thank you, sir, and I couldn't agree more. And Michael, thank you for coming, and your representatives. And Deputy Mayor Dolan and myself will be at the AGM meeting also tomorrow to certainly promote our representative, Richard Simpson. So we look forward to tomorrow, and again, thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I was remiss in not mentioning Richard is our member, and we look forward to welcome you to the board tomorrow. So.
And I might say, I hope you find your ring this year.
We'll be sending a challenge out to some of the municipal staff and maybe some of the councillors too, to see if we can get them.
I've done it twice. I've done it twice. I don't need to do it anymore.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. I should make you aware that that item that the Treasurer was referring to in the council consideration component is up for consideration either at this time while the Conservation Authority is here, or later in the agenda if you wish.
Thank you. First of all, we'll start off with the operating budget pertaining to Lake Simcoe, and it is moved by Richard Simpson, seconded by...
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Bill Lahid, that the presentation by Mike Walters, CAO Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority be received with thanks, and that the proposed operating budget pertaining to the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority with a gross cost of $372,488, a net property tax levy request of $278,562, and a net user recovery of $93,926 be referred for final consideration by council as its meeting on February 18th, 2015.
Council, you've heard the recommendation. Are there any questions or comments? Doug Lougheed, please, Councillor.
Thank you, Worship, and maybe through you to the clerk. So is this the portion, if the additional ask, is that an amendment to this motion, or is it something separate?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Lougheed. If unless I stand corrected, it would be appropriate to do it here.
Okay.
If I could just confer with the treasurer that
Your Worship and members of council, so it may be appropriate to move this motion. This is their base budget, similar to what we did for the town operating, and then another motion be brought forward for the service level change.
Okay. Okay, any questions or comments on this recommendation? Seeing, hearing, or none, all those in favor? And that motion is carried. Now you want to bring the other motion forward?
I'll take a stab at it, and moved by myself, and I'll throw it out there for a seconder, but I'll draft the motion first. That the additional ask by the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority for the Creeks project in the amount of $17,205 be authorized by council to be allocated over a two-year time frame. (2015 and 2016). So if that was okay, I would, then I had some questions of Mr. Davis.
Of a seconder.
Councillor Bill Lougheed.
Okay, questions or comments?
So I guess the first question is, how bad have I botched the recommendation? And the second question is, can you tell me what impact that does to our base operating budget that was put forth earlier? I think it was 1.87% was the blended increase, and what's the net effect on that? So it'd be 8,000 for 2015. It'd be $8,602.50 by my addition.
Your Worship and members of council, so this request, obviously then we'd split this in half of it in 2015, half of it in 2016. In the staff report, I calculated that the cost of the full project would be about 0.02%, or 96 cents for each property owner, so half of that amount. So, 48 cents per household is what the cost would be. I would like to draw your attention, though, to the fact that the service level request that was put forward in the business case, it does request the same amount going forward. So they have the same request for 2016, same request for 2017. So this really only addresses a component of it. It's something, obviously, more than what council's given before, but I just wanted to draw that it is a recurring number. So if we only give them half, then next year, the other half maybe is requested again. So I just wanted to draw your attention to that.
if it might be associated, I know Mr. Walters is still here, does that create any difficulty, or can you help us out in that?
Through your worship, we're at the discretion of council. This is discretionary funding to do a project, so anything we receive we'll be extremely grateful for. So we certainly will be, as I said, matching this money with other funding. So again, whatever we can get, we're quite happy.
So I guess the idea is if this passes some account by a council resolution, when you're back here next year, and remember it's going to be October that you're going to be back here, not January, that you'll be able to tell us the good things that you've done with and how much it's been leveraged.
We will demonstrate value for your investment, definitely.
Thank you.
Through you, your worship.
Councillor Bill Lougheed.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you're back here with some information, because last year it was promised to a couple councillors here. We have not yet received it from Sandy Cove Creek.
Deputy Mayor Dolan.
Just a point of order, Your Worship. Every other recommendation we've made today has been referred to February the 18th council meeting, and this is the only pre-approval of the whole 2 days. So I just wondered if the mover might want to consider an amendment.
Absolutely, that was implied, but not said in the motion.
Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. And thank you, both Nottawasaga and Lake Simcoe.
So, Your Worship, I have a presentation that's been offered by our Deputy CAO Town Engineer, if Council is willing, on a proposed recommendation on the Transportation Master Plan, unless Council wishes to take a break before we do that.
Take a break? Can we take 10 minutes? Okay, then I'd love to hear it, okay?